Hello, esports fans, and welcome to the Big Esports Conference playoffs. We finally made it after a whole year of competition, and we are starting off strong today with our Overwatch groups. We're going to be getting into our first game of Maryland versus Ohio State soon, but I just want to plug this event so much because I'm excited to be here. This has been a year coming together of all 14 schools. Everyone's here in Columbus at both our arena here on campus and the game arena off campus to determine finally who is the best Big Ten school. I mean, I know it's Ohio State as an Ohio State student. I have to ask that question twice.
Obviously.
But apparently we need a competition to prove that. But yeah, so thanks again for joining us. I am Carter, or your superior, and I'm joined on the desk by...
Fabled or Justin, whichever you want to go by. Yeah, you excited? Because I
I'm
can tell
pumped.
you're excited. I'm beyond excited.
Yeah, so our first game, like I said, will be Overwatch. We're going to start you off with the groups on this wonderful Friday morning. So I guess if you just want to go into kind of what we could expect from these Overwatch games.
Yeah, so I think we're kicking off today with Maryland and Ohio State. Great game to start off with.
Yeah.
You know, future champions and all. We love that. So what do you think we're going to see today out of Ohio State? You know, as the resident caster here. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I
tell
have
us.
casted a bit of Ohio State. We very much like our DPS. We're big fans of that. We have some star DPS players. Of course, you know, losing a tank, but in the new 5v5 format, a lot of focus on tank. Kind of the metas that always seem to come about is you have two supports with a tank and the DPS kind of do their own thing. And that's really going to be the case. What I've seen a lot in the meta, unfortunately, Overwatch League is dead, but Overwatch competitively is not seen a lot of Tracer, new Sombra, even Wrecking Ball or Hamster Hammond, whatever, has kind of made a resurgence. So I'm excited to see if they pull out some of those more harder to pull off, but a lot more fluid compositions. But I'm also ready. Ohio State, I mean, we've had like Sigma, Orisa. We could do whatever. Like, I'm rambling too, but we could do whatever. And we have played Maryland before, and I believe it was a very close game. I can't quite recall who won, but I believe it did go to game number 5. So it should be a good competitive series here. And if you just kind of, you know, posing the question back to you, just Overwatch in general, having maybe not seen as much, what do you think these two teams are going to do with kind of the changes that have come to Overwatch 2?
With Overwatch 2, it's almost a completely different game. I've been trying to get into it and playing a little bit more. I've been having a ton of fun on DPS. The new Reaper, not new Reaper, but they've made some changes to the Reaper recently, so I'm having a ton of fun. It's just like the good old days. Teleport behind, die, die, die. Everybody has a great time. I get not a pentakill, but I get a team kill and a nice little highlight reel to go along with it. But
Hey.
I hope today we have plenty of highlight reels today.
Yes, and I will say, stay focused on Ohio State's DPS especially. I mean, during that Genji Tracer meta, let's just say we were in a couple clips. I won't brag. We were in a couple clips on stream. So yeah, really excited to get in here. I will say our first map we are going to is Busan. So that is going to be exciting. I don't know. I feel like Busan always, at least for me personally, creates a lot of intense team fight situations. And while you can play, like I was talking about, that more disjointed kind of group but separated play, I feel like Busan, a lot of teams like to opt for that big, brawly 5v5 kind of style.
So that 5v5 style you kind of talk about, what kind of compositions do you expect to see on Busan then with 5v5?
I don't know with the current meta. I mean, really, because the current meta kind of plays away from it. But these teams, I mean, they are collegiate teams. They're highly competitive teams, but they do still have their comfort picks. And they do still, I mean, there's always 5 people hit Q, you win the team fight. So I think we could definitely see something like a Reinhardt or an Orisa, or Sigma is still incredibly popular. Those kind of heroes coming in. And I mean, it's always Sigma or Orisa, right? I mean, that's kind of been the staple of Overwatch 2 is Sigma Orisa. So really excited to see what we could kind of get up to here as we should be hopping in soon here as the players are getting in lobby. I just wanted confirmation before I said that out loud. I didn't want to get everyone too excited. Our players are getting in lobby soon, and we should be getting good to go now.
As we're getting started, the energy here is ecstatic.
It is. It is.
The entire lobby's full. Ohio State Esports, this is the most filled I've seen the entire building.
Yes.
Everybody's incredibly excited to be here. I can feel the passion in the air. I can feel the excitement. Everybody's ready to go today, and I think we're going to have some really, really good Overwatch today.
Yeah, and as much as I want you to stay and watch our stream, I do also want to plug the event as a whole. We do have Smash Bros. And Valorant going on at Game Arena. That will be on a separate stream along with the event. I believe they might have already started, but it is just amazing. I mean, we have 2 venues packed with 14 Big Ten schools here, and it's been the culmination of a year. I can't get over that enough. It is amazing to be able to be here, and I'm so happy to be on the desk. And thank you to everyone who made this possible, background production, even more background people, and the players for just getting here. I mean, we have like UCLA, Northwestern, we have teams traveling across the entire country to be here, and we are so thankful for everyone coming to make it work here. And yeah, I mean, I'm at a loss for words. This
Dude,
event is awesome.
I completely understand. I'm so excited. I have been wanting to be on, get back behind the desk for a long time, cast some Overwatch, watch some great esports. Just being around the environment's fantastic. And while we're doing some shout-outs, let's give a great shout-out to Ohio State. Not ourselves, but the higher-ups and the powers that be that did allow us to do this. Esports was a risk for them. It's been slow, long process. We've been getting there over the last 4 years since we started broadcasting. And that's why we are in the position to do what we do. That's why we're hosting this. We've had the time. We're excited. We got the approval. We have the experience.
Yeah.
I am so excited to show off what we can do.
Yeah, and we have a full day planned today, which is going to consist of, at least for Overwatch groups and quarterfinals, I believe Smash Bros. Is going all the way up to semifinals. But the important part of me mentioning that is if you're tuned in today, great. We'd love to have you. But make sure also to tune in tomorrow. We will finish off everything that started here today. The teams start their journey today, end it tomorrow with hopefully some amazing climactic finals. But see, this might just be a me thing, but for those that watch maybe Valorant or League of Legends, when they have their world competitions or invitationals, whatever everyone calls it, I always watch groups. And the reason for that is that's where the nonsense is at. All right, when they're at finals, they're serious. Well, I mean, they're always serious, but, you know, I guess nervous would be the better word. They're picking tried and true compositions. Groups is where, you know, you could take a risk against that team that's higher seeded, and teams are going to look to do that. And I'm excited to see if any teams pull that out here today. I mean, my personal pride and joy as an Overwatch player is Reinhardt. And now I know that people might not see Reinhardt as the, you know, crazy counter meta pick, because he's not really. But I always love a Reinhardt. I always love screaming hammer down. You know, it's always the best pastime.
There is nothing we love more than a big shatter. And as a Reaper player, I feel we get along great. You get a shatter, I'll get a Death Blossom. We're going to get along
Q
great.
plus Q. What can go wrong?
Exactly. Just like you said earlier, 5 Qs and you win the team fight, right?
Of course, naturally
but
here.
Speaking of, so we have a pretty top higher-end match at the table here. We have 3rd seed and 4th seed right against each other. Speaking of 3rd and 4th seed, let's go ahead and go over the rosters for those teams. So, the Ohio State. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. From your Ohio State University, we have Bella, Scythe, Mafia, Crazero, and 1U.
Yeah, and so for the University of Maryland, we have Muzi. What is that? Jikizis. I'm so sorry if I murder that. Pumpkin, Speep, and Tony. So yeah. I believe those are in tank to support order.
Yes. So yeah, excited to hop on in and get started.
Like we're loading into game now. So.
Okay, yes, we
Let's
did it.
go. Here
We're
we
in
go.
game 1 of the BEC playoffs. We're here, folks. We made it. As right now, hopping on Busan, get a nice cow picture in there, disco ball, getting ready for the teams here. As there are a couple preliminary lock-ins coming in here, as we do see, as I was talking about, that Orisa is going to be hovered real quick there by Ohio State. And it looks like they swapped off hovering. They'll give us some segue back in a minute here. You know, they're playing with our emotions a little bit.
So Busan, one of the newer maps, is my understanding. This wasn't one of the original maps.
It wasn't Overwatch 1.
I'm mixing up my maps here.
Yeah. No, you're good. It wasn't Overwatch 1. It is a capture point map. It is a best of 3 in and of itself, and has a lot of nooks and crannies. We are going to go to Space Station here first, famous for those up and down kind of bars there, which is going to create very interesting scenarios.
It creates a very dynamic environment that can completely block some ultimates. They can be game changers. I cannot tell you the amount of games I have lost because a barrier went up in front of me and I missed an ultimate. I missed an ability, missed whatever it could be. Looks like we don't have too many abilities we have to worry about getting hit by walls, but we are going to see Sojourn here, so that could have some issues with the wall being hit scan. But it looks like we're going to see some bloody team fights here is what I'm expecting. Yeah,
and just to hop over lineup real quick, OSU coming out strong here is going to go for the Orisa. And that Orisa already taking up a ton of space. Lucio almost goes down for the side of Maryland here. And that is going to be Crazero on the Orisa putting in the work now. as some Soldier 1v1 in the back line. Oh, sorry, Soldier versus Tracer actually going down. These teams are not fighting on point. These teams are here to brawl regardless. As Ramatra is going to be kind of forced back here, as Ohio State is going to come off the backside, but they're going to use that to rotate on towards the site. And Jake as well, and Seep on the backline. These DPS from Maryland putting in the work as Ohio State is going to be forced off point.
And we're going to take a second. Alright, so Maryland taking the point first. Let's take a look at the ultimates here for a second. Tracer's got one coming up soon for Maryland.
Distance, so the Ramatra damage is just going to be too much there, as it looks like Mafia on this Tracer going to have a struggle trying to get through, but it looks like you said Jake Easis has the pulse bomb, is going to find it, finds 3 off the back. What a flank to start off this tournament. Is going to try and get a play of the game real quick as we do get a pause, and what a climactic pause.
What a great point to pause the game, huh? So, a 3-man ultimate to secure the point. Let's take a second here, and what happened? What went wrong there for Ohio State?
I mean, Jake Easis, your Tracer too fine, your Pulse Bomb too quick, your kills too good, is going to end up, I mean, not the real reason, but I mean, I think they're just so good. Blizzard came in and was like, guys, we got to pause the game. This guy's too good.
Too good.
But that is basically what kind of happened there. Jake Easis was able to rip through the backline of Ohio State and Seep on the Sojourn, able to hit key shots. How do you think Ohio State, I mean, it is the first point of the first game. I don't want to say comeback, but how do you think Ohio State gets through this very kind of almost infamous Busan choke?
I don't know at this point. I don't think we're going to see a composition swap. I think they're both pretty confident. Both teams and compositions look very similar. Minor support difference on both teams, but they both look like they want to be doing the same thing. They both want to hold that choke. My prediction here is we're going to take a second, back up, recharge some ultimates, try and blast through that Orisa shield, and then march right back onto the point.
Yeah, I mean, building up that ult economy, it's going to be hard. Maryland kind of got that huge advantage, but in a way, if Ohio State can find a way to kind of double back on Maryland's advantage, like if Maryland gets all ultimates and uses them all and Ohio State's able to hold, I do agree that they could find kind of an opening to get in there. Now, you said you don't think we'll see a composition swap. Do you think we need a composition swap?
I don't think so. I don't think so yet. I think they parallel pretty well. If we do see a swap, I'd expect it to see probably those Tracers move. If Tracer can't find any picks, I would expect it to swap, but I'm not banking on it just yet. You know, it's like you said earlier, it's still really early. No way to know.
Yeah, and we will keep you guys updated as we figure out what's going on with the pause, as we enter unpause. Does happen from time to time, especially being the first match of the day. We're going to run into all of our technical difficulties here. And of course, not to jinx stuff, smooth sailing throughout the rest of the day and tomorrow. And you talked a little bit on, just to kind of jump ship here, on that Tracer pick. And I mentioned how Tracer, very, very meta pick
and
right
looks
now.
like we're starting back here in about 2 seconds, so.
As never mind. If you just want to give a few comments real quick on just Tracer in general.
I think Tracer's a really fun hero to play. Never one I really got into. It's a really annoying style. But there's no real hard CC for her at this point in time. You have to remember the original.
This beat will heal you up.
In front line, but there comes the Baptiste ultimate, and Tony is in advanced form, but it looks like the trade's going to go even Bella on the Lucio, finding the pick onto the tank. Tony is going to go down, but it looks like Pumpkin, Lucio action coming out here, going to find the pick on Mafia, as it looks like Maryland's going to be able to hold on Ohio State, trying a different direction, but isn't really going to come off in their favor now.
No, we got 67% points, 4 ultimates ready for Ohio State. Only 2.5 ready.
Yeah, Tony getting jumped on as here comes Spirito as well, and a ton of damage going in. Brings 0 pop the ultimate as well. Ohio State hit Q. It's going to find a ton of damage here, but as it looks like the Nanoswarm is now out from Tony onto Ramatra. Going to do a ton of healing and force Ohio State back, but Ayum is going to be able to find the, not a headshot. I got too ahead of myself. Jake Easis is going to be able to find a pulse onto Crazy Zero onto the tank, and that is a tank gone for Ohio State, as it looks like they're not going to be able to contest. As never mind, once again, proving me wrong. We're going back and forth here, as Tony is going to fall. Ayumi picks it up, but Jake Keezus gets one back, and it looks like Maryland coming out on top. Jake Keezus on the Tracer, putting on a workshop.
And that looks like we're going to do it. Oh, we're going to touch again. All right, the battle has not ended yet. We did get a swap here to the Doomfist. That was probably just his last second touch-ditch effort, though. That is the team kill, so that is going to draw us to the end of the first round. Point to Maryland.
Jesus, Jake Keezus, I don't know what to say.
Wow.
This absolutely amazing Tracer gameplay here, running the game single-handedly. We talk about Overwatch too. You know, it's all about tanks this, tanks that, being the most powerful kind of single carry role. But I guess Tracer this game.
Absolute masterclass by Jake Keezus. So here we go again. Middle point. Take the point again.
And kind of looking at this, we are going to see a bit of a swap up here. We are going to go to the map whose name I forget, but I affectionately call Drum, given the giant drum in the center here. And now this map is especially a lot of high ground. We'll see how the teams kind of play around that, as we do see an echo swap from Ohio State.
Yep, it looks like I think it's just Tracer diff, so if you can't beat him, you might as well press it. Might as well get the range here. We're going to play some side here.
It looks like a lot more tame fighting, but as I say that, Speep is going to find Mafia, as it looks like the Echo wasn't enough, and now Maryland has pulled the trigger. They're on top of Ohio State, as Ayumi tries to keep him off, but it's not going to be enough. Jake Keezus finds the support in the back line, finds Crazy0 again, already starting it off with 2 eliminations, and Speep coming in, clearing out Ayumi, winning that Sojourn 1v1. Mafia forced to respawn alone here, not going to be able to do much, and Maryland once again starting off incredibly dominant.
Both teams going to take a second here to slow down, poke at each other a little bit. Both supports got traded initially, which is not really what you want to see. You want to see your supports kind of stick it. If you're going to die, you really want your DPS to die. Losing the Kiriko versus losing the Lucio, bit of a difference. No ults quite ready yet. First ult we're probably going to see is that Tracer ult, probably followed by a Baptiste ult, maybe a Sojourn ult after that. And down goes the Echo again. That's an unfortunate pick.
It looks like Ohio State just can't do anything. They're just being forced back by pure just, well, brunt force here, as Crazy0 is going to go down in the end, and that's going to be the end of any push here from Ohio State. As you saw there in kind of that free round, Jake Keezus putting in tons of damage, finding a pick off the side, and then Maryland, they are incredibly good at just going in when Jake Keezus needs them to. I mean, I feel like this is the one time that there's a DPS shot caller.
Yeah, this looks like a team built around Jake Keezus. Absolutely, just let him loose. See what's going to happen. Tracer 1v1 here. See how this goes. Great recall.
Ooh. Throws the pulse, not going to be able to find anything as the 1v1 kind of continues, but now friends have joined here. Mafia is going to dash in, not going to find much. Not really having the kind of success on Tracer that Jake Keezus is, as it looks like Speed trying to get some damage off, looking for those headshots, almost gets it. Ohio State, this is kind of their last chance. They really need something here to come back, but Nanoswarm is ready from Tony. Is it going to come out here? As it looks like might not need it. Moosey, the Baptiste, stepping up, finding multiple. The Nanoswarm does come out to finish him off. Tony finds 2, Speed finds Mafia, and that is going to be another tough fallback for Ohio State. This, I might have jinxed it. This might be a quick first map here. Ohio State has one more chance.
Yep, we got about, get one last push, maybe a couple touches. The James Bond KD, 007.
Oh no, they're already in the back line, but here comes Crazy0 trying to look for a play. Not going to be able to get the damage off. All the supports get out in time. The beat comes out. Bella able to boot Speed for a pick. Amazing. That's what Ohio State needs. Ayumi sliding in. Look at the find something. Finds the headshot in Ohio State. Your Ohio State Buckeyes, it looks like, are going to hang on.
What a save for Ohio State. Now, let's take a second. Ultimate economy is something we've been talking about all day. I think, like you said earlier, press 5 and go. There's not a lot of ults for Maryland here, nor Ohio State. Ohio State's got a couple coming up here soon. Maryland's got a few. But this next fight is going to be a scrap. I don't think there's going to be a lot of ultimates to rely on here.
Is that a Torbjorn?
It is a Torbjorn.
Let's go. We have a Torbjorn in game 1 of groups here, as let's see what this Speep on Torb, let's see what this Torb can do here.
But here comes the flank from Jake Keezus in the back line.
Ooh, 1v1. Is Mafia going to be the one to win it? Forced to recall.
Pulse bomb available. Probably going to look for a picture in the back line.
Oh, Mafia dropping low here. Someone's bound to pull the trigger soon, and it looks like it's going to be Tony jumping in, maybe a little far forward, but Pumpkin melees Mafia in the back line as the Tracer. Pulse bomb from Jake Keezus, as it looks like a typical fight from Maryland. Speed for Jake Keezus finding the picks. Pumpkin cleaning it up, and that is going to be round 2, map 1, over to Maryland.
What a tragedy. That is a rough game. Good map. That's why we play best of threes. You can have a rough one. You know what happens in pools? Stuff happens in pools, right?
Yeah,
Like-
I mean, this here, I just see that this play of the game, amazing gameplay. We all
Right
knew it
before
was
the
this
pause,
one.
we saw this one.
Yeah, we all knew it was this one. Amazing play by Jake Keezus, and I felt like I talked about them a little bit too much on cast, but that's because every play, I just saw this name on the right side of my screen. Jake Keezus, Jake Keezus, Jake Keezus.
It's kind of like watching a league game and trying not to mention, or watching a T1 game and trying not to mention Faker, right? You know, you have that core piece that you're building around, and it looks like Jake Keezus is calling the shots, making the plays that need to be made, saving it for the team. I don't think you could ask for a better pulse bomb than that.
Yeah, I mean, perfect Tracer gameplay. Now, what do you think Ohio State needs to do to combat this? I mean, really, that if I'm being a doctor, if I'm Ohio State's doctor and I'm diagnosing
Sure.
the problem, it's Jake Keezus on Tracer. What should I prescribe them?
Well, if this is Overwatch 1, I would absolutely say the shield, but I don't think that is going to work. They need to find some kind of hard CC to answer the Tracer. The Tracer is just dancing circles around them. What that modern answer looks like, I'm not exactly sure. I'd be a fan of some Junkrat traps, but that's kind of expected.
Okay.
Then you're looking for Jake Keezus to make a mistake. Rather, you need to be looking more proactive. So what champions do you think Ohio State, or champions, what heroes do you think we can dip into here to answer that Tracer? As those comfort picks you mentioned earlier.
For Ohio State, well, I think one thing is Crazero's Orisa needs to be more team cognizant. As a tech player myself, I've had this happen where I just want to go in. I'm big, I'm beefy, I'm covered in armor. I want to hit people hard and get a lot of ult charge, right? And I want to have that big gameplay,
Substitution.
game-changing ultimate here. Crazero, I think, needs to focus on protecting the team, making sure that Tracer isn't ripping through their supports and DPS. And I also think you mentioned Junkrat. I think swapping to some sort of more backline DPS, something that will be there, because the Tracer v Tracer is great and all, but if Jake Keezus can get past Mafia, which they've been able to do repeatedly, I really think it's going to be hard for the kind of Tracer v Tracer dynamic of holding both Tracers back to really come forward here, as it looks like there is going to be a substitution.
Yep, it looks like Mafia is going to be taking the bench on this round. It looks like like you said earlier, the Tracer v Tracer was absolutely not the move for Ohio State. So hopefully the substitution will find a new answer with Orangutan coming in. Are you familiar with Orangutan's hero pool?
I am not very familiar. It looks like also Asterio might be coming in for Ohio State. I do know one thing is Ohio State has very, very deep what's the word I'm looking for? Pocket. There we go. Yeah, I know what a pocket is. Very deep pocket of players that they can pull from. A lot of players with a lot of kind of different ways to play, but a lot of these players have been playing together for a while. As I've said, we have had over a year of competition in the BEC, and there have been a lot of names that have come across Ohio State's Overwatch screen here. So these players have definitely had a lot of experience, so excited to see what they pull out here today. And something else I want to touch on and kind of get your opinion on is we haven't been noticing them a lot, but the supports have really been putting in the work. You had Musi having a pop-off play on Baptiste. You've had both Lucios finding a lot of clutch picks. Do you think we're going to continue to see that kind of almost aggressive kind of, I want to say powerful, that's not really the right word, DPS heavy supports, or do you think these teams as we play are going to transition to something that's more support, healing, utility based?
I think that's going to entirely depend on what's happening with the DPS. I think maybe part of why Ohio State was making that choice and that forward facing was lack of DPS. They were getting straight up out DPS because of Jake Keezus. So maybe if they're able to get a rein on that and get that Tracer under control, they can play a more supportive style. Because that's what it looked like to me. They were just getting out-resourced, and they just didn't have the same healing level they needed. So reining in the damage, bringing up the healing, if you can get Jake Keezus under control, I think is the answer to Ohio State's win here.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I think of traditionally to bring Tracer or Sombra under control is a Brig. Though Brig, not necessarily the most meta right now, but we'll see what they do here. As we are going to be heading to map number 2, I believe it is Ohio State's choice, which is Suravasa. All right, I got it. It's one of the new maps, Suravasa. It is the flashpoint style, where it is a first to 3 of multiple small capture points that move around one singular map.
Really? That's an interesting mechanic. That kind of reminds me of early Call of Duty Hardpoint.
Yeah, it's been compared a lot to the Battlefront games in a way.
There you
Not
go.
they aren't all open at the same time, but it does create the same sort of dynamic, and it can be really interesting, especially because the flashpoint takes some time to unlock. So where teams choose to fight in that 15-second interval, where spawns are in relation to each other, could create a lot of interesting scenarios here.
Yep, and let's see if we get some early initial hovers here. Not quite yet.
Yeah,
But look
see.
at this map. Beautiful. A lot of purple.
Yeah, very, very beautiful map. This room here, there's a lot of little like hallways and to use the term nooks and crannies on this map. There's one hallway. It is incredibly small. It's about the size of one hero that just goes straight up through the back
Is
of,
that a bastion?
I believe, this site, and it's very interesting to see teams or people try and flank through there. There's a lot of weird back rooms, and as you're saying, like there being like a bastion, like a bike, there's a lot of like little structures in this map. Very, very intricate, very thematic. The Flashpoint style I personally enjoy. I think it was a good flavor to kind of mix up with Overwatch, kind of having something like this, as it looks like we are going to hop right in. Ohio State, once again, opting for the Arisa. They now have a stereo in to try and match Jake Jesus' Tracer.
We got the salty run back here. Maryland going to be bringing in. There's some a little bit of a different comp. Same style support, but a bastion here. Let's see how that plays out for us.
Yeah, Bastion, Maga, that's just swapping in for Tony here on the side of Maryland. Maga was unstoppable on release, but has since kind of been nerfed and not necessarily holding the same level of just meta-defining characteristics, but very excited to see kind of the machine gun squad here come out with the Bastion and the Maga. So Ohio State already kind of being forced back by it.
Yep, pretty even game so far. Might lose the tank here early. I would not see that. Got about 40% on the opening for Ohio State. Got about 30 40% on Maryland. No win quite yet. Tank down for Ohio State.
And there's Jake Jesus once again helping to find two there with the support finishing him off. Is going to barely live at 70 HP. Maryland going to take that first point. And the firepower Maryland is being able to display is incredible.
What a Tracer game. Tracer is absolutely just lethal here. And it looks like we're going to take a second for a pause.
Wouldn't be Overwatch without a couple pauses.
And the pause caused by Maryland here.
So,
no sound.
yeah, it looks like we are having a bit
You
of
don't
a
need sound to play Overwatch.
Well, ultimate abilities do have sound cues.
No, you don't need those. No, you don't need those.
You'll see the Diva Bomb coming.
You will see
Like-
the shatter coming. You deserve it, okay?
Yeah. You'll see it. It'll be fine. But as we get that sound resolved here, kind of looking at, and I want your opinion on this composition from Maryland. Definitely a change from what they did last time.
I think it's really exciting, but it really doesn't matter because this is the Jake Hughes' show. We're going to keep talking about him. Dude's just solo Q star out here, making this look like a ranked game in all honesty, 1v9. He's just got his entire team around him. He's making the big picks that needs to happen, and as soon as that pick happens, the team follows in, cleans up right behind. Not even dying that much while you're at it either. It's kind of impressive.
Yeah, and I just want to point out with Infectious and Speep, these two, as I coined earlier, machine gun characters have a ton of firepower. I mean, we all know Bastion. We all know who Bastion is. If you played Overwatch, we're all familiar with Bastion. But Mauga has incredible sustain, incredible possible damage output, and just to kind of just focus on the oppressive nature of it. I mean, Speep and Infectious weren't getting picks, but they forced Ohio State off point without ever coming in melee range.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the thing you would employ a Reinhardt to do, but they're doing that from a range.
It looks like Maryland is just doing a better job of winning that initial fight and just sitting on the point. Is there anything particular you think they can do to kind of take control here? Because they're kind of just getting, it's just DPS diff right now. Aside from just, banning Jacuzzi out of the game, what option do you think we have?
For Ohio State, I do like the Arisa pick. I think it's really holding them down. So I would not change tank. I think what you're looking for is, unfortunately, you need to look towards some kind of death ball, something that can really hold. I really hate going back towards like a Reaper May because it's not the strongest right now. But doing something like that with heavier heals, just so you could kind of survive long enough to get to point, because that's Ohio State's problem right now. They can't even get to the objective, so just finding the space to get those fights. And I really liked what you brought up earlier of them saving their ults. What they really need to do is track ultimates and find a way to win in the ultimate economy.
Yeah, and speaking of the ultimate economy, let's take a check in here. The Tracer ultimates are up every other second because it just charges so fast. But Ohio State's got a couple coming up here soon, not a couple big ones. But Maryland has 2 ultimates and a Lucio ult that's about to be ready, and they have control of the point. So what I expect to happen here is I think this first point is going to be lost by Ohio State. Not the whole point, but this push initially, come back with a second set of ultimates. They need to burn as many Maryland ultimates on this push as they possibly can, and then hopefully come back with 5 Qs and just win. Trade as few ultimates as they can for as many of Maryland's as possible.
Yeah, most definitely. And being Flashpoint, they have a couple rounds to lose, in fact. And your ultimate economy is going to carry over, unlike other styles in Overwatch. Each point is on the same map, same game. You're not getting the reset there. So Ohio State definitely needs to kind of play the long game, as it looks like we might be hopping back in soon if the players in chat give us any kind of signal here. But I just want your kind of last comments on anything you want to say, really. How you think the game's going to go, what you expect, what teams need to change.
I really, really want to see if Ohio State can answer Jaykuza in this Tracer. It is just a menace. As somebody that hates Tracer with a burning passion, just blinking characters have always annoyed me. Anything that does that, League of Legends, Shaco, champions like that. Just anything that just invisible, rewinds, heals is annoying is just bad in general, especially if you have a good player on it.
And we're back. Let's hope we keep it to under a pause of match from now on here. But as always, going to work through those technical difficulties in the morning, and we'll be all good to go later. As Lucy here taking an aggressive stance on that Kiriko, and Ohio State not spot, but back for another push.
Yep, you have to take a reset here. Slowly push in the middle, trying to take the point back here. That timer is really quick. They do not have a lot of time to work. They might have one last on this, but it might be because they have to give it up.
Yeah, they definitely did go for something new. Jesus has the pulse bomb, waiting for that to be deployed, as here comes the Kitsune. Jaykeezus is taken down. Ayumi finds the sick headshot, but it's not going to be enough. Ohio State can't even touch the point, as it is going to be turned over, and they are going to, frankly, waste ultimates on a point that they can't win, and Maryland is going to go ahead and play for the escape.
I think the idea right now was the stagger, as they were trying to get a couple trades since Jaykeezus was dead, but I don't think I don't know if I like that call. I don't think it's terrible. They're going to take a second to try and get set up, get ready. And ultimates, we have 3 ready for Ohio State. There's 1 ready for Maryland. There's soon to 4. We're going to see.
Yeah, really intense situation up for Ohio State, but this is one of the first times, as it looks like they're jinxing it, they really had point presence there, as it looks like I'm just going to run into a wall, but now they're being forced back here. It looks like Asterio does have the pulse bomb, is looking for the backline to use it, maybe going to find a kill on the speed here, but is going to go invulnerable, but ends up finding it anyways. Ayumi finds a pick on the pumpkin. Ohio State, is this going to be their first big win here, as they are going to capture flashpoint number 2? Is this the start of the comeback?
I think it is the start of the comeback. They did exactly what they needed to do. They found the Tracer, they got the kill. They are down ultimates. However, there are only 2 ultimates coming up for Maryland soon. You have the Lucy ultimate and you have the Kiriko ultimate. Kiriko, probably less big of a deal, but the Lucy ult being ready to go, not having that in the mirror is going to be really tragic. But the Kiriko ult, they hopefully will have time to mirror. They need to survive. If they can survive this push, I think there's a good chance they win.
Zarya swap coming out now from Maryland. Zarya, very interesting hero so far in Overwatch 2. See what Infectious can do with it. Does have the grab for this big team play to kind of counter Orisa in a little bit of a way, but I think Orisa's kind of uncounterable, really, kind of in a league of her own. As teams look like just trading up for ult economy, but this is probably going to favor Maryland here. It looks like Crazy Zero, though, going low. Jaykeezus jumps in. That's going to be the beat. As Ohio State forced off once again. They just don't have the health to compete. Crazy Zero drops. Maryland, once again, calling the shots, are going to be able to take back this flashpoint.
Yep, that is exactly what we kind of predicted to happen. They wouldn't ult it. Didn't have to lose the ult mirror. That sucks. You just kind of take that trade and you lose it. So, but Ohio State's going to be coming back with 4 ultimates here, where Maryland's got 1 ready to go, and 2, the Tracer ult ready to go. Zarya ult's not going to be ready for a minute, but they need to win this fight before that Zarya ultimate comes up. I expect to see the beat drop. I expect to see the pulse bombs. I expect everything to come out as soon as possible and try and blow that wrist up. Or not wrist up.
Struggling for Ohio State. Stereo found on the side. The Ohio State is struggling to even get in. As here comes the Kitsune. Here comes Infectious. Finding one onto Ayumi as a wasted swap coming out for Crazy Zero. Not going to be the time. Ohio State forced back. Crazy Zero goes down to Jaykeezus. And this is going to be another rough one. 92%, they were almost there, but they're going to be forced to fight it a 3rd time, as Asterio is going to get pulse bomb. Ohio State not using any ultimates. They did get out Lucy's Kitsune. Oh wait, they actually did use Orangutan's Kitsune. Ohio State once again struggling in ult economy.
Yep, got a couple ready for Ohio State. You got some big ones. You got 3 big go buttons. The Lucio is not ready. That cannot be mirrored. So you're gonna find a flank that comes behind.
It's go time.
You're gonna take a second to reset, calm down, calm before the storm. One last push. Gonna get the touch. Nope, we're not gonna get the touch, so we're gonna go to the third.
Not in time. Speed pop it off here. Finds 2. Jake Keys is gonna take out Ayumi. Speed gonna hit a little emo right here as Infectious finish off the last 2. And I really have to question the Winston swap from Crazy on Ohio State. Didn't have too much ult charge on the reset, and it did translate over. But I've never seen Crazy play Winston. This doesn't really look like the kind of, I don't know, Winston team from how they're playing. And both times Crazy has just kind of launched in and instantly been taken out. So see if the Winston could be the cause of the comeback. But
I wonder if it's a dive attempt to try and trade the Tracer. That could be the only explanation. That Winston ultimate will kill a Tracer straight up. But it looks like we're going to get one last fight here. 3 ultimates, 3 go buttons, 1 used by Ohio State already.
they are going to use the beat in response to the grab. That's going to give him a lot of health and room. The pulse bomb goes flying, doesn't find anything. Orangutan has the Kitsune. Ohio State's pulling out all the stops here. But even so, Speep is going to find Ayumi. Ohio State's down 1. They have to find something back
And
here.
here comes
Pop
the
the
Angry Monkey in the
Kitsune.
middle.
As it looks like Bella, the Lucio, taking up responsibility, finds the tank. Jake Heezus, though, going to get the trade. Ohio State pops all ult, but still can't win. But Asterio and Crazero trying to turn it back. They're the last bastion of resistance. It's all up to a 0 now to try and turn this fight around. Are they going to be able to do it here? Really low, come on.
No ultimates, just an ultimate scrap fest. You got 2 on the point. It looks like still contested. Chart
Maryland
going down. Take a second to reset. One last fight. Here we go.
Maryland won a fight where Ohio State pops almost all of their ultimates. I think all of their ultimates, and they still have 2, almost 3 of their own. This is going to be the ultimate uphill battle for Ohio State.
That was a tragedy. I think we're going to see the end of map 3 here. We're going to see a latch just effort on the touch, but I don't even think they're going to make it on the touch. That's going to be the end of map 1. Oh, no, we're going to get some overtime. Winston is on the point. Probably not going to last very long. No ultimate. Team following up surely behind. Ohio State's here. We're going to see it go.
Jake Heezus did whiff the pulse, but Pumpkin's going to fight Crazero. That's no tank in Overwatch 2. You can't play with no tank in Overwatch 2. As Maryland going to finish off that last point with a clean sweep so far of Ohio State.
Ohio State has yet to win a single point so far. It has been a straight 6-0 so far. Not exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, it's definitely tough here. They need to find something new, something that works. As it looks like Pumpkin, though, did end up picking up the play of the game on Lucio. Bit of a, if I will say, bit of an interesting one there, getting it from the heels. But throughout the game, I think Pumpkin having some more star plays than that, doing a very, very good job on this Lucio. As I believe that is...
Yeah, best of 3.
Best
so
of 3,
that
yeah.
is a 2-0 to Maryland. Congratulations to Maryland for winning their first game. Ohio State down, but not out. It is pools. You can lose one. And if you're going to lose to somebody, I don't think losing to Ohio State and Maryland are 3rd and 4th seed respectively. I don't remember which one's which. I apologize.
Maryland is 3rd seed.
Maryland's
Ohio
3rd
State is 4th
seed, yes. So, I mean, losing first game to the 3rd seed, I don't think it's the end of the world. Yeah, you're the 4th seed. It wasn't as close as I would like it to be, but I think there's time for Ohio State to come back. There's plenty of other teams, plenty of play to happen all day.
Yes, we have, as I continue to plug the event, 14 schools here from all across the country, and they're all competing, so we have lots of group matches. We have 3 rounds of groups here today that we will be streaming live to you, and there's a lot of games to be played, a lot of Overwatch to be played between today and tomorrow, so see if Ohio State can come back. But huge congrats to Maryland. A dominant performance here from the Terrapins, coming out extremely strong. If I'm sitting back in the arena watching this stream, I'm concerned if I have to play Maryland next.
I could not agree more. That Tracer is a menace, and seeing something like that makes me wish there were picks and bans in Overwatch. Tragically, we cannot ban things that we do not like, and we just got to deal with it. That is how Blizzard deemed it so. So we must answer to Blizzard the Blizzard balancing team.
Yeah, as we are, once I get confirmation what our next game is, map is, I will let you guys know on that, as we are going to finish up this one soon here. Just making sure, checking on a couple technical things here. And now, at these in-person LAN tournaments, for every game, metas develop within themselves. Players watch these streams right before they play. They're talking to each other. They're seeing how other teams play. Do you think this match is going to set anything up for the rest of the day?
Tracer, Tracer, Tracer. There will be a lot of Tracer. if I keep seeing Tracer, the teams will need to find a way to answer it. What do you think the effective answers are to Tracer in the meta right now? Just in general.
I mean, it's really just another Tracer that's good. Like, that's really what the answer is. You can, as I said, the Orisa has ways to do that. You can have self-sustaining supports like Ohio State tried with your kind of Lucio Kiriko. I even argue for a Brig if the Tracer's really that bad.
That's what I was thinking. Brig wouldn't be the worst answer. I mean, you're losing some healing, but you're getting a lot of tankiness, and you really don't have to worry about getting blown up by the pulse bombs because you have a shield, you have a lot of HP, you got that armor there. Not to mention some pretty decent CC. It's nowhere near Overwatch 1 Brig, because that was ridiculous. As a Brig abuser myself, that was great. Not having to deal with Tracer ever again. Somebody picks Tracer, you just lock the Brig and answer it. Tragically, we don't have a hard answer to that anymore. But the only hard CC, as far as I'm aware, is just the bear trap at that point that you can get her to walk into.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think of other things. It's really hard, especially with Tracer's current kind of dominance, to really do anything. And the swap to the things like the Winston, as you said, can just one-shot the Tracer. But it really is, Tracer forces this kind of pure skill matchup, which is great to see, right? I mean, it's great to see players compete with each other on a purely skill-based level, but to kind of pick a counter to it can be really difficult in a lot of ways. But let's see, I mean, if Tracer's the meta, what always happens, day one, something pops off crazy, someone finds a counter to it, it's incredibly successful, everyone starts playing that, someone finds a counter to that, you know, it just keeps going. So I'm excited that we can start that process here because it's bound to happen and see what these teams come up with.
I'm sure we'll see some kind of pocket pick or weird answer. We did see the Torb earlier, which is kind of wild to see. I'm not exactly familiar with new Torbjorn, but to see it back is good.
Yes.
I don't know if we'll see anything else today, but
Torb can be good as a Tracer counter, and I mean, Torb's funny. I'm going to be so real, Torb's funny. That is one of my...
I have a disdain for Torb because my duo would non-stop spam a perm Torb, and it was terrible in Overwatch 1, and we continued to, even on like attack, where Battleship's trash. Like, come on, guys. It is 2019 at this point. So, but with that being said, we had a great round one.
We did.
Ohio State tragically losing 2-0, but we're getting ready to cut it to break, and we'll get started with our next round.
Catch you guys on the next game. Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are bringing what I believe we could consider a bonus game to stream here. We do have time to get another game in real quick, and I'm excited to bring you guys more Overwatch action. Our matchup is going to be Purdue against Maryland once again. Now, we watched, and unfortunately, in my a stomp by Maryland against Ohio State. So Purdue now, they did also lose to UMich. So Purdue might be quaking in their boots a little bit. What do you think we're going to see from these teams here?
I think we're going to see Purdue's already lost one. They've had time to warm up. It already looks like to me that Maryland's in their comfort zone, ready to go. Actually, in the break, I did take some time. I interviewed the coach of Maryland.
Okay.
They told us a little bit about Jay Kuzis, so we can get some background for everybody. He is his first year on his team. He's got this janky gaming setup that barely gets 90 FPS. They said it stutters a little bit. It's not even a gaming laptop. It's just some plain old laptop. Thanks, Blizzard, for making it work on everything, though. He's new to the team this year. He's still pretty quiet. He's actually not a shot caller.
Really?
But the team just kind of dedicates to his plays. So he doesn't he's not directly making the call, but he makes the play, and the team makes the play. They make the call off his play.
Well, that is incredible insight. I mean, wow. Cinderella story. Jakey laptop, quiet player, shows up his first year and has a dominant performance at a tournament as big as this. That is amazing.
Yep, and actually, my understanding is that he's not actually a highlight player most of the time. They said it was Spoop. Normally did their highlight reels. However, this is just his day. We're loading into the first game here. We are on, I can't see the map.
First map is Samoa. So Samoa Beach. It is one of the new, I believe the newest map in Overwatch here. I actually played on this last night. You know, it's a preparation for the stream. You know, have to play video games to prepare. You know me. And I had a lot of fun on this map. It was a great time.
So tell us a little bit about the flow of this map. What can we expect out of the both teams here?
It reminds me a lot of, weirdly enough, Lijiang Tower. And you can kind of see that here, how you have a center area and then kind of some back rooms lapping around behind it. And it does have the under area as well. And it just really gives the same kind of team fight vibe. I mean, I'm going off vibes here, but it really does give the same kind of environment to it with all these different levels, but kind of a center stage as well.
Speaking of vibes, I'm getting flashbacks to what we just saw earlier. Look at that. Maryland running back a very similar comp. We're not going to be seeing the Tracer from Jay Kuzis this time. We are seeing the Symmetra.
Yeah, Sim, interesting. Oh, whoops, lost a Tracer. All right,
well. You know, I thought we were going to have something interesting and different, but you know what, let's keep the vibes. On the side of Purdue, though, we have a bit of a dive comp here with the Reaper. I love seeing the Reaper, and the Genji diving straight into the back line to start this battle off.
Yeah, but it looks like Infectious could be able to take that one down as Jay Kuzis once again hopping in on the back line. Maryland, though, starting off on an interesting foot as Smogist and ABCA, they're going to be able to get some picks off speed, picking one back.
Jay Kuzis looking to try and break into the point here. Oh, getting a shot immediately. That is not a start you want to see if you're Maryland, seeing your star player go down like that. Purdue going to take the point. Strong rally back after Purdue losing their last match 2-0. I was expecting some lack of confidence here, but it looks like Purdue's ready to play. Yeah,
and just to make note, it is Infectious on tank. Not Tony, as started out in the Ohio State game, so make sure to watch out for that here. As it looks like Smogist going for some place here, going for the Rampage. Just going to see just absolutely run in. Junker Queen is definitely the queen here, setting up the team for plays. Blaze going to finish it off. Swig's picking up Infectious, and Purdue looks like they're taking this point back.
Yep, had to wake up a little bit. Jay Kuzis doing his work, taking out the support. That is a big kill. Probably going to have to back out the point here. Maryland losing control.
Lucio stagger the sentry here. Pumpkin looks like going to make it out as well here. No, gets caught in the Lucio 1v1. See if the winner's going to be chosen here. They're not.
Supportal combat!
Both going to head off there as it looks like Ultimates have, I thought that was a beat, as it looks like Pumpkin is going to jump forward here.
Yep.
Jake, he says pulse bomb, and there it goes. Stuck right on. That's going to be Smogist down. No tank, no game. Purdue is going to be struggling to bring this one back. Swigs, though, is going to look for a sick angle here. Is caught out, is noticed. Are they going to be able to get that Death Blossom off? The Kitsune comes out, and they aren't.
Nope. Purdue, I think, is going to go ahead and take the reset here. I think they recognize they're going to lose this fight. Once your tank goes down, that's something teams really need to do, is when they realize their tank goes down, they need to take that reset and not waste ultimates. It looks like Purdue's got 2, 3, 4. We're about to have 4 go buttons, almost 5. Maryland has 1 ready to go, coming up with the beat soon. The beats kind of cancel each other out. We're not that worried about it. But what we do need to keep an eye on is that Death Blossom and the timing of the Lucio beat dropping.
Yeah, most definitely here. As it looks like Swigs is going to be caught out. The beat is done in response here as Moira, look at all that damage coming out. Maryland's going to have a tough time getting through this. Blaze is going to be the one to finish him off here. Gets 3 in on Maryland. This Genji has gone ballistic as didn't even use Blade actually. Still has the Blade, finds a deflect. Jay Keys is going to be able to finish him off, but Blaze got in there, got the damage done with the sick 4K.
That was a big swing for Purdue. They have 3 go buttons ready to go. Maryland's got 2 coming online, 3 about to be. 1 pulse bomb, probably not going to be a big deal here. However, the beat drop is ready for Maryland, and that's going to be the big difference maker in this fight.
I just see the point out again. Blaze didn't use Blade. Blaze still has Genji Blade up and available for this next team fight. Going to be an absolute playmaker. It looks like Blaze going in. Once again, there is a beat in response, and it looks like Purdue's just holding on to their ultimates. They don't even need them. Coming out on top here, Smogus finds 2. Maryland's pushed back as a firm hold. Maryland did end up capping the point off of a back touch, but Purdue going to be able to fight this one back.
Wow. What discipline from Purdue, not having to burn those ultimates, knowing that they win without them. Maryland's got 1 ultimate. I don't think there's a way they're going to win this point. I think this is going to Purdue. They have 3 ultimates ready to go and 20% left on the point. No ultimates available. 1 ultimate on the tank. Lucio just now respawning. I think it's going to be our final fight here.
ABCA, oh, everyone up Purdue barely living. The Blade comes out, finds 2, but is shut down by Pumpkin in the end. Swigs still has that Death Blast, so going to be looking for an opportunity to use it. Doesn't even need it again, though, as ABCA is going to be able to find the picks. Jay Keezus, though, finds Goose and is pressuring the point. Pumpkin taken down as we tick in the overtime. It looks like Purdue Boilermakers, never mind, Maryland, making me keep talking, finding another contest. As oh, let's see what happens here. The Death Blossom is ready. Is Swigs going to find the opportunity to use it to finally clear Maryland off this point? Maryland playing the touch game as it's hacked. A huge hack comes in. Swigs can't use Death Blossom. Smogus is going to find C, though. Is that going to be enough for Maryland to retake? Goose does pop Moira. Is going to find 1 off of it, but is that going to be enough here? Takes go down. Blaze is back in a blazing fury. Pumpkin finds the boop on ABC. It is a fest for the final point.
Yep, this is an absolute slaughter fest. Overtime going to run out, and the first point is going to go to the Purdue Boilermakers. Wow, that was a crazy last fight.
Yeah, I mean, all the setup was there for Purdue. Maryland used every tool they had to stop it, but just based off of pure willpower and skill, Purdue able to hold on. As you can see those health bars, there was 1 cube, 2 cubes left, 5, 10 HP. Incredible team fighting.
What a save. Speep trying their absolute best to save that. Got the hack onto the Reaper. No ultimate used, but they didn't need the Death Blossom. Who needs the Death Blossom when you could just be out, just straight up masterclass? Absolutely outclassed.
Incredible performance there. Now hopping into map number 2, as it was close, Purdue barely came out on top, and we only got a couple seconds here. What do you think you're going to see from these 2 teams? What do these swaps mean to you?
I see an interesting adaptation here. We see the Cassidy coming out, which I think it's a decent answer to the Tracer, but if you notice, it's not Jaykeezus on the Tracer. It is Jaykeezus on Reaper, which means even more fun ultimates. I can't wait to see how Jaykeezus uses Reaper compared to Tracer.
Well, here comes the brawl now as Infectious going in. There's going to be a ton of pressure from this Ramontra, but taken down by Swigs, but it's not going to be enough as just as you said, Jaykeezus in the backline, absolute menace, tearing apart Purdue here and giving Maryland the first capture on this point.
Yep, that was a quick team kill. If you're Maryland here, I'm pretty happy. We got a look at that ultimate charge, by the way. The ultimate economy. Maryland has 3 ultimates ready to go, almost ready to go. Beat drop, still a bit of a ways away for both teams, so those are probably going to come down about the same time. They're going to want to trade those. But I think Maryland's in a really strong position here.
You can see the kind of forcefulness coming out from Maryland. And I think now we're going to see them kind of do what they did again with these huge flanks coming around, as it looks like they're already on that, as Speeb is being actually chased off here by 2 members of Purdue, but that leaves the point kind of unprotected as the all-out brawl once again begins. So it looks like Smogus goes down, Goose drops as well. That's the power of the Maryland flank. Infectious finding Blaze, and they hold on once again.
Maryland is really good at setting up. Once they take the point, it is their point. They have not, I mean, it's the same thing with Ohio State. Once they take control, that is in their comfort zone. They are in control of the game right now. They really want to run with it. That is something their coach mentioned. They are very disciplined and very momentum-based team. They have the momentum. They're ready to go.
Jay Keys is hiding in the corner. The Death Blossom comes out, is going to find Blaze, forces everyone else back. Infectious finishes off Smogus, and that is another huge win for Maryland. Reaper moment.
Yep, Reaper moment. I was honestly expecting a lot more people to die there than they did. That was great job in Purdue on containing that to 1 death. Well, 2 deaths after a couple. But I'm happy to trade 1 ultimate for a death like that, especially if it's an AD. They have enough time for a second push, and not having a Death Blossom in overtime can be kind of, it's really scary. That's not where you want to be.
Yeah, all up brawl in the room here. We're going to see who comes out on top. It's going to be losing their tank first, but Swig's trying to trade it back, but Smogus is down. Going to be hard for Purdue to really come back from that here, but it looks like Goose is trying, getting a lot of damage, and Swigs, Blaze, the DPS are stepping up. Is it going to be enough, though? Infectious is a monster on
the
this
point.
Ram. Seeing what could happen there, a beat does come out to keep Purdue barely ticking. See what's going to happen. The 1v1 of the century, Lucio versus Reaper, as a beat in response drops. Blaze, 1 HP deflects, not going to be enough. Speed picks that one up. Maryland coming out on top right now. This contest is another one for the century here. Pumpkin trying the best. Smog is going to be looking. He's a terror surge. There it is. Is it big enough? It finds no one, actually. Smog is taken out there. As it looks like Maryland going to finish this one off 100-0.
Wow. Oh, nope. We're going to get one last touch by the Tracer. As per usual, the Tracer special. It's probably not going to last long. However, might have enough time. Nope. First point is going to go to Maryland. Yeah, they set up pretty well on that point. Jakees is a little more quiet this game, but it looks like Maryland's playing solid as a team. They got their point on. I think they're back in their groove. They're what they want to be. As a momentum-based team, you can lose first one. The hardest part about being a momentum-based team is when you lose that first game, you got to get your head on, screw it on, and get ready to play. And it looks like Maryland's ready to play.
Yeah, this is going to be round 3 of the first game, seeing who takes the lead in the best-of-3 series. Now, I love setup here. Could you just kind of set up what we've seen from these first 2 games? What are we expecting out of these teams? Is this going to be a brawl? Is this going to be slow and calculated? What are we going to see
I think
here?
this is going to be a kind of a poker, more of a poke / try and pick game, because you have a Hanzo and you have, oh, well, we have a Torbjorn now. That kind of changed what I was thinking. It looks like they're going to want to set up on point. I think Purdue recognizes that Maryland has a really strong point, so having a Torbjorn to kind of take that point over might be the strategy. We'll see if the Torbjorn becomes the answer to the Jakees' Tracer, which is back on the field now.
Yeah, Blaze rocking the Torb here, seeing what can get done. Torb doing a ton of damage here. Torbjorn's going to play a bit like a Reaper, pretty aggressive and gets punished for it. Infectious going to be able to take down Blaze as Purdue starting off on the back foot. C3 going to find Swigs. That is some support. Oh, combat here. Maryland taking a very, very triumphant step and already pushing up towards that enemy high ground.
Yep, C3E taking the early kill against the support, or against the AD carry anyways. I'm going to take a second to reset here. Kiriko coming towards. Got about 35 on the ult charge. Not a lot of ultimates to be ready for just yet. There's a lot of swapping coming from Purdue, which kind of bothers me. It's a lot of ultimate charge. Blaze just going to straight up kill Jakees. Get good, I guess. That happens sometimes.
As Jakees' big shutdown, though, had a lot of ultimate ability. Gonna see Swigs go on the flank here. Does not have the visor yet, but this soldier can still do a lot of damage outside of the brawl here. But Infectious jumping on in as Ram does. Getting lots of damage down to open up the angle for Jakees to get a return kill on the Blaze. Maryland marching on to this point here, barely holding on. It does find a tick over to Purdue. See how long they can hold on to this one. Jakees finds one, Smogus finds another, as it looks like we're just waiting for Infectious to pop off here. Swigs looking for some picks, gonna be forced away. Maryland coming out on top of the player game, forcing them back.
Infectious just straight up winning this fight single-handedly. 2 kills, not dying, all the way down to just a few boxes of health and all the way back up to full. I mean, just ready to go. And we're going to see the Kiriko ultimate coming out here soon. Ultimate economy, take a second. Well, we've got a moment. Maryland does have control of the point, but they don't have a lot of ultimates. They have 1 ready to go, but they're going to have 4 go buttons as soon as this battle starts. Purdue should have their ultimates, but I think if Maryland's able to time it correctly, they can team wipe them before they get their ultimates. But the beat is coming up for Purdue. That might buy them just enough time to survive.
Yeah, this Kitsune here, look, perfectly rectangular route for it to go. Gonna see a lot of brawling up here as there it goes. That is the go button for Maryland, and they are going. Gonna find 1, gonna find 2, gonna find 3. Maryland on top, making a triumphant return here. Blaze gonna be the last one standing. Speed finds 2. See if they emote once again. It looks like Maryland gonna be shutting down Purdue. And Purdue, are they gonna be stuck on just touches here?
I think so. It looks like the comp's gonna kind of go that way. I don't know that they're going to make it back. We are going to get a touch. Lucio beat is gone. It's not going to be gone. It's not going to be back for a while. There will be a couple ultimates coming up soon. Maybe a blade for Genji just in time, but I don't think we're going to see it. Infectious just going to clean up the point, and that is going to be maybe. Doomfist does not make the touch, so that is going to be the round to Maryland.
Maryland. They're taking game number 1 in this best-of-3 series. I mean, they haven't dropped a game yet here at this tournament. Keeping up that triumphant streak, but Purdue took a round off of them, took them to very, very close ties. What do you think Purdue needs to do to bridge that gap to take a game off of Maryland?
I'm not sure. I think Purdue had a great start. Their first round was back and forth. That was up to the over. I mean, they won the first round. They got the first point, which Ohio State was not able to do, tragically. But I think Purdue is showing signs of life. I think they have the right idea. I think the Reaper is a good answer. I think the Cassidy is a solid answer. And I think the Genji is a solid answer. But I think, once again, you have to prevent Maryland from getting that point. Because once they have that point, it is theirs. And they are playing that so well. You need to disrupt that momentum. But how are they going to do that?
Yeah, what do you think is I mean, what's the quality that makes Maryland that way? Is it the players? Is it the picks? A combination? From
my time talking to their coach, it seems like that is their style. They want to be momentum based. They are emotional based. They will play. They're going to play their hearts out. But if you can break that mental, you might be able to beat the team. But they are a solid team. They are ready to go. But momentum based teams are aware of that. When you start to lose that, like I said earlier, once you can get it back, the hard part's getting it back. But it seems like they are a team that knows how to get momentum back. They brought it back. It's hard coming up on that first game and just losing your first round like that in the fashion that they did. Yeah, and to just jump back into Purdue, you know, it was one map to Maryland, and you do see the 1-0 on the scoreboard, but that was such a good performance by Purdue. Blaze on that Genji, incredibly impactful. Do you think that Purdue needs to stick with their bread and butter and just try it again, or they need to change the whole game up? I know you talked a little bit about what they need to change, but just their kind of broad perspective here. I don't think they need to change. I think their play style just matches better. I think Ohio State's style just does not mesh well with Maryland. I think they play a similar style, and Maryland just played it better. I think Purdue's got a different style here, and whatever it is working for them. I wouldn't throw everything out just yet, but I also don't think we're at to the point where we need to start throwing random things at the wall to see what sticks. I think you give it one more. You don't even have to give it the whole map. Maybe give it the first round or two, and if that's not working, you kind of give it up, and that's when you start throwing stuff at the wall. Because when you're down 0-2 in groups, that is not really where you want to be. But that's also, you can start playing a little looser, right? It looks like we're in game, but we don't. Yeah, here. But, so, yeah, as we are going to hop into the game shortly here, we don't quite end yet, hopefully. We'll see here in a second. But just to kind of touch on it more here as the tank picks, we saw some interesting different stuff. We saw the Junker Queen come out that we haven't seen yet. We saw just tons of different tanks. If you just want to kind of talk about what you really think these kind of changes in the tank meta mean. Here we go. As we hop in game. Yeah, so we're going to see the exact same tank on Maryland. It's working for them. Tony is back. But I think it's really interesting. They're playing the same the same hero, but they're swapping. Oh, nope, Junker Queen's going to come out. Okay, that's a little more in line. Speep is going to be on the Widowmaker. Kind of cringe in my opinion. But you got to do what you got to do. Speed's probably going to go for a couple initial picks. If it doesn't work, probably swap back. Purdue, we're seeing a very similar comp. That's what I want to see from them. I think they've got a good style. They're ready to go. Maryland going to swap over to Tony. I'm not sure how that's going to change their play style, but we'll just have to watch and see. Yeah, Scrim's Row, to those who know, to those who scrim on the row. King's Row is the official name here. Teams love to scrim on it because you could try a lot of different compositions, do a lot of different things. So it'll be very interesting to see what they do here as very standard start coming out here. Explosive Widowmaker from Speed, going to look for those picks, not quite able to find it. Going to look for something here, is able to find a little nick, not that headshot though. Blaze going to be in trouble now though. Speed on the hunt on this Widow. Now, that's something we did talk about earlier, is finding an answer to the Tracer. Widowmaker is not a terrible answer to Tracer if you can get the shots. However, Speed not quite hitting them yet. Yeah, it looks like this Widow in a lot of trouble here. Down goes the Cassidy. That's not what you want to see this early on. That is your long-range damage. I mean, Maryland's just straight up taking this point right away. Blowing through that choke like it was nothing. Maryland already is going to have the cart, I think. This might be the quickest cap I've seen on Kings in a while here. Purdue being forced back. Jay Keys on the Echo, a new champ for them, doing a lot of damage here. Really just, look at this. They can't even walk through the choke. Wow. Complete domination. I mean, Maryland's going to make it, not Maryland. Purdue's going to make a ditch effort to try and take the point back here, but I think it's going to be in vain. We're going to blow the Carrico ultimate on trying to save the point. I don't know about that, but it looks like we might have got it. So maybe Purdue has the fight here. Yeah, Maryland's going to back it up. They're going to take a second to reset. Swigs looking for a bit more. Jay Keys is flying in on that Echo, looking to get all the damage in. Here comes the Orisa. We're going to see a return Terra Surge here as Jay Keys builds up that ultimate, takes down the enemy. Orisa is going to transform back.
Maryland held back for a second, but a second only here, as they are going to take that first point on Kings with 2:31 on the timer. They have 5 minutes.
Wow. Maryland absolutely showing how it's done. I mean, they walked right through that choke. I mean, I think their strategy was really effective. They didn't go through the choke, they went over it. I didn't even think about that. I mean, it defeats the entire purpose of the choke, right? If you just go over the wall. I mean, that's the only answer you have to the Orisa, right? You can't walk through the Orisa, you just got to go around it. So, great adaptation by Maryland, recognizing that, just walking straight through.
These halls are lined up for a Kitsune. Anything perfectly rectangular is where you're going to want to throw that down here, as these two teams find the pulse bomb comes out. Not going to find anyone. Great job by C3. And there's the Kitsune. And that's the call sign for Maryland. Once again, the Terror Surge return from Purdue. Not going to find anything as the beat comes out from Maryland. The ult on ult is going to be on Maryland's side. Jakeezus and Speed find pick. Speed finds a second. Maryland rolling on through with 4 minutes remaining. And it looks like they're almost even going to get the second point as Pumpkin brings up the rear.
Are we going to talk about how that was effectively a 4v5 because Lucio was entirely AFK on the point that whole time? Minus a beat drop? That was rough. So Maryland's got 2 ultimates, about to have the high noon. Not going to have a beat drop. Purdue does have the beat, which is incredibly important. I think that'll be their key to winning this fight. They need to use it effectively if they're going to survive this. We're just going to dive straight in.
Looks like Maryland's on a rampage here. Going to dive right in, going to get that anti-heal down. Looks like Smogus, though, is going to pop some... Oh, wait, it's actually Jakeezus. I got faked out. Jakeezus here on the ramp, doing all this damage at the back line. That is the power of Echo, turning into your opponent's strongest hero and dealing all the damage there. Amazingly well done by Jakeezus on the highlight reel again, as 4 minutes and 40 seconds remaining here for Maryland to make that final push. So much time on the clock.
If I'm Maryland here, I'm happy to take a reset, or if we lose a pick here. Purdue, this is where the site gets hard though, because they're going to be coming out immediately on respawn, so you have to be really careful with your ultimates. Purdue doesn't have any up soon; they have the Kiriko ult, but Maryland has one. It's going to be close. I think if Purdue can survive this, they might have a chance. But it looks like they're going to be able to push Maryland out of the point here.
ABC found a pick. This Kitsune is going to mean a lot of damage in Maryland's face. Can they survive it? It looks like they can't. Goose going to be able to find one off the back end on the Tony. That's going to be the sign for Maryland to back off, but. You know, what do they care? They got 4 minutes.
I mean,
on the
what?
clock.
You made it 4/5 of the way on the first push. I think that's. I'm pretty happy if I'm Maryland here. Momentum's really in their favor. That's exactly where they want to be. Purdue still doesn't have any ultimates. It's not looking great. Maryland doesn't have any either, though. Kiriko ultimate about to come up soon, but the beat will be back.
Speed barely finding that one in time, going all the ways. It looks like this is going to be the final fight here for Maryland, finding those picks they need. Tony swapping the Reinhardt. This Reinhardt forcing his way through. Just an absolute monster in Purdue's face here.
Ryan straight up 1v5, holding them in the base. Like, they can't even make it out of the point. This is ridiculous. Tony, like, wow. Tony just keeping them out.
A Kitsune now coming out for Maryland. Going to mean a lot of damage in Purdue's face this time. See if Purdue can survive this one. Tony doing a lot on this Reinhardt. Speed finding more. Tony finds a charge in.
And that is round 1 complete to Maryland with 3:12 left on the clock. Man, if I am Purdue, that is a tough match to follow up. Because for those that aren't familiar, you have to complete it. You have leftover time at the end if it goes to overtime. Having 3 minutes left over is going to be really hard to contest with, especially after we watch them roll over the first point in like a minute and a half flat. So if you're Purdue here, what are you looking to do? I mean, that was just a steamroll. You need to slow them down. How?
That is the question of the century.
That is Maryland is playing so fast. They are playing fast and loose. It's not sloppy. They're confident. They know what's happening. They're playing the ultimate economy very well. They don't even need them half the time, and they're just making it work. We're going to see a very similar composition come up from Maryland, except we're going to see Jakeezus on the Genji. You ready for some highlight plays? Because I'm ready for some highlight plays.
Yeah, and just to plug Purdue as well, I had the chance to cast Purdue a while back. Blaze on Genji, absolute menace.
Pumpkin gonna die.
I mean, swapping the Widow here, but still just an amazing DPS player. And if anyone is going to find the picks that bring Purdue back, I believe it's going to be Blaze. Incredible DPS player, lots of skill, really great aim. See what they're able to do here. As Maryland being on the defense, these locks are going to be probably what's real. And there's your Junkrat.
Oh, we're actually going to see the Junkrat come out. I think Junkrat's really strong on the opening portion of King's Row, especially if you don't have a vertical team. Oh, we're going to be seeing the Widowmaker once again. pretty common strategy. Oh, we're gonna put it away.
Yeah, just
Didn't see
using
an
it for
opportunity.
intel.
We're going to see the Tracer come out. I think this would be a pretty effective way to get past the choke. Purdue walking right through it. They're not having a lot of issues, but Maryland's playing further back than Purdue did, so we'll have to see how that works out for them.
Yeah, Purdue opting again for the kind of vertical strategy Maryland went for, wrapping all the way around. We're going to see a bloody fight
Oh, no.
up top once again here. But actually, Maryland looks like they're opting to stay on the low ground, allowing themselves to kind of take some damage in favor of that point presence. We're going to see the trigger pulled here in a second, and there it is. Smogus jumping on the Speep. Speep going incredibly low. Is it going to be taken down, or is Smogus bit off more than they could chew here, as it looks like going down? Or is it going to be saved by Kiriko? Jake Kiesis, though, going to find the headshot just in time. Tony going low, too. Both takes are down. It's an all-out DPS, bro. Pumpkin, C3, actually coming in clutch for Maryland here. The supports are the ones coming out on top in this one. Finishing them off. Maryland holds on.
Yep, fantastic first hold by Maryland. That went really well for them. I don't think you can get much better. They have the Winston ready to go. Maryland's kind of playing this almost, we swapped to a Winston here to match. Purdue's got this interesting dive comp. They should have no problem blasting through this, but Maryland matched it really well. That Sojourn's answering them pretty well, and Kiriko, just all kinds of healing. The Reaper adaptation hopefully will, I think the Reaper will be a good answer into the Winston. We'll have to see though.
Yeah, Reaper, traditional Winston counter here. And the Winston v. Winston matchup, it's going to be interesting to see. Whoever blows their abilities first, usually kind of a disadvantage. Going to definitely want to watch for that, though, as...
We're about to have a big bunch of ultimates ready for Purdue. I think Purdue's going to make this their best shot to take this point right here.
Yeah, those support ultimates. Watch for the Kitsune on engage here and the beat in response to anything crazy happening here. Going up top, Jake Kiesis going to find Blaze with the AoE damage there. Tony finds one. Jake Kiesis finds another. Pop it off with the Pearson shot here. Finding a lot of picks, a lot of pressure. That's a Sojourn on the
said,
front
you guys
line.
were talking about me earlier. You quit talking about me. Had to go ahead and show us up real quick. Drop a double, show us how it's done. No ultimate, though. Probably not going to need it here. Purdue has the beat and the Kiriko ultimate, which is very important. However, Maryland's beat is almost ready, and they also have a Kiriko ultimate. Fun part of matching compositions here. We'll have to see what happens. Ult charges are very similar, so this is really going to be a scrap for this fight. Not a lot of ultimates here.
You're going to see this. Lucio just healing the team up real quick as there's the trigger pulled as Smogus jumps in. They are going to fight Jake Kiesis here. The beat comes out. This is do or die now for Purdue here. Committing everything for this. Waiting to tie for Winston after the Kitsune drops here. Popping it off. Going to find one. Going to find two. That is one. Angry Monkey here doing tons of damage in the backline here. And it looks like forcing Maryland off point. Purdue finding last like a cap as it looks like Maryland, never mind, get some people back inside the contest.
Yeah, Tony finding some straggling kills there. Sojourn getting separated out a little bit. Oh, here comes Death Blossom for the Reaper.
Here goes the Blossom. Once that shield drops, he's going to go here. Looking for the perfect angle. Lost two players. Needs to find the perfect angle now. Stuck in a hard spot. Going to be taken out by Pumpkin there.
As a Reaper player, my soul just died. I felt that. You could see the 3-man ultimate. You could see the 3 squishies there. You knew he wanted it. Just didn't have the HP. You pull the trigger on that, you're going to die immediately. Just kind of one of those things. Just do or die. Got about 30 seconds here for Purdue. Not a lot of time to work with. If they're going to go for it, they have to go for it soon. They don't have a lot of ultimates. This is their last chance. Hopefully, they can make something work here.
This dominant Maryland team looking for the perfect finish to the start of their day here as Death Blossom Swig still has it, is in the back line. Once again, going to be looking for it, trying to take this Winston shield down in order to use that clutch play, but going to be taken down before it can happen. As, once again, Purdue is just dropping the Maryland's DPS. They're too strong. Jake Kiesis is too good. Finds 3 here as it looks like Maryland with a triumphant, dominant game number 2, holding on to a 2-0 in groups. Now the question is, who could take down the University of Maryland?
Wow, what a game. Purdue getting 2-0'd 2 games in a row. I don't think that game doesn't tell the story of a 2-0. Let's see the play of the game here. From Speep on the Cassidy. Just headshot after headshot. Wow.
Wow.
That's what you want to see when there's Cassidy on your team. How come when there's a Cassidy on my team, they can't hit the broadside of a barn, but when they're on the enemy team, it's just like, you know, you're playing against XQC or something.
I mean, it just is what it is. And luckily, Speep was on the right team in that case, able to pop off, do an incredible job there. Well done to Maryland. I mean, Maryland, the team to beat right now, being on stream 2-0ing a dominant fashion twice.
2 top 10 teams, mind you, not 2 nobodies. Ohio State, who was just below them at the 4th seed, and Purdue, who is top 10. They're 8 or 6, I don't remember. But they are top 10. So 2 2-0s out of 2 top 10 teams. That is impressive for Maryland.
Yes, and now, in your opinion, what do you think teams? It's a weird way to take it, but what do teams have to do to beat Maryland? I feel like that's the question on everyone's mind.
You have to beat just the momentum. Like they steamroll you. Like we saw it earlier. That first round where they weren't comfortable, they weren't quite in it. You could see it. They were making mistakes. They weren't winning team fights. But as soon as they got that groove, the game was over. So you need to find a way to disrupt Maryland, be it those off-meta picks you were talking about earlier, or those pocket picks, or whatever it is you can do. You need to make Maryland uncomfortable, and no team has done that yet. So I think that's going to be the key to victory for anybody watching, and I'm sure everybody watching this cast is kind of coming to the same conclusions, and you need to have an answer to that tracer.
Yeah, most definitely here. And kind of just looking deeper as Maryland, I mean, you're 2-0, but everyone's coming for you. Do you think they keep their same strategy, or is groups the time for them to try out new things?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. You have Jay Kuzas just absolutely running it on everybody, just complete 80 carry, or IK 80 carry, complete and total damage diff. Like, it is crazy. If you have a player like that, just keep going. It works. Same thing as with, I'm going to use the analogy for top esports right now with League. They have a freshman rookie jungler. They built their entire team around, and they're trusting him to make those calls. They're trusting Jay Kuzas to make those calls and make those plays and just tear it up.
Yeah, and I think your interview was incredibly interesting there with the Maryland coach, kind of finding the insights on Jay Kuzas, kind of breakout player here at this tournament. And that's what I love about these LAN tournaments like we're putting on today. You see these breakout players, see these breakout teams, and I'm excited to show you guys more. But we are going to head to a quick break before we come back with more Overwatch action.
We'll see you guys on the return.
Hello, we are back with our third Overwatch game of the day, heading into groups some more here. And as I've been on the desk all day, I am Carter, or your superior, and I'm joined here by...
My name is Alex, aka Gumi, and I'm really happy to be here. I'm really happy to be casting my first match for this LAN right now, but I'm here and I'm ready.
Yeah, so just to go into a little bit of your background, obviously Maryland,
Yes,
team member
what
here,
can I
the
say?
dominant force here
A little bit of
today.
flex.
Yeah, yeah. What's kind of like your background in Overwatch? I know I was talking to you off stream earlier, talking about top 500. I mean, little things.
All right. Well, I've been playing Overwatch for a pretty long time. I've been playing, I guess I could say competitively or semi-competitively for maybe 4 years now. I played in my first tournament when I was in high school, and we won the whole thing. Now, granted, it was a B group, but like we
Hey,
won.
no,
Okay?
you won.
Yeah, we
You won. Yeah, you won.
And I have peaked top 500. Currently, I am too busy with school to play the game, so I haven't
Real.
gotten back to that. But that's just where I am right now. I would like to say that I'm pretty knowledgeable about the game, and yeah, I'm happy to be here and share my knowledge with everyone. So
Yeah, most definitely. We are so happy to have you on this broadcast
Thank
to
you.
just add another perspective, and as being a player as well for Maryland.
Yeah.
How does it feel? Being on the team that's I guess I would say top dogs today. Does it feel good?
It feels really good. I mean, I'm only on academy, so I mean, it feels pretty good to have players at least like above you that can like give you advice. That's like the biggest thing for me is sometimes the premier players will watch the academy matches and go, "Oh, you guys should have done this," or "You guys should have communicated this." And it's really cool to see higher level players' perspective on your game. And I mean, all the players on the premier team are really, really cool, and we get along with them really well. So yeah, it's just a learning experience, and I love it.
Not to ask for too many competitive insights, wouldn't want to ruin competitive integrity, but as someone who is in the Maryland ecosystem and says talk with the Premier team a lot, do you feel that they're kind of showcased here today? Is this what you guys expected, this play style, kind of how you guys were approaching?
Something about the premier team is that they are very, very confident. They know that they have the skills and that they know that what they're capable of. So going into this LAN, they were very, very confident. They were like, "Oh, we're going to go and we're going to smash the competition. Like, maybe we'll run into some challenges, but we can problem solve." That was the biggest thing for them. They're like, "We know that we have the answers to the problems." And so, obviously, I think you guys can see that that's what's been happening. I mean, they lost the first round on Samoa, but they came back and won the map. So, I mean, yeah, that's just like one of their biggest strengths, and they're definitely showcasing it here.
Great, and yes, definitely showcasing it here with a strong 2-0 start. And now looking towards our next game, game number 3 of our stream, it will be UCLA versus the University of Michigan. As an Ohio State fan, I have my side chosen here, just out of friendly rivalry here. But as we are hopping in, we are going to do roster introduction, so I'll go ahead and start off with you, Mish, here. We have Claymore, Ymetra, Nervy Titan, IKEA, and Toby Wan.
And moving on to the UCLA introductions, we've got Light, Arcane, Courier. I do not know how to pronounce that. I'm going to try my best. Xerxes? Xerxes. Sorry. And last but certainly not least, we have Lime. So 2 very, very competitive teams coming up here. I actually know little to nothing about both these teams. So what are your thoughts? What do you think is going to go on here?
Well, as Ohio State, shameless plug, we hosted a rivalry event with Michigan where our Overwatch teams did compete.
Oh.
And, unfortunately, Michigan won. Congrats to that. But
Congrats.
just kind of seeing how Michigan played, they actually played, I would say, pretty similar to you guys there at Maryland. They were incredibly confident and momentum-based in how they played. And Ohio State, just watching us play, with the maps that we took off them, the times that we did really well was when we were able to put a stop to that, really kind of like interfere with their whole game plan.
Yeah.
And though they were able to adapt and overcome it, but I think just looking at UCLA's way to win over Michigan, they really need to kind of disrupt Michigan's momentum, Michigan's flow. And I'm seeing a lot of the same names that I saw there as well, just looking back at it again. And they have quite the stacked roster. Each of these players on Michigan can pop off if they need to. And I'm hoping that they can show that here today.
Not to be too biased, but I do actually have one. Nervy Titan has been my friend for many, many years, and he is on UMich, so I have to say I'm rooting for him. I apologize. But
It's okay. It's okay. As long as you have the merch on, I'm not like contractually obligated to yell at you. It's a whole Ohio State thing. It's a whole Ohio State thing.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. We can be friendly on the desk so long as I don't have UMich on my jersey.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes. No. We love you, Mish. We're happy to have you guys here. Just Ohio State rivalry. Gotta play it up. As here, and UCLA. I mean, I guess we could call them in a sense like a dark horse here, not having that much information on them. They are probably one of, if not the furthest team away to come to this event. So incredible that they could be here to compete. See what they've brought with them here today. As just talking on these compositions, it looks like they're getting some inspiration from that last match.
Yeah, I'm seeing a Mog on the side of UCLA. Not too sure if Lime is going to choose to stick with it, but that is going to dramatically change how they play these two. Okay, yep, there's the swap to Orisa. So we are going to see the Orisa mirror matchup. Not as exciting as Amaga. We actually might see a full comp mirror match. But yeah, both Symmetrics are going to swap onto that Tracer. And as we get into the first fight here, it's just going to be which Tracer can take the 1v1 better.
So as it looks like IKEA there on the Sojourn, taking quite the flank there, going to be forced back. Tracer coming back for some healings now, as it looks like the engage has begun. The two teams brawling. Toby1 going extra low is saved by Ymetra here on this Kiriko.
Yeah, Ymetra dropping to half HP in the backline, but that's okay. His front line, Toby1, is just going to take most of the brunt of the damage, and Lime drops dangerously low, but luckily ducks behind cover at the last second, and Toby1 is the first one to fall on the side of UCLA. But Akai going back on to the enemy Tracer, being able to take them out with the railgun, and Claymore takes out the enemy Sojourn. This seems like a really big back and forth already for our first fight.
How's that guy still alive, doing tons of damage? The Sojourn is fully charged. The beams are going to start flying. And there they go. Lime is down. Arcane is down. Yumish coming out strong. And Akai on this Sojourn. Incredible performance.
And that is so impressive to lose your tank. Arguably one of the most important characters in the game, to lose them first and to still come back and win the fight. Definitely look at both Nervy Titan and Akai's ultimate charge. They are putting in so much damage right now, and it's just so impressive to see, especially for a first fight showing.
The two Orisas here standing on the wall. The Pulse Bomb comes out. Is going to be cleansed at the last second. It's exactly the type of play you want to see. Oh, Arcane has that Kitsune. As we've seen before, this is what starts the fight, and there it goes. As it looks like Yumish struggling under this torrent of damage. Isn't going to be enough. Nervy Titan in the back line going to be able to find Arcane as the brawl pops up. They're down a healer. How are they going to be able to heal through this? Claymore finds one. Toby1 finds another. And it looks like Yumish coming out on top once again.
Yeah, that was really well played by Michigan. I don't know if you guys noticed, but when the UCLA's Kiriko ult was popped, they decided to play behind the cover in the middle of that point. That was crucial because Toby1 could duck out of the damage and get all the way healed back up. That's just amazing push and pull from Yumish. And now going into this next fight, we're going to see some DPS ults coming up.
Yeah, be on the lookout for that, as I mean, we already saw Akai here is going to go down actually, right as they were about to pop that. It looks like just taken out here. Lime coming out on top. Lime with two. Arisa's unlocked. There's going to be nothing to stop her here. Toby1 goes low. Lime taken out just in the end, but done the damage already. Arcane finds one. Nervy Titan built that Pulse Bomb and used it. Xerxes, are they going to use the Pulse Bomb to try and finish this one off, or just going to push them off here? UCLA found a little bit of an opening, and they ran with it.
Yeah, that was really good from UCLA, just following up on Lime's Terra Surge. Just very well played. And then Yumish also decided to use a couple ults. You can see their ult economy is relatively broken right now. And I mean, sure, they have a few fights with about 74% on the point, but you really want those ultimates. You don't really want to cut it as close. And now that Ymetra drops dangerously low, Yumish might not be able to take the full fight that they wanted, especially with Courier popping this Sojourn ult right here.
When you see a Sojourn Airborne, you need to be careful here, and that's exactly what Courier is proving. Sliding onto this point, dishing out tons of damage, though it looks like the other Sojourn, Akai, is going to be able to find the kill. Courier goes low. Nervy Titan, though, finishes them off here, as it is a trade for trade, but Nervy Titan popping up in the back line. That's what you want to see from a Tracer. Next up in line is the tank here. Everyone focusing damage down on Lime. Lime holding strong. Terra Surge in time. Able to get a pick off on Xerxes. Or Xerxes able to get a pick off on Claymore. Dropping low here as UCLA just able to hold on.
These fights are so back and forth. You can see UCLA losing a player, Yumish losing a player. But at the end of the day, it's Lime and Arcane that were so important to that last fight. Arcane just pumping healing into Lime. And then Yumish was just unable to take them out. And that's just so important.
Yeah, Lime, a very steadfast component of this UCLA team. Seems to always be able to hold their ground, even against Toby1, as here comes the Kitsune, and we all know what comes next. Damage. All coming out of Yumish here. Xerxes able to find the backline. Pulse Bomb finds one, fishes off another with the melee here, as it looks like UCLA going to be forced back, still contesting this point. Maybe trying to get it up to 99 so that they can force a final contest here. But Toby1 now has a Terra Surge in return, pulling him back in, gets Arcane, gets Courier Raid. Xerxes able to find the return, but can this Tracer do enough?
It's just Nervy on the point right now, 2v1. As far as I'm concerned, he needs to stall just so that his team can get back to the point, and he will successfully do so and survive. Now we've got Akai on the point, looking for just any kind of damage he can put into this UCLA squad. As Lime comes back and the beat comes out, they're gonna push forward. And now that Toby1 is back on this Doomfist, you gotta wonder which team is gonna get the ults first, which team is gonna get the edge in this last fight.
This looks like Akai really close to having that Sojourn ultimate. As soon as that pops, you know where they're going to be. Lime trying to shut them down, not going to be able to do it in time here. Xerxes really close to that pulse bomb too. Akai goes down the instant. The piercing shot comes up. It's a Doomfist swap from Toby1, going to be creating a ton of space here. Pulse bombs were thrown, connections weren't found. Nervy Titan finds Light though. Toby1 finds Courier. Xerxes gets the return though. It's an all-out brawl.
But it's so important that Yumish had control of the point. UCLA stepped off for a moment, and it allowed Yumish to get control, because now they can possibly come back in this overtime. Although I do not believe, yes, there will not be a touch. Oh my god, so much happening in our very first match of Samoa, and we are going to see a bit of a pause here. Oh my gosh, let's talk through that. What happened? So much happened.
That was quite the overtime, return after return after return. And as I was talking about having watched these Michigan players and now watching these UCLA players, each one has pop-off potential.
Yeah.
Like, it is incredible what these players could do. Even the supports were popping off and saving the game here. And kind of just look at that incredibly close map, incredibly close round. Do you expect to see these teams change a lot as they move forward? Or is this what we're set up to for the next 3 games?
I think, based on what I've seen from the first match, I think we're going to see a lot more mirror matchups. So what that means is, like, yeah, they might switch a character here and there, but the enemy team will also swap, because different characters have different strengths on different maps. Like, you know, obvious. We all know that. So I think we're just going to see, I think maybe a Reaper, because Reaper is definitely going to be good against that Orisa. Maybe a swap from Orisa. Like, we saw that Doomfist, but that was really more just for stall. I think we might see, like, Ramatra, Junker Queen, something like that. They definitely edge out Orisa on a few of these maps. So might see some swaps, might not, but I think these players are just going to stick to what they know. They're going to stick to the brawl, stick to the fast-paced. And I really do think we need to keep an eye on these DPS. Like, these DPS 1v1s are so impressive on both sides. Like, just trading back and forth, and it definitely helps the team that gets the first DPS pick.
Yeah, and focusing on those kind of picks, we've seen every team today kind of opt for this fast-paced, aggressive, momentum-focused gameplay. Our picks kind of like the Mei, the Brig, stuff that slows the pace of the game down. I mean, we've seen some Sim and Torb here. Are you expecting to see those today, or are we in a fast-paced Overwatch too?
We're in a fast-paced Overwatch. We are. I do not believe we are going to see any Brig. We are not going to see any Torb, at least on these maps in specific. King of the Hill, excuse me. King of the Hill has always been typically very brawl-heavy, very fast-paced, especially because if you play slow, you're just going to lose percentage on the point.
Yeah.
So you need to play quick, and so these comps centered around Lucio, Orisa, Kiriko, Moira, whatever, they are tailored to do exactly that. They're just going to run you right over. And if you are playing too slow with that Brig or with that, I guess, Alari or Torb, whatever you want to say, you're just going to get run over. Because at the end of the day, Brawl doesn't care how much damage you're pumping into them. They just care that they kill you before you can kill them.
Yeah, and speaking on Alari, newest hero, we are going to have Venture soon on the 16th, I believe.
Oh, yes.
But just focusing on Alari, haven't really seen, I mean, we haven't seen her at all today in these stream matches. I don't know about all stream matches. Do you think that she's going to have a presence? I know she was incredibly broken on release, got nerfed, changed around. I guess, where are you at with Alari?
So when Alari first came out, obviously she was very broken, as Overwatch heroes tend to be. And she's, you know, like you said, she's been nerfed down a little bit, but I still think she's very good in niche comps. So you're probably going to see her more on those pokey comps. So like those long range maps, like for example, Havana, or maybe, I don't know, like Circuit Royale, something where her range can really speak for her. Now, I don't think we're going to see her on Samoa specifically, which is where we are right now, just because, like I said, it's too brawl heavy. She just gets ran over. And at the end of the day, you want to be able to roll with the punches of the brawl comp. And that's what both of these teams are just deciding to do at this point.
Yeah, it looks like both teams coming out with a sim. Do you think the sim is going to stick, or is this just some for fun?
I think it's just for TP, I think, yeah. You can just see them TP out, and then both sims are just going to swap onto the Tracer. That's just so typical. But we're going to see both teams meet in the middle on this high ground. I'm excited to see because we're actually seeing a Cassidy and a Sojourn matchup. Cassidy UCLA and Sojourn on UMich. I wonder how that will make a difference.
Yeah, Swigs with quite the show on, or actually Speed as well with quite the show on Cassidy. Earlier it's Lime with the Javelin of the Century, able to find Nervy Titan. That's going to create an interesting scenario for UMich. They've lost their flank, lost their momentum, being forced back here. Toby1 stuck between a rock and a hard play. It's going to be melted here, but finds a spear of their own, forcing them back here.
Yeah, that was just really unlucky on Nervy. We don't really know what happened on his POV, but to get hit by a spear as a tracer is not something that you want. You want to be slippery, and him just getting caught was unlucky, but at the end of the day, it's okay, because he's going to be back on the point, just kind of stalling out.
It looks like the Kai is stuck. Oh.
A bit separated from his team there. I wonder what was going on through the comms there, but it's not going to matter, as now UMich is just going to stomp onto the back of the point. Toby1 taking out Courier on the Cassidy, and now it's a 4v4 situation here, and now UMich is just going to decide to stomp forward. Cleanse being used. It's time to brawl, baby. It's time to get in there.
Xerxes with a huge advantage in ult economy. Going to see this pulse bomb come out soon as the Kitsune has actually dropped the time from UMich. That's going to be able to turn the tides here. Nervy Titan using it to get 2 kills. Claymore finding a boop off the back. Toby1 finishing it all off there. Clutch Kitsune there from Ymetra. Changed the entire direction of that fight.
That was absolutely huge from Ymetra. Having the Kiriko ult first just allows you to just say, screw it, we're running in, we don't care. And it's just, obviously it's night and day. But now, Arcane is going to come back with a rush of his own. So, I'm curious to see how maybe the rush against the Pulse Bomb, I'm curious to see how this fight's going to play out.
Yeah, Nervy Titan throws that Pulse Bomb, like you said, is going to miss it there. The clutch Kiriko invulnerability is going to save Courier's life for the moment here, but Nervy Titan, as always, back on that flank once again. See what Xerxes does with his Pulse Bomb here, goes in for it, finds 1. That's clutch enough, though. Forces UMich back, going to give UCLA some room to breathe, the point to take, and some percentage on that clock.
Yeah, UCLA, honestly, amazing little macro detail there. They stomped onto the point, forcing UMich back, and then they continued to chase. It didn't matter if UMich got out because they were going to take the point. So UMich either had to choose to die on the point or back out, and they chose to back out.
Here, Courier's setting up for this Deadeye. Commonly used to reload, but have seen it get some picks here today. There's the beat, there's the Terror Surge, stack on stack on stack. UMich needs to not die here, but UCLA needs to get a kill in return. Not quite able to figure it out. As here comes Toby1 running on point. Space is created here, going on top of Courier. That is a tank in your backline right there. That's going to be some damage. Toby1 finds another with the spear. What is Toby doing with the spears?
He is just running forward, and you know, that's what you have to do with Orisa. Like you said, make that space. Be the person just getting in people's faces, because at the end of the day, if you stick yourself in front of the Cassidy, he's not shooting your team. So very well played by Toby1. Great awareness to know that he can stomp in there. And now UCLA's ult economy is a little broken here. And as 45%, 46% ticks up on the point, I'm curious to see how these fights are going to work out now that UCLA needs to build their ultimates.
Claymore ended up getting picked off the side. Lime running on point kind of alone here. Really just connecting for the team, losing a support as well. This is going to be hard, down to 3. UCLA, are they going to be able to make something of this here? As looks like 1 returns. Kitsune comes out from UMich. That's going to be a lot to get through. Nervy Titan stacks the pulse on top. That's all you need from Michigan here, holding on once again.
Absolutely beautiful. I mean, just textbook, right? You have the ult advantage, you click Q, you win the game. But now, the ult economy has swung the other way. Arcane coming up on that Kiriko rush, while Toby1 is coming up on that Terror Surge for UMich. Now these ults, both very impactful in their own right, and as we tick up on last fight territory for both teams, I'm curious to see how things are going to work out.
UCLA has more ultimates here. They have the Kitsune, they have that Pulse Bomb. Xerxes is going to look to deploy that on one of the squishies here. Toby1 is the only ultimate coming up for UMich, but we know as the Kitsune comes out, Xerxes finds 1 in the backline, jumps on again, looking to go on Ymetra here to stop any sort of Kiriko nonsense. As Arcane, though, going to find Nervy Titan, looking for a place to use this Pulse Bomb. Xerxes actually holding on to it, doesn't even need it. Throws it at the end just to make sure, capping it off for UCLA. There's going to be 1 more fight to decide this map.
86% and ticking. This is do or die for UMich. This is their first map. It's time for them to go, and Nervy getting picked at the very start. That is not what you want to see. That is your touch gone, and now it's going to be up to Claymore on the Lucio to touch. He's going to get speared, and as the percentage ticks up on the point, the Terror is going to pull them back, but the overtime
response.
Oh my gosh, the Terra Switch from Toby1 on the point. He's going to get the full one off, but it doesn't matter because his team is getting killed in the backline. But Nervy answers back with a pick onto Courier, and now that Yanitra falls, it's a 4v3 situation on the point. Toby1 needs to clutch up here, and the rest of his team needs to come back quick, and now it's just him and Nervy on the point. Arcane takes out Nervy with a well-placed headshot, and I think that's going to be it for UMich. UCLA taking Samoa. Very, very, very impressive.
Incredibly dominant win there from UCLA, and just wow, like that's all I have to say.
Oh my gosh, both of the maps there, or I guess the points there, going up to 99-99. That's just so impressive. That's not something you see very often. This is a very, very close match.
Yeah, Xerxes is here with the play of the game. Incredible performance on both of these Tracers here, as we are going to go to, I believe, a game number 3, as they are tied 1-1. And going into this third game, I know I asked the question last game, and it could be a bit repetitive, but I mean, you've been a player. Your game 3 scenario, it is groups, you know, it's not finals, so there is a bit of leeway there. What are you thinking in your head, like, just anything-wise? Comp, heroes, I know it's a broad question, but what are you focusing on?
Honestly, if I'm UMich and I lost, I'm focusing on next map. I'm putting the last map behind me. I don't care. It didn't happen. I'm putting it out of my mental. I need to focus on what comes next. So now UMich needs to decide, do they want to continue to take this brawl matchup? As we saw, it was very close. Like, things could have swung either way. But do they want to play more of a dive? Do they want to play more of a poke comp and maybe go to, what's the next? It's Flashpoint, right?
I believe so, yes.
Maybe going to Servasa instead of New Junk City, because New Junk City is much more brawl orientated. Maybe they want to put more emphasis on their DPS versus like team play or like focusing on their tank. These are the decisions you have to make now, and you don't have time to look back. You got to look forward.
Yeah, and just focusing on kind of what happened in that last match. Incredibly close.
So
not at all a
close.
blowout. Incredibly close. What do you think just put UCLA over the edge to take away that map?
I think ult usage, actually. I think UMich, I think they got a bit greedy there with that second to last fight that happened. They used the Kiriko ult, I believe it was the Pulse Bomb, and then something else. I think it was the Deadeye. So that's 3 ults coming out there that they didn't have for the last fight. They need to conserve their ults and recognize that, hey, we have the ult advantage. Maybe they weren't doing ult tracking. We'll never really know. But they need to step back a bit and realize, like, we have the ult advantage. We need to keep some ults for the last fight. And they just didn't do it. And it kind of bit them in the back. And you saw what happened.
Yeah. I do know as a player, it is incredibly hard. It's just even in like a casual setting, when you're with your friends, you're like, guys, let's all go in. But you do need to save some for the next fight. And UCLA did. I mean, they could just hit Q more, it sounded like, and that's what came out on top. So also focusing on ultimates, I really want to focus on these support ultimates. It seems like they're incredibly impactful. Is that something you expect to see, or is it just how these teams play?
Support ults have always really been the most impactful thing in the game. Like, they charge the quickest out of all the characters. Like, Moira ult, I believe, is the quickest charging ult in the game. So, I mean, they come up first. Like, we saw in that first map, that first fight on the, I believe it was the second point of Samoa, where UMich got the first Kiriko ult, and they just stomped all over UCLA. I mean, it's just night and day between not having support ults and having support ults. So that's where it gets really iffy, to where if you use it and it doesn't work out, that might really hurt your chances. Same thing with Lucio ult. I mean, Beat is just so impactful. It's one of the only defensive ults in the game. So, like, that's Transcendence, I guess, Lifeweaver Tree, if you want to count that. So if you don't have Lucio ult and the other team comes at you with a bunch of ults, you might not survive. And if you're in, like, a last fight situation, you need to survive. So Lucio ult, incredibly, incredibly important. And, I mean, even if you're just using it to survive a Terra Surge, like, it's very important. So we put so much emphasis on these support ults. And maybe UMich might want to look at how they're using them. That might be something they want to change for the next map. And that will come with the post-game, post-game, what do we need to do better? What are we going to do next map? Whatever. Reset the mental,
Yeah, and just focusing more on the support elements, because how impactful they've really been. Are you expecting to see the same Lucio Kiriko we kind of seen all day? I know that was the meta for the longest time. Are we still stuck in that rut again? Or are we going to see something fancy or different come out here?
Unfortunately, I do think we're just going to see that Kiriko and Lucio. Both of them are so strong. Both of them are so important. to specifically the Brawl comp. Now, if we go to a different map, where if we go to maybe a map 3 instead of Flashpoint, we might see something more like maybe Baptiste or Moira, but I think Lucio will always be in the game. He's just, no character does it like Lucio. No other character has a speed boost in the game. So he's just so integral, and I don't think we're going to see any changes.
Yeah, and just jumping around, gotta focus on all the roles equally here.
Yeah,
on
exactly.
the DPS, we've seen the Tracer and Sojourn be incredibly just dominant. I mean, I'm trying to find another word, but
No,
there really isn't.
you're
They're
right,
just
though.
they're dominant. And do you think that teams can find a counter to this, or they're just gonna have to face the skill matchup?
I think the reason that people pick Sojourn and Tracer is because they kind of counter each other. Or like, if you just, the only way to counter a Sojourn is with another Sojourn. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, same thing with the Tracer. She's just so highly mobile. Like, there is no other character that can diff a Tracer besides a Tracer. So, I think we're not going to see many different swaps off of Tracer unless we go to like a different map, which actually we can see right now. We're going to Circuit Royale. No Tracers in sight. We're actually going to see a whole comp switch up. And I actually love this from Yumish because as we saw in the last map, Akai and Nervy Titan were so important to the victory. And those are their DPS players. They want to put their DPS players in a position where they can pop off. And Circuit Royale is the perfect map to do that, especially with double sniper.
Yeah, and talking about Sniper, it looks like that whole Sniper curse is even hitting the supports here as Zenyatta, Baptiste from both. And you did talk about the Lucio Kiriko, but this is not a Brawl type situation as we can see here. Is this your typical lineup you expect in this situation?
Yeah, this is very textbook. I'm actually a little bit curious because I see an Echo on the side of UCLA. Not something you see every day, but I do appreciate the swap because I love seeing me some Echo. I want to see that Echo go after the Widow. I want to see her put pressure on these snipers.
See if Xerxes could pull that off here, as it looks like Yumish opting for kind of a more further back hold, giving that first kind of choke point over there. So it looks like they've taken on a full rotation there onto the high ground, as Xerxes going for some kind of crazy flank here, as you were talking about, trying to put pressure down. So it looks like that pressure might work here, as Yumish taking over this high ground, even without bloodshed, just the sheer force and firepower forcing UCLA back.
Yeah, but UCLA still has control of this cart. You know, Yumish might have drawn first blood, but Akai falls to Arcane Zenyatta. Not something you want to see because you lose so much pressure. But the Widow and Courier is going to take advantage of that, take out Claymore, and now Yumish's defense is kind of crumbling here. The Sigma and the BAP need to survive, or else they will not be getting a touch on this first point.
Yeah, Yumish really put all their eggs in that basket of holding that kind of upper bridge there, and once they were forced off, once their pressure kind of subsided, they're really kind of lost in a way here.
For sure.
Is that a composition thing? Like what, because they're still losing ground as time ticks.
I think it is a composition thing. I mean, you need time to set up your Widow and set up your Hanzo, and look, Xerxes taking a pick on Akai once again. Akai just, I mean, it's hard to play Widow, right? You've got two snipers looking at you, and okay, well, Nervy answers back with a kill on Courier. But it's hard to play Widow. You got a Zen looking at you, you got a Widow looking at you, you got the Sigma shield in the way. And so I think Yumish might just need to take a deep breath, take a step back, and just slow down the game. Play at their own pace. And UCLA, I mean, we're seeing them step up here.
They're looking to do that. Here's the amp comes out, but right as it comes out, it looks like Sigma's picking him up and throwing him back down. Tobywan is going to be able to pick up a kill on the support in the back line as Yumish takes the lead here, up in players, up in strength. Is going to be saved just barely there by the Baptiste. Tobywan stand alive, holding this cart down, stopping UCLA's seemingly impossible push here. Is going to be forced back a little bit, but Lime, though, actually found a pick on Claymore of their own. Akai and the Widow 1v1 coming out on top as UCLA rolls back in. They're going to have the DPS back. Yumish is looking to try to not crumble.
Yeah, UCLA here, although they don't have their Widow, they are still opting to go for this fight, and Akai finds a pick onto Xerxes Hanzo. And I think this might be it for the fight. 3 players still up for UCLA, and yet they still have the pressure because of the BAP window. It's going to fall, and I think UCLA is going to have to take the retreat here. They're going to try to go through the bottom right here, just live with what they have, wait for their DPS to come back, because the Widow and the Hanzo, like I said, so much pressure. They need that pressure to make any kind of space. And now that we see them come back, they're going to try to take it a bit of a different angle.
On a flank, looking for the 1v1. It's going to get pretty beat up by that Zenyatta here. Maybe possibly looking for something. Does have full intel from the Widow ultimate here. As there comes the Transcendence, going to stop everything with healing for the time being, though.
Oh, but it's answered back with the Transcendence of Yumish, and now both supportals come out from Yumish. They have the strength, they have the damage, and Toby1 takes out Arcane Zenyatta, which might have been a little bit out of position there. And the thing with Circuit Royale and these poke comps, you lose one, you kind of lose the fight. I mean, each character is so important to these fights. I mean, Discord Orb with Zen, Baptiste's Immortality Field, and just high damage output. You lose one character, and the fight is over. And speaking of losing one character, Nervy Titan is going to be the first one to fall in this fight.
Xerxes really just dishing up the damage here, using that dragon to catch out Toby1 and just following it up as Tropic here, backing up the team, coming in, picking up 2 there. And UCLA just stacked together once again. And this is what we've seen from them with this sniper map. They're just able to always seemingly get those first picks like you talked about. But now we've entered close spaces. Now everything is a little bit more tight. Do you think they could keep up this momentum?
I do believe so, yes, because when you win that second point and you have time to set up, your Widow needs to immediately go to the high ground that's directly above the Observer right now. You need to take that space because, I mean, Yumish is just going to answer back with space of their own. These high grounds are so important, especially for this last point, and we can see both teams responding accordingly.
Zenyatta damage is something else there. Oh, Courier wins the Widow 1v1. I don't even think Akai was looking there. Courier, incredible shot right there. And that's the little advantages UCLA has been consistently getting here, able to always be one player ahead as now Mish holds the high ground, but they're going to be forced to drop down soon as UCLA pushes through. They need to find a time to contest here. This card's just going to cap here. Courier finds Nervy Titan again through that window. They need to abandon that spot. That is just... That is gnarly. I don't know what other word to use.
Yeah, I mean, Courier just taking over this match right now, and even though Akai finds a pick onto the Zenyatta, it doesn't matter. He's on a rampage right now. He's gonna pop the sights, give his team the information, and now Yumish is on its last legs of defense. Now they've popped the window, putting pressure onto UCLA. And this is an incredibly hard last point to crack. I mean, there is no sightlines for Widow. You can see Toby1 is hiding behind these corners. And it's so important to play these corners, and they're doing so well.
Oh, Toby, really good job bouncing the orbs off just to kill Courier in time, as it looks like Mish for once coming out on top here. The confidence is coming out. The kills are coming in. Toby1, an aggressive Sigma player, standing up front like he has to hold down this cart. And a really good job there by Yumish. As I talked about, had to choose a time to stand. They chose their time to stand, and they have stood. Can they stand for 2 minutes longer?
2 minutes on this map may honestly go by in a blink. Like I said, this last point is very, very hard to crack. Just Sigma Shield, Sigma Spam, Widow, you have to watch out for so much. And especially now with Nervy switching over to that Sojourn, you're going to have to watch out for even more.
Oh, but it looks like Toby1's going to sniff out UCLA on the side here as the Graphitic Flux is available. Xerxes going to throw in the Dragon to make some room here, forcing people to jump through, but Nervy in the midst of the Dragon finds the headshot here. As it looks like Yumish doesn't even need to pop ultimates here. They're just doing all the damage they need themselves, forcing back UCLA. UCLA didn't seem ready for this. They weren't quite sure that Toby1 was here on the flank. Lots of damage coming in. Amazing job finding UCLA on this little side area.
Yeah, that is not something you expect for that Sigma to peek around the left side and just say, hey, we see you. That's usually something you see, like, I mean, you usually see that with Widow sights. But obviously no Widow sights are available for Yumish. So very impressive heads-up play from Yumish, knowing that they need to check their corners. They need to take these fights early. And now that we have a minute left on the clock and a couple ults on both sides, this is last fight territory for both teams.
Yeah, as UCLA looked like they were kind of going for that strat again, but it looks like Lime's just sitting on cart. Yumish needs to find the time to do something about this here. It's almost capped there, as it looks like now they're going to choose their time to strike. Gravitic Flux comes out. It's going to be the first one from the side of UCLA. Return grab from Toby1 to come out soon here, but they might not even need it. Nervy Titan found the backline, found the damage. The Transcendence pops to keep UCLA alive, but is it going to be enough? Flux is up. Up goes Lime. Down goes Lime. Michigan holds on here with 20 seconds remaining.
Oh my gosh, perfect, amazing play from Nervy Titan, taking out both of the DPS on that Sojourn, and it just gave his team so much space and so much time. And now, we're seeing Lime swap over to the Desperation Winston. They need to get a touch. They have 2 ults, they have the window and the Widow sights. But Yumish also has those ults.
Lime on Winston here. Xerxes on the Tracer. Courier is going to pop the ultimate. UCLA has full intel. As it looks like Xerxes finds one. Yamitra finds Lime. That's no tank for UCLA, but they're up a player. Yamitra finds two. Ikea finds another here. That is a Baptiste pop-off play to save the game right there. Oh, Widow 1v1 coming down. Ikea wins. Ikea wins. Yamitra finds the last one. Yumish holds on. The battle of the snipers. Yumish winning in the end.
And that was crazy because we say battle of the snipers, but we forget about the supports. I mean, it's support, not healer for a reason. I'm sure everyone's heard that phrase before. Yamitra with a 3K in that last fight through the window. So impressive. Baptiste just able to pump out so much damage. God, I love to see it as a support player myself.
Yeah, and talk about snipers. I would consider, might not be official, Baptiste is a sniper, especially with that amp matrix as we've seen here today. I feel like the Baptiste is doing just as much work here as the DPS. And just incredible performance at the very end there by Yumish to just hold on. Now, do you think that in that similar composition, to defend is one thing on Escort, to attack is another? Do you think Yumish, just from what you've seen from them here today, have what it takes to run this all the way back and cap UCLA?
Yeah, I do believe so. And especially with this swap I'm seeing right now, I'm not too sure if it'll stay, but I'm seeing Nervy on this Sojourn once again. I mean, as you saw, it worked out amazingly for them on that defense. Now, Hanzo and Widow work amazingly together as well, but maybe it's a thing of comfort. Maybe Nervy just prefers to play the Sojourn. So I do believe that, yes, if they play to their comfort and to their strengths, they can for sure full cap this. It wouldn't take a lot.
Sojourn, I mean, Nervy Titan popping off at the end there. Incredible job as the doors will open for our game number 3, deciding round here for both Yumish and UCLA. See who comes out on top there. As now, Courier, assuming the position on the bridge.
As one does, you know.
This route feels like they're pushing a little bit slower here.
Yeah, but they've located that Widow on the high ground, and Courier had the information but misses the shot. And you know, having information is one thing, but using it for a kill is another. And I mean, yeah, there it is. Nervy Titan, first pick with that Sojourn onto the map. And you know, we talk about losing one character in these sorts of poke comps, these sorts of poke maps, but losing your supports first are not what you want. And Nervy is on a rampage right now. Akai takes out Courier on the Widow, winning that 1v1. And Nervy, yeah, he's definitely more comfortable.
That's that Sojourn you were talking about. Definitely a comfort pick, hitting all of the shots here. As now even UCLA in some trouble, even getting out of their spawn room.
Yeah, I gotta take a breath here. I feel like, oh, I'm getting pumped, but I mean, yeah, now Yumish can take as much space as they want. They're doing what UCLA did in their attack round, just marching up to this hill, because if you lose this hill, it is so difficult to push. And now, Nervy on this high ground, playing a bit of a Widowmaker Sojourn hybrid thing himself. But he's gonna find one. He's gonna find Arcane. And now look at the pressure of the Sigma onto these DPS. Like, he could just throw his orbs as much as he wants. And now UCLA's back to the drawing board.
Incredible damage coming out from Toby1 on the Sigma here, as now the shields are thrown out, but it looks like Yumish is actually hunting for more, getting incredibly aggressive. Nervy Titan finds the headshot. Toby1 is still going all the way to the spawn here. Is gonna teammates gonna pull up to the senses here, get him to back out there for a second, giving Lime some room as the Amp Matrix comes out, but here's the Gravitic Flux. Able to find the tank there. That's going to leave some room there. Lime taking the half HP, almost has a Gravitic Flux of their own, as it looks like UCLA Courier wins the 1v1. It's going to be their time to turn. Lime finds the Gravitic Flux maybe soon here. 99% has it, but UCLA might not even need it as Yumish backs off. They got 4 minutes to spare.
Yeah, Courier there taking out Nervy Titan with the overclock. That's an amazing play, especially to stop Yumish's momentum. Momentum is so important, and now that it's in UCLA's favor, we might see more important plays from them.
The Flux used from Lime, not able to really find anything here, as Michigan seeing that as an opportunity to kind of jump up here, getting lots of space, looking for the brawl, as they're getting the melee range here, these two teams. Seeing what Xerxes could do. The amp field comes down. Is it going to be enough here? Oh, Xerxes lines up the shot, sends the dragon away, forces Yumish back. All the ults are out for UCLA, and the cart is theirs.
Yeah, like 2 support ults for basically nothing. And now it's going to be up to Yumish to once again take the position back on this cart. Discord Orb onto the Sigma. So much damage coming out, but the Immortality Field is going to save him. But now that that resource is gone, it's up to Yumish to walk back up with their own cooldowns and to just put as much damage as possible into that Sigma. Will they be able to do it?
It's definitely going to be an uphill battle. Here's the teams. Once again, this is the ultimate battleground of this map here. Around this cart, up on the bridge. Everyone on the same level of ground here. There's no high ground advantage where we're coming from. As Toby1 has the Gravitic Flux, is going to look to use it, pops it. Looks like fights 3 here. Can the team finish him off in time? Throws him down. Not quite, but Nervy Titan was able to get a pick on Tropic during that chaos. They're definitely going to want to use that. That's no Immortality Field. That's no Amplification Matrix here. It's time for Michigan to step up, and it looks like they're going for it here. Toby1, aggressive as always on that Sigma, throwing orb after orb in their face. Nervy on the flank, pairing up with Toby1, fighting the damage. UCLA is on the run.
That was absolutely perfect there from Yumish, just drawing out that Immortality Field and using the Flux, but UCLA is still going to try to take this fight. Lime steps onto the cart, gets taken out, and now it's just a hard reset for UCLA. 3 minutes and 37 seconds on this third point. Full capture is looking very possible at this point.
And look at that. Toby1 is on fire and Claymore is on fire. Your Zen and your Sigma are on fire. That, I mean, when I watched Yumish that one time when they came to play, that is exactly what I thought about them. Like, each of them can be on fire. And it feels like every fight someone else is fighting at their best and carrying it for them. Really great performance from all 5 players here. As the Grab Flux, though, is going to find so many from Lime. Has to pop the Transcendence. The Ant Matrix comes out, blocked a bit by a wall there. Going to see what they're able to do with that, but it buys them the space that they need. Yumish using this time as the overclock comes in, as they're kind of wrapped around. They're in UCLA spawn, forcing UCLA back.
Oh, Courier's going to fall to the Sojourn E. That is not what you want to see. But look, the cart's still pushing. And, you know, Yumish might not care about the cart at this point because they've won the fight. But the cart just got that far for free.
See how long Lime can hold this one down. A Sigma against an army here. Lime, all the damage coming in, gonna go down in the end there. But great job, as you said, stalling the cart. Yumish, honestly, kind of forgetting about it.
Yeah, forgetting about it a little bit. But that split there, that that was a shot and a half. Oh my goodness. Not even letting me speak as Claymore takes out Arcane.
Trade after trade, and they're right back into it as Tropic is going to find Claymore. UCLA with the rare advantage here. They need to act on it, and here they come, barreling around the corner, right into Mish's face. Yumish is walking away. They have 2 minutes on the clock, but like you said, those 2 minutes can run fast.
Smart decision to just back away from the cart. They know that, look, they can't die. Every second is so precious, especially with this Gravitic Flux coming out against 2 support ults on UCLA's side. These ults are going to be so important, and here comes the Sigma Flux.
There's the Flux. Up they go once again, and down they go once again. Toby1 in the room. The stun, though, on Lime. Going to drop incredibly low. Not saved by the Immortality Field. Didn't last long enough. Nervy Titan able to find Courier. Yumish, they are up 2. This is their time. Nervy Titan is going to find Tropic. This is the Game 3 win they want. Nervy Titan fights Arcane as well. Pushing through. It's only Xerxes, but not for long. Respawn timers are barely coming up for UCLA. They can't make it in time. And the University of Michigan takes this map.
Absolutely beautiful from University of Michigan, able to walk forward. Toby1 playing the Sigma matchup to absolute perfection, and then that just distracted the rest of UCLA from the flank. And then Nervy Titan was just able to walk around the side with his support and to just take everyone down. Absolutely an amazing performance coming out from both teams, but University of Michigan definitely deserved this one.
Yeah, this was the game of the Sigmas, always at the front. You know, when you think of melee, combative, tank, I think Reinhardt. I don't think Sigma.
I know, right?
But here, the Sigma is coming out on top, and Sigma kind of a new tank on the day, has been played a little bit. Do you think, just as a player and even just as someone in the space, when you see at these LAN events, these like picks just pop up in games, does that influence your choices?
As a player like myself?
Yeah. If you're seeing a pick pop off throughout the day, are you going to hone in on that and maybe try and play it yourself?
Yeah, for sure. Because, I mean, meta is meta, right?
Yes.
You got to, unfortunately, that's just how it is. You got to play what's good. You got to play what works to the strengths of the map and your players. And, you know, if that's Widow Hanzo, so be it. If that's Widow Sojourn, so be it. I mean, I honestly, I kind of want to talk about that Sojourn pick actually, because I think that's huge. I Nervy Titan, obviously more comfortable on that Sojourn, and he was popping off.
Yes.
I'm so impressed by the switches that Yumish was able to make mid-map too. Like that is crucial to be able to realize that you have an issue in the middle of the map and then create a solution to that issue. That is perfect problem solving, textbook problem solving, exactly what you want to see. And now as we go into map 3 of the series, it's anyone's game.
Yeah. I mean, just and we did talk earlier about the mindset that you'll kind of take in with that. And to return from more the mindset stuff to the physical game stuff here, looking at these games that they've played, what is your kind of analysis of UCLA as a team? I mean, we said coming in here, you and I both had the least knowledge of this team. They came from all the way across the country, just showed up here at Ohio State. So grateful to have them here, but definitely kind of the dark horse, if you will. What do you think this team is?
I think from what I've seen, obviously they have very, very strong poke comps and brawl comps, but the brawl comp is the thing that got them the win. So you kind of want to go back to what worked before. Now, obviously, both of these maps, very, very close. I mean, we saw like UCLA didn't cap on Circuit Royale, but they got right there. It was right there. It was so close. And same thing with Samoa. I mean, 99-99 on all 3 for the most part. So I think it can go either way. I do think that they should choose a brawl map. I do think that they should go back to the brawl because I think Yumish is just very comfortable with that poke, especially on the Widow. And I think if they play to their strengths on the brawl, they might have a better chance of winning.
Yeah, and perfect segue into Yumish as a team. Coming off that one map, obviously kind of had the little bit of high and the joy from that. We've seen Yumish as a team, so I want to ask what is Yumish as a team, but in a way where it's like they've shown 2 different parts of themselves. They've shown that brawl that they could succeed at, and as you said, bring it to 99-99, and they had incredible plays there. And then you saw this like snipers. You're talking about Nervy Titan and Ikea, incredible players on that long range. What like kind of map or scenario do you think they're hoping for to really give them the advantage in this 3rd game?
I think that's actually a really hard question because, like you said, for both teams, honestly, they have a great brawl and a great poke. So which one do you pick? Which one do you feel more comfortable on? Now, I think Yumish would be looking for a poke map. I think they really want to set up around their DPS. I think, not to take away from UCLA's DPS, obviously, but I think Ikea and Nervy are very, very talented players. And I think that if given the chance, they can definitely carry these games. So I think Yumish is going to want a map that favors their DPS, while UCLA might favor a map that favors team play or brawl going in, speeding 3-2-1. So yeah, we'll just have to see. But yeah, we'll just have to see. I don't really know what else to say.
To pick your brain and get more specific, I believe it is UCLA that will select the map as the losing team. Is there a map in mind you have for them that seeing this team, you're like, wow, they would really excel there?
This is going to sound weird, but I think Havana. Because Havana is a weird map where you can play sniper on that first point, then kind of transition to a brawl and get away with it. And then on that 3rd point, go back to sniper. Turns out we're just not going to see Havana, which yeah, fair enough. But we're actually going to see King's Row, Scrim's Row. Everybody loves this map. It is one of the oldest maps, the staples of Overwatch. I've had some amazing matches on this map. And with both teams going back to that Orisa, Kiri, Lucio, honestly, both teams are going to have to make swaps to beat out the other team in this mirror matchup.
Yeah, as you're alluding to, this is the map of nonsense. I will never forget the first time Symmetra TP was on top of the statue and a Bastion came flying off with a Reaper friend and wrecked my entire team. So definitely a place for crazy stuff to happen here as Courier on this Sojourn now, and it looks like Akai swapping back onto the Sojourn as well, as this kind of high ground wraparound is something we see from both teams. But Lime kind of caught alone here down on the low ground. Not ideal here, as looks like half the team goes up, half the team goes down.
Yeah, and we're going to see UCLA, like you said, sort of splitting up here, but that's necessary because, as you can see, Akai falls in the backline, but Toby1 and Nervy, they don't care. They decided they're going to walk into their own backline. Just trade backlines, and even though Yamitra falls, Arcane also drops dangerously low. And now, it's time to go back to the point. It's time for Toby1 to take control of what's his, and he's going to do that perfectly, taking out the rest of UCLA's players. And even though Claymore falls at the tail end of that fight, that was pretty picture perfect from Yumish. Trading backlines is exactly what you need to do when your backline is under pressure. And they did that perfectly.
Yeah, and that was Lime stepping up once again here. Now, all of UCLA together, the kind of disjointedness there, catching up with them. But now they're back on the point again. They are right back at it here. Nervy Tight, though, barely with just a little HP left, able to find light. Xerxes seeks to search for that pick, but runs into the Pulse Bomb. Not able to make it work. Nervy Titan popping off once again on the Tracer. Toby1 fighting a return, but UCLA, they're going to drop. They're down players. They have to back off.
That was crazy from Nervy, finding 3 in that fight. That Pulse Bomb stick to the Orisa. You know, we love seeing Pulse Bombs getting stuck to squishies and those very flashy one-shots, but sometimes stick the tank. It's perfect.
Courier, off an entrance, gonna find the pick on Nervy.
As we were praising
Mish already coming back, but the Kitsune is down. Damage is coming out. Terra Surge ready for Obi-Wan in response. Terra on Terra Surge here. See what's up coming on top. It's Obi-Wan taking out live with the Terra Surge, and that's the key for you, Mish, to unleash here. Kitsune comes out from UCLA. That's giving Courier a lot of time, though. Michigan might not have anticipated that as Ymetra finds a pick, but is it gonna be enough here? Is gonna Nervy Titan.
Oh my
full
gosh.
HP recall.
Ymetra.
It's the Kiriko of the century, finding 3 picks here. Not quite able to hang on in time, though, because it looks like UCLA is going to get the cap off.
Wow, Ymetra with 3 in that fight. Ymetra and Nervy Titan trying to stall that out as long as they could, and that was crazy. Oh my goodness.
What a partnership between the two, the Kiriko and the Tracer. Seeing Tracer perfectly spray across the Kiriko and hit all those heads right in a row. Unfortunately, though, just wasn't enough.
Yeah, now we see this second point, which a lot of corners on this second point. You need to play your corners properly. But as we see, corners might not matter when you have ultimates. So 3 ults coming out from both sides, and I want to see how these ults impact their fight.
As it looks like B is going to be dropped. That's now Mish's cue to go in. Toby1, the front of this team, as always, dishing out all the damage, stopping Lime from forcing his way into the backline here. Lime incredibly low, not being able to hear it up, but it doesn't matter because Courier found a Kai in the backline. As it looks like they're being run over, they're down a player. Michigan struggling in the 4 versus 5. What can they do? The Kitsune response, they're committed. They're committed. 4 versus 5, and they're going in. Nervy Titan able to get the pick off just in time. Lime finds Toby1. Courier finds Nervy Titan, as it looks like UCLA is going to come out on top in this one.
Oh, the Terra Surge towards the end of the, towards the tail end of this fight, excuse me, is going to take out Claymore, and that's not a stagger you want to see. And now as UCLA's cart sort of rolls towards this last little part of point 2, Yumish used all their ults. They got nothing in the tank, and as Akai falls early in this fight, can Yumish take this last contest?
I just want to... Oh, actually, no, I don't get the chance to as Lime already running in, dishing out tons and tons of damage. Terra Surge comes out, though, just in the nick of time. Not going to find anyone, as Toby1 actually incredibly low. Where did this other Kitsune come from? Arcane just keeps charging these. Drops it down in the perfect amount of time there. UCLA going to wipe the floor with Yumish on this one. Wasn't even really that close, as they cap at 2 minutes hard.
Wow, that was... Honestly, that was a really good contest from Yumish. Not only did they not use... Well, okay, they used their own Terra Surge, but they got UCLA to use both their Terra Surge and Arcane's ultimate, which means it might lead to a bit of an ult advantage on Yumish's side. Now, this third point, very snowbally, very hard to hold, especially with these high grounds. But we're gonna see some swaps. Akai now on that Cassidy, and maybe it makes a difference, as Lime is the first one to fall in this fight.
You're without a tank, and Toby1 doing the damage as always, coming in, being the tank for Mish. And UCLA just did not have us a little. I mean, what can you do there, Xerxes? Really?
Yeah, it's just a hard reset. You know, respawn with your team, just settle down a little bit, because now you can come back in with that ultimate advantage. 4 ults on the side of UCLA, while Mish only has 2 and coming up on 3. Pulse Bomb gonna be the first one to come out. Nervy Titan not gonna find anything, but the beat from Claymore is gonna be the go signal for Yumish. And as they stomp forward, they're not gonna find anything as Courier's overclock comes and goes. Light's beat comes out. It's time to stomp forward. If you're UCLA, that's exactly what they do. Akai is the first one to fall.
The Kitsune drops, and that is Yumish's cue for the return here. Nervy Titan trying to find something. It's stuck on the Tracer.
Gosh.
Amazing job by Xerxes. Terra Surge for Toby1. Standing in the midst. Is he gonna use it here? Try to recover. is incredibly low, has to make a great escape, trying to hide out in this cubby room. Is Toby going to be found out there? But, I mean, they need to touch the point. UCLA is making amazing progress.
Oh my gosh. Ikai falling first in that fight, but Claymore takes out Xerxes. It's possible that Yumish has a contest here.
Kitsune.
The Kiriko comes out. They want to fight this. UCLA, can they find the pick?
Courier finds one, almost finds the second. Toby1 being pushed out of his hidey hole into the fight, but ends up setting up for Nervy Titan to find Lime. Yumish is able to hold on just for a little bit longer here as UCLA's tank falls and team backs off. They have 1:40 that they're trying to play in.
I am very impressed at Yumish's response to these Kiriko ultimates. I feel like most of the time they're able to kite them extremely well, unless they're just trying to dive bomb onto the point and just stall for the most part, because we haven't really seen these Kiriko ults work out for UCLA. Because now Yumish can come up on their own Kiriko ult, as well as the Pulse Bomb and the Deadeye. And 1 minute 15 seconds. Something's got to give here for UCLA.
It looks like Lime having trouble to even step up here, but needs to find that time to engage. Cassidy has the Deadeye ready. Gonna see it as Courier, though, did find Nervy Titan on the back somehow. Light making up on it, winning a Lucio 1v1 with the melee here, and UCLA going all in. Umesh has to throw in the Kitsune to try and find something here. Courier finds one, Light finds another. Umesh is crumbling as UCLA is making the plays that they need.
Oh, but Toby1's going to find one with his ultimate. Can Yumish come back and contest? We have Nervy Titan on the card. He's going to fall. It's up to Yamitra and Akai to take this contest, but with the Terra Surge, I do believe that will be a full cap. 36 seconds on the clock, full cap for UCLA. What a last few fights.
Incredible performance there by UCLA. They might not have gotten as much time as they wanted, but they most definitely got something there, coming out on top, and just amazing. I don't know what to say. Amazing performance from these two teams. It is rare in Overwatch. You see where every fight is a back and a forth and a back and a forth. Just incredible, incredible series.
Yeah, these two teams very, very evenly matched. I am so excited to see this last match. I love these back and forth games. You really do not see them as often as you should, especially on the ranked ladder. Like, the games feel so one-sided sometimes, so I'm really hyped to be here casting this game. Whew. Now, Yumish, time for their attack. What? I'm trying to think about what swaps they could make to maybe have a bit of an advantage over UCLA. I mean, UCLA looks so comfortable on this Tracer, this Sojourn. I mean, Arcane has a Kiriko at every fight. Light, his beats are honestly impeccable, and they just seem on fire right now. That's not the takeaway from Yumish. I mean, 36 seconds on the time bank. If you cap with more than 1:36, I do believe that that equals a draw or a win for them, because I don't think UCLA gets an attack.
Yeah, and I mean, what Yumish wants here is a win, right? They want to take this map with them. So definitely hoping for that here. There's an explosive entrance coming out there. Toby1 going to take a lot of damage for it, as it looks like Claymore pushing him off the high ground literally there with the boot, forcing him all the way back. But here comes Xerxes on the flank, going to find a kill on that Kiriko. Amazing job forcing Mish back now, down a healer. They got time to spare. They don't need to force this one. Finds another Lime. A menace with those spears, connecting another one once again, finding that pick onto both supports. And no supports, no heals. It's time to back up.
That was an amazing... Honestly, that I could see the comms there. I mean, someone calling, Kirilo, Kirilo, Kirilo! And then all Xerxes needs to do is blink into the backline, take out that Kiriko. Perfect synergy, perfect communication.
But this time looks like Yumish has been able to sniff out Xerxes, going to force him out of his flank position. But in leaving his flank position, he just finds another flank here, pairing up with Light to take down Nervy Titan in the end. Xerxes all the way behind always. He's able to find every flank imaginable.
Yeah, just Nervy being the first one to fall in that fight is not what you want, but Yumish still has the space. It doesn't matter. They've taken over the high ground, and now look, it's UCLA being sort of corralled into this back corner. And now Xerxes is going to sneak up onto Akai on the high ground, and Courier is going to fall to Toby1. This is looking like a Yumish advantage. But as I say that, Claymore and Akai fall. That's not what you want to see. Oh my goodness.
Xerxes with the pulse, looking like they're probably going to save it here, as just tearing up Yumish. And as you perfectly said, just UCLA pulling the trigger there, and it seemed like perfect comms displayed right there. At the same time, finding multiple targets and all collapsing in at once here. As now Yumish coming out again, and while they do have 2 minutes on the clock and we are early, it's taken him a couple tries to get through.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's trial and error, right? You try something, it doesn't work, you gotta try something else. And, I mean, if you're stuck in your old ways, like, and Akai.
Where did Lime find?
I know.
Where did Lime find this pick onto a guy here? Lime has the Terror Surge ready, as it looks like UCLA playing even through the choke up onto the bust here, taking tons of space, forcing Umish back. Umish looking suffocated here. They're looking to find a way out. You can see Nervy Titan trying to wrap around through the left. Toby1 trying to force through the choke, but as a tank, the squishies can't follow, and Arcane picks off Akai as Akai tries to walk through, just being torn apart here. UCLA has it all together, forcing the back, and again, Lime stepping incredibly far forward. What can Umish do?
Oh my gosh. I think first and foremost, they need to stop staggering. I mean, you're just losing time on the clock. I mean, look at both sides. 5 ultimates on both sides. I have a feeling we're about to see 10 ults get popped as we go to a minute left on the clock. It's do or die for Umish.
Lime has the Terror Surge ready, and so does Toby1. Lime has generated, I think, 8 Terror Surge at the time that Lime has held onto theirs, but here comes the Kitsune. Here comes the ultimates. Umish has all 5. They're going to use all 5. Beat comes down. Kitsune comes down, holding on to that Terror Surge for now. UCLA going to back off and give him some space, but here comes the retake. The Beat goes down, and Beat in response. And they're throwing everything at it here. Courier in the backline putting in the damage. Toby1 gets caught out, though. This is going to be hard. Umish has to keep their tank up, or this is going to be a very, very short-lived fight.
Yeah, the tank is going to be kept up, but it doesn't matter because on the point, Lime is going to pop the Terror Surge and take out the rest of University of Michigan. And now it's back to the drawing board. 5 ults being popped on both sides and nothing to come from it. That is brutal. And now Umish needs to come up with something as 18 seconds ticks down on the clock. What can they do to cap this point and keep their hopes alive in this game?
Yeah, the 5-on-5 ultimates in the favor of UCLA, but now without ultimates, who's going to be the one on top? AIM is going to be your game here as Toby1 looking to make that first entrance, make that first step, and kick off the fight. This is do or die for the University of Michigan here, and it looks like Xerxes finds Akai, but it looks like the grenade is going to go off on Xerxes in time. A trade of DPS, both teams still sitting equal here. Claymore goes low, able to just barely heal up, but taken out by Couriers. Sent for those heads with an amazing headshot there. Lime stuck between a rock and a hard place. Bailed out by their team. Lime finds the damage, finds the cap. Can Mish touch? No, they can't. And UCLA is going to take map 3, take this game. Wow.
Wow. Courier on that high ground, completely uncontested, just firing on all cylinders, and Lime here with the Orisa play of the game. Just UCLA really showed up. I am so impressed right now. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, just look at that. The spears, the headshots. Orisa, we all call Orisa like a, you know, kind of like a brain dead character, just kind of shoot and walk forward, but there's so much more that goes into it. And as you can see, these players, they know their characters in and out.
Yeah, and what an amazing kicks row. What a great job by UCLA.
Gosh.
You talked about opting into that brawl. They did just that, and they proved that they were better at it. And yeah, just an incredible performance. If you had just one takeaway, one MVP that you would like to bestow upon that match, who would it be?
I'm going to go with Courier because I think DPS obviously very flashy, very shiny players, but Courier was just consistent. Like, even if he was losing the Widow duel, he would always come back, get another pick, always come back, win the duel again. And even though they lost that map, at the end of the day, it didn't really matter. I mean, Courier's Sojourn was the main reason that they won King's Row, just being uncontested on that high ground. Just so beautiful. And when you have all the space, everything in front of you, it's just a shooting range, really. And Courier takes it home. And well played to both teams, especially UCLA.
Yeah, that is a win for UCLA in the group stage here at the BEC playoffs, day number 1. Now, we do have a lot more action for you throughout the day. On this stream, we have Rocket League and more Overwatch coming up. Also on stream from the game arena, there is some Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and Valorant action. And of course, all of that will be back tomorrow for when we have our semifinals and finals for all these games. Thank you for joining us here on the desk for now. We will be back shortly with more games as we head to a short break.
Hello, welcome back to the Big Ten Esports LAN. My name is Alex, aka Gumi, whatever you want to call me, and I am joined here on the desk
I'm
by...
Tomas. You can find me at Dormat, and we are getting right back into the action. This is, like you said, this is the group stage, and we're going to be playing with Purdue versus Northwestern into this next match.
Yeah, it's a bit of a UMD takeover, even though we're not even casting UMD, but we're both really excited to be here. We are definitely gonna make sure to cast these teams as best we can. And yeah, as we get into this game, Purdue versus Northwestern, I'm not too sure what the records are for these teams, but obviously they made it here, both an amazing merit in their own right, and I'm really excited to see what we're gonna get into.
Yeah, I know that UMD has been playing very strong so far throughout the tournament, and Purdue was able to get that round off of them. So earlier then, so definitely you want to make sure that you look out for Purdue, especially in these early rounds, because we know how explosive that they can be.
For sure.
We know that they can just come out and win these rounds. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know Purdue unfortunately did lose to University of Michigan in the first round, but let's call that a warm-up round, okay? Let's just call that a warm-up game, because do not count any of these players out. They are very talented. They might be able to make a comeback, I believe.
Yeah, that's the problem, I guess, if you want to call it that, with bringing in, the best of the best players from all over the country, is that you have some of the best players in the world playing against other best players in the world. So some of them are going to look worse. But at the end of the day, like you said, yeah, these are still the best players in the country who that we were able to fly all the way out to Ohio just to play. So all of these players absolutely have the ability to take control of these matches and crush.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what we got going on. I mean, we saw a lot of brawl in these last games. A lot of brawl. So if we could maybe stray away from that, I really wouldn't mind. But I do love myself a good brawl. And as we go into Nepal here, we're just going to see brawl.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Shrine, getting into this first round, that's what you see. But I'm really interested to see. We've been seeing Purdue play that Drunker Queen. That's kind of been their specialty throughout this game. So I'm really curious how that plays into Northwestern's. We're going to see them on Orisa primarily with that tank role. And also keep in mind the other big inequality in these teams is we're going to be seeing a Moira versus the Kiriko. So maybe a little bit more survivability on that healer side from Purdue. Versus Northwestern. But we're seeing now Purdue storm their way onto point and getting almost a pinch all the way around. We're going to see a huge knife onto that Lucio, but he's not quite going to fall. And we're going to see the first pick going on to Swigs, and now Goose is going to fall soon after.
Wow, amazing survivability right off the bat. You can see one of the major differences as Purdue just here. You can see one of the major differences between both Kiriko and Moira is that Kiriko just able to TP away, while Moira just kind of, I mean, she can fade away, sure, but Kiriko TP just allows her to get more support from her team.
Yeah, and also, yes, Moira has that fade, but once you use that, you're kind of out of get out of jail free cards. Kiriko, of course, having both the jump and the cleanse, so her survivability is a little bit higher, but Moira has that increased healing, so she can kind of rely on her team to stay alive and get that tanking for her. But we're seeing this new engage, Purdue coming in from the high ropes as they're just storming their way onto point, going for the backline. But we see again that Kiriko just teleport away, and Goose is going to fall. They do get the trade onto the tank though, and that's going to be a huge pick for Northwestern.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really close fight right now. I believe it's a 3v2 with the Kiriko and the Tracer versus the Lucio, Genji, and possibly Sojourn on the side of Northwestern. I mean, this is going on for so long, and Blaze on that Genji will be able to take out the Kiriko, perhaps taking this fight into their own hands. Now, Purdue with the advantage. Time to stomp back onto the point, but the Terra Surge from the Orisa and the Kiriko in the back pocket. It's possible that Northwestern can make a return as Sabbath finds the enemy Moira.
Yeah, Goose is going to fall, but we see a huge beat out of Purdue, so they'll still have the sustain, and we're seeing Blaze coming out with the Dragon. They're going to be able to find one, going down, gets the Sojourn as well. That's going to be 2 for the round. Is he going to be able to find the Kiriko as well? Not quite, but he's got the Lucio in for the assist, and that's going to be huge pulse bug coming up from Sabbath. They're going to be able to find 2, and do not count Northwestern out of this fight just quite yet. Blaze is on a tear, but this is still not over.
Oh my gosh, Goose being able to take out the enemy Orisa, but will it be enough? Orisa just survives for so long. Blaze misses the dash as Goose falls. Overtime is going to start ticking down, but Purdue, the rest of Purdue is back. Do not count these players out. It's time for them to make a move, and they have that Junker Queen in the back pocket. It's going to find 3, anti-3, take out Lucio, take out the Sojourn, and finally, Purdue comes out on top of that fight, and wow.
Yeah, that was a huge blade from Blaze. It was such a back and forth fight. I wasn't sure who was going to take it. And then Blaze comes out of nowhere and finds 3, or I guess 2, and then again getting that Kiriko down to just such low HP that that ABC is able to come in there and get that final pick. But now we actually see an ultimate advantage coming out from neither team. Is they both have just a Sojourn North. You got to be careful. Those swings falling very, very low, not quite going to fall, and he's going to be healed right back up. So we'll be seeing a Sojourn Ultimate come out from Northwestern and Purdue as well. But it's going to be Smogler who gets the first kill onto the round, but it's just not going to be enough. It's just a sea of red and the kill feed, and that's going to be it for game 1, or for round 1. Sorry.
Wow, that is. Wow, honestly,
Yeah.
I'm a little bit shocked.
Yeah.
Northwestern, or I'm sorry, Purdue having the advantage in that fight, being the people, being the first ones to move onto that Lucio and just take him out really quickly. But in the end, it didn't matter because Northwestern was able to answer back with a brawl onto Purdue's own backline. That was a really heads-up play from Northwestern,
Yeah.
recognizing you need to leave your Lucio, let them die, and to just commit. You just got to go.
Yeah, absolutely. The Junker Queen, like you said, was able to get that first pick, but unfortunately the fight just kind of happened around them. So that's going to be an unfortunate loss for Purdue, but they're coming out. We're going to see the Symmetra teleport from both teams and then probably just switch back onto Tracer or something similar to that, but both teams are just going to play for this high ground. And this is one of the most important fights of Nepal single-handedly. Whoever wins this initial fight is going to have a huge advantage. And already the Orisa out of Northwestern falling very low, and the rest of their team having a hard time just walking out. If we see a collapse onto this Orisa, she's probably going to fall. Is there enough sustain to keep her up? No, there's not. As Blaze comes in, and they're just going to burn him up. Bazaar going to fall, and that's going to be probably a first fight win for Purdue.
Yeah, Purdue just having the damage. Ooh, nice spear. And that's going to be a pick on the Sabbath. But as I was saying, just amazing pressure from Purdue, able to trap Bazaar's Orisa in that corner. And, I mean, Kiriko can peek all she wants, but if there's a Sojourn firing at her, she doesn't want to die. So she's just not going to peek. And Bazaar, unfortunately, falls. And now we have Purdue looking really good on the second round of Nepal.
Yeah, they're going to search their way onto the point. You can't take this fight against the high ground. You're just going to lose. Instead, you have to play onto the point. But they're having a hard time getting an advantage. The huge fear coming out, going to chunk down Smogus, but he's not. But he's just not going to fall. And you got to be really careful about that Sojourn from Northwestern falling very low, but not quite going to fall. Purdue is forced to back up and just take a second to heal their tank, but that's enough for Blaze to get a pick on the Sabbath, and that's gonna start to swing the fight in Purdue's favor. Northwestern needs to find something now if they want a chance to swing this back. They almost find the kill on the Lucio, but not quite. A huge Terror Surge coming out, and it's going to take out the Lucio, but he's traded out on the other team, and this is still anybody's fight.
This is still anybody's fight, but notice the point got taken on both sides, and Bazaar takes out Blaze. It's crazy that they are still in this fight right now, being the people to lose their Tracer first, and now that Sabbath is back, they can enact their revenge on to Purdue. And Northwestern finally flips the point. What a fight. What a back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. It really seemed like both teams had a grasp of the fight win at some point during that, but neither team was really able to get to take it away from the other team until Northwestern finally dealing the killing blow. And we're going to be seeing now Purdue switching the roles a little bit as they're the ones surging straight to point, and we're going to be seeing the Kitsune rush coming out for them. Are they going to be able to burst through anybody? Not immediately as the Kiriko teleports away, but they're still looking for her, and they're able to get the just melee onto her and finish her off. And unfortunately, the Sojourn is going to get a pick onto the Blaze through that overclock, and it's going to find 2 more. And Purdue needs to just group up, I think. Yeah, that's going to be a team wipe for Northwestern, and they're now looking at perhaps last fight territory.
That was quite crazy from Northwestern. I mean, being able to just pull back on Purdue's aggression and then counter attack with their own aggression. Now, the only caveat to that is now that they have no ultimates, and Purdue sitting on this Sojourn ult could be absolutely crucial for taking the point back.
Yeah, again, Purdue just playing to get onto this point is exactly what you have to do. But Bizarre almost out of abilities now. If they don't get something going now, he's just going to fall over as soon as these abilities run out. Finally using his spear spin, but that's going to be the last of his abilities. But Sabbath able to get the pick onto Abacasta, and that's not going to be enough though, as Blaze and Swigs are going to get their own respective kills. The Kiriko is going to be soon to follow, and that's going to be another fight win for Purdue, as they now are ticking up to around 50%.
Oh, I wouldn't count these players out though. The Lucio and the Kiriko getting caught in the Terror Search, but Smogus will fall in response, and there is still kills being traded back and forth. Sabbath takes out Swigs. What is going on the point right now? It's an absolute bloodbath, back and forth. And Northwestern, I believe, has the team advantage, and now Purdue needs to stall. They need to wait for their team to come back, and Smogus is going to swap onto the Doomfist to do just that. They're going to be able to touch, but as the Kiriko ult comes out, they need to find something of their own. Swigs is going to pop that Sojourner. He's going to find one. He's going to find two. Pulseman comes out, finds nothing. And with Swigs still with the Sojourner ult up, oh, it's going to come into Purdue's favor.
Yeah, Purdue doing a great job of, even though they lost the Doom early in that fight, they just had so much offensive pressure from that DPS. Swigs especially, need to highlight him in that fight. Able to get, I think it was a 3K at least. So a huge fight for Swigs. And as Purdue is now taking up to 70%, it looks like maybe a last fight territory for with their own advantage, but no ultimates. They're gonna have the Kiriko ultimate up in a second, but that's absolutely it for this fight. Meanwhile, Northwestern going to be able to start this engage with the Terror Surge. Probably going to be seeing it as soon as this Kiriko ult wraps up. Are they going to be able to outlive it, though? That's the question. Not yet able to find anybody. Just a great job from the enemy soldier hiding behind that little pillar.
Oh.
And there's the Terror Surge. It's going to find Swigs.
Oh.
And the beat comes out from Northwestern as well. And now Purdue needs to find something. They have the beat come out, but it might not be enough. Is you need damage. You can't just survive. As you're down at 3v5 right now.
Yeah, it's just last fight territory here. Purdue needs to absolutely clutch up. And as Smogus and Goose fall, it's not looking good for Purdue, as now overtime is ticked. The Lucio falls, and so does the Sojourn. And it's just up to Blaze to stall this out for as long as possible, but he will get taken out. And that is the first map going over to Northwestern on Nepal.
Yeah, Purdue looked so strong in the beginning of this village point, but it seems like Northwest, the only direction that this is going is south for them, as Northwestern is going to be able to take this first map and put them up 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, absolute dominance in Swigs. Even though on the losing side, look at this play, just the impeccable aim, just his team being able to kite people into him, and that he just takes out with one shot, one kill. Just both teams have it in them. It's just that Northwestern were able to come out on top in this one.
Yeah, one thing that I really want to highlight from that game is that Northwestern, playing into these Orisa comps, where there's just a lot of ultimates flying and there's just a lot of sustain, one of the most important things that you need to be doing is kiting away from these ultimates. And you saw a great job in that last fight especially, where Purdue had their Kiriko ultimate up before Northwestern was able to pop anything. That could have been the game ender right there and brought them to a map 3, but unfortunately, nobody from Northwestern fell. They just did a great job of outlasting. I mean, we saw the Sojourn hiding behind the pillar, and there were no sightlines onto her.
Yeah,
she should have gone down with only 250 health, and nobody could find her.
Yeah, that's perfect Overwatch right there. Being able to recognize when you should take an engage, when you should back off, and Northwestern did that perfectly, and won as a result. Perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, again, with that Orisa right at the end, with Northwestern able to catch the Swigs out, and that, I think, was the difference maker in this game.
That was a crazy pull. I don't know if you guys noticed, but it looked, from our end, it looked like that it pulled Swigs out from behind the wall, but Swigs might have been peeking a little bit and just got pulled by the Orisa ult. What a heads-up play from the Northwestern Orisa. It was just...
Yeah, a great scoop, looking more like a scorpion than a horse. Get over here, and going to be able to get that pick. And I think that is what sealed the deal for Northwestern.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. And now, looking forward, I'm curious to see what the Purdue swaps are going to be, because they started off on that Junker Queen and Moira, and that might be what they're comfortable with. But at the end of the day, I do believe that Kiriko just has an advantage against Moira. I think at the end of the day, she outputs more healing. I think she just has more utility. So it's going to be really interesting to see what Purdue tries to do with map choice, hero picks. I'm just curious to see how they try to adapt to this because that's the name of the game right now.
Yeah, and on a similar note as well, I think Orisa has a similarly strong matchup into Junker Queen as well, just because Junker Queen absolutely needs 100% to get into the backline and just start swinging on those Lucios and the Sojourns and stuff to keep that self-sustain up. But Orisa is just able to say, stay where you are. Back up.
I believe one of her voice lines is halt. So,
Yeah,
yeah,
no, and
that.
she does that. She makes you do that. She makes you do exactly that. So I'm really curious to see if we have. It seems like their Orisa play might not be practiced as heavily as some of their other characters. So I'm curious to see if we're going to. I don't think that there are any good Junker Queen maps, so I think Purdue needs to find a map where they're strong on a tank that is especially strong on that map.
Yeah, to add on to that, especially with Moira and Junker Queen, you are trying to play as fast as possible. Like you said, get into that backline, take out the backline, because at the end of the day, Junker Queen has that sustain, that innate sustain with her bleed damage. She doesn't necessarily need the healer on her 24/7, but with Orisa, you can't get past that brick wall.
Yeah.
So you just kind of stand there shooting at the Orisa, who's just golden in your face like, I'm not taking any damage today. Good luck. And it all falls apart. So I like the Orisa swap. I like that they are trying to adapt, but I think they might need to look at something a little bit, either tweaking something else or just forgoing the Orisa
Yeah,
entirely.
I think that they're not going to be able to win this mirror matchup. So if they want to take this game home, they're going to need to find a way to get around it. Either if I'm Purdue, I may be looking at like a Winston to really force the issue onto the backline, just pretending that there isn't an Orisa there at all, or I mean we've seen Azaria if come out from some of these teams throughout this tournament. So if Northwestern really just is not allowing Purdue into the backline, maybe just taking Azaria and saying, if you want to just fight 1v1, you and me, I mean, we can do that. We can just pump both of our tanks, and Zarya is going to win that 1v1 against Orisa.
I believe, honestly, right now, the tank matchup is kind of like a game of rock, paper, scissors. You have Orisa beating literally everything else. Then you have everything else beating Zarya, but Zarya beating Orisa.
Yeah.
And then you have Sigma in the corner, just kind of alone.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
you kind of have to feed into that rock, paper, scissors game, as much as it may not be as fun.
Yeah. And I think that that's actually a good point, bringing up Sigma. If there's such an like you said, just such an out of the box tank compared to the rest of them, who are based off of frontlining and taking that damage. Sigma just denying it. So if we see like a Circuit Royale or Havana, for instance, that definitely could play into Purdue's favor, because on those maps that are just so open, Sigma definitely has the advantage against the Orisa.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you take, especially on those more open maps, like you said, if you take more off angles, if you're shooting the Orisa from different spots, she can't do her, I actually don't know what the ability is called, but it's like the twirly thing. She can't do it in multiple directions. She needs to pick one, and that's how you counter an Orisa. You just take her out and eviscerate her from multiple angles.
Yeah, absolutely, because she relies so heavily on getting that cycle going of the javelin spin and then turning to gold and then the spin and then being able to back up if you haven't already won the fight. So being able to just take that all away and just saying, your only survivability is golden, and as soon as that runs out, you're just dead. I think you're absolutely right. That's what Purdue needs to play towards, I think.
Yeah. And I think Purdue, I mean, we saw Blaze on that Genji. We saw the Sojourn. Just they are pop-off players. They can definitely bring what needs to be brought. And so I think maybe if we see one of them on that Widowmaker, or maybe the Hanzo, or maybe the Tracer, or just still on the Sojourn, I do believe that they're going to have a good chance of winning these upcoming maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw how dominant, and I think it all comes back to the Orisa, because we saw how dominant Blaze especially was against UMD, who doesn't typically play Orisa comps as often, and so and he was just able to constantly be getting all the picks in the backline. So either they need to find a way. Again, we just keep coming back to it. Need to find a way around the Orisa and mess up the backline first, or they just need to find a way to get those individual plays that they were getting earlier in this tournament.
Yeah, more backline, more problems.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I'm really interested to see what they're going to come up with, as I believe it is their map pick as well.
Yes,
so
it will be Purdue's map pick, which means they can sort of tailor what they want to play to the map. And I mean, obviously, we don't know what they're seeing, but I believe that they should go onto a poke comp. But that's just me. I don't know their team, so you know what? More power to them. Like, do what you think is right.
I wish I was able to remember what they actually brought UMD onto when they lost that game 1. I'm sure that we'd be seeing something similar.
I
but
completely forgot.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
It just completely skipped my mind. So, you know, I could throw guesses into the wind, but we're just gonna have to wait and see, as they should be getting into this next game any second now. Yeah. So
how you doing?
No, I'm doing.
Let's take a step
great.
back.
Yeah,
let's take a deep breath.
I just want to talk about the level of quality that we've been seeing from all of these teams.
I am
all weekend.
thoroughly impressed.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first game that I've stepped into the booth here, but I mean, already I feel like I'm a little bit out of breath. It's just been so high-paced. The action just over and over and over again. None of these teams are relenting, and so I'm just glad that all of these teams, you know, I know that they've been coming from a far way, so just getting through that jet lag and keeping the energy up.
Oh yeah, for sure, and especially like the long bus rides, and you know, playing in an environment that is different from what you're normally playing in. Like, sure, you can bring your mouse and your mouse pad and your keyboard, but the environment is also just so important. So props to all of these players and how well they are doing, and just props for them being here in general. Like, it is, you guys are creating an amazing spectacle for us, and I could not be happier. I'm stoked.
Yeah, no, there's absolutely an aura in this building that's just it's just infectious. It really is.
Infectious?
So, Overwatch? UMD Overwatch?
Like the UMD Overwatch?
Like the tank player?
Like the tank player?
Yeah, no, there's just a great energy here, and it feels so good. So I know that the players are feeling it as well, and I think it really does come out in the play. I'm really happy that we've been able to get this event. I mean, even last year, something like this would have been this would have been completely incomprehensible.
Yeah.
So
it just goes to show how far collegiate esports has come in the last few months, years, whatever you want to call it. It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, these players really do deserve it. I know how much time and effort they're putting into these games. You know, scrimming, I think that basically the situation is if they're not playing a match that night, they're scrimming it. And just getting that over and over again, I know how badly they want this, not just the win, but just the fact that they're able to be here and compete in some of these, you know, in the games that they love with the people that they've been that have become, you know, really like a second family to them.
Yeah, as one of my old soccer coaches said, practice does not make perfect. Practice makes permanent. So if you practice how you want to play, soon enough it will just become second nature, and you won't really have to worry about thinking through it. And I mean, you can see some of these players, some of these teams, just obviously having things down to a science. Like it's very impressive to see, especially getting 5 people on one page. I mean, it's hard enough to get 2 people on one page these days. So like, props to everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, like you're saying, the team play as well. I think that a lot of these players have not really had the opportunity to play in like the same physical space with the rest of their team, and at the very least, not something like this, just next to each other. And you know, being able to just be there with each other, and I think it's really improving the team play as well. They're, no, they're just doing like such a good job of just like being there and having a great time, and like again, it's just really showing in this gameplay.
There's a huge difference between seeing your team during the pop-off moments versus just hearing your team in those big pop-off moments. The energy is definitely coursing through. We can hear people yelling from behind the camera. We can hear, I mean, I haven't heard a lot of trash talk, but you know, trash talk, question marks, tea bags, you know, competitive.
Yeah, we've seen some competitive non-seriousness for sure throughout this tournament, and I think that's really what these events are about. You know, they've been competing in just super serious, you know, just win it and then go home, kind of styles of tournament all game. And just the fact that, you know, they're here and they're competing, and technically they're enemies, but you know, there are a lot of friendships throughout these schools, I know, and just the again, just you know, being able to be here with these enemy teams and kind of seeing them not for the enemies, but the people that they are, and I think it's really positive for the scene. I know that overall, in the long run, there's going to be a huge moment for these teams.
Yeah, a friendly rivalry, if you will.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
now, we're on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, and this again, this is what we were talking about. And And we already see Northwestern, they're not playing the Orisa. That was giving them so much, that was giving Purdue so much trouble. And what are they doing? All
they're
crouching in this little box. We see the May, the Bastion. They're just going to run out. And Northwestern needs to be really, really careful here. The engage finally comes out, and we're gonna see the speed booster. We're gonna see the wall. They're able to catch out both the Hanzo and the Alari. The immortality field comes out, but it's not gonna be enough to save either of them, and they're just running down this Baptiste as well. What a way to open up this game. Normally, we see Circuit Royale, a very slow and methodical kind of play, but they're just going to surge out. And yeah, Northwestern is able to get the pick onto the Lucio, but he'll be back lickety-split. So, I mean, overall, a huge play from Purdue, just getting really like 40 seconds off of the clock for nothing, just for free.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly did not expect that engage to work out as well as it did. And I think it maybe says something about the two different team comps that we see running here. Like, Poke and Brawl are just the exact antithesis to each other. And as we see the Brawl come out, the Sigma stuck, no immortality field to be seen. And he will just fall, but unfortunately, Swigs is going to fall to the Hanzo on the backside of the fight, evening it up to a 4v4, but the tank is just so important. So it's unknown if Northwestern will be able to push forward here.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that Purdue is uncharacteristically playing a little bit slow this game. I think they're just waiting for the Bastion, but they're going to explode as I say that, and the Hanzo is just going to fall over immediately. They need to be really careful for that Widow, but it's hard to get this kind of angle when they have the when Purdue has the option to just say, get out of my get over here.
Speaking of get over here, Bazaar taking things into his own hands, just gonna take out 2 casually, and finally Northwestern gets this cart moving. But after a 2-minute stall, that's just props for Purdue. I mean, this is fun to see. I love this. This is fun.
Yeah, Northwestern has like the traditional comp for this map. You know, we see the double sniper with the Zenyatta and the Baptiste, and Purdue just playing something completely out of nowhere, and so far it's working out for them. As like you said, 2 minutes down, they need to be really careful about this Widowmaker with the wall hacks, but they're just going to surge out now with their ultimates, and Sabbath just kind of running away. They are going to lose the Lucio, but Northwestern is completely split, and they might have trouble just working together here and grouping up.
Now look at all these ults coming out for Not. Northwestern popping, I believe that's 5 ults in that fight, while Purdue pops 3. Now, as the cart approaches this first point, I don't believe Purdue is going to get a touch, but yeah, I think you'll take that. I mean, 5 ults for 3. That is something that you love to see.
Yeah, especially when you're playing against, you know, double sniper on this map, and if you're not able to match that necessarily, it's really easy to just get steamrolled on this first point. It's just so open. So really glad to see how well Purdue was able to hold that. Now now that they got what they wanted out of that first hold, I think they're happy to just, you know, play snipers and you know, match Northwestern and just, you know, play the game how it's like supposed to be played, because you know, they're like up, you know. So yeah, a huge switch up from Purdue, but they're just right now giving Northwestern a little bit of space. It's so hard to play early on that thing, and it's a huge shot coming out from Northwestern, going to be able to take out Blaze on that Widowmaker, and that's going to give Northwestern the opportunity to start walking up. We see the grass coming out from Smogus, but he's just going to go down as soon as that's over. The rock is probably likely going to come out, but we see the beat come out, and that's going to flip the fight.
Yeah, that's the ghost switch. They hit the beat and they run into the backline. You don't really see a Sigma brawl, but this Sigma's in your face, and he is going to take out lackluster Zenyatta, and then his team is just going to follow. That was beautiful.
Yeah, no, that was such a good job of, like we were talking about from that first game of, even though we saw the ultimates coming out from Northwestern, like, Purdue just didn't fall. They just decided to live. We saw the graphs from Smogus, and I thought that was it, but he's just somehow able to, from the ashes, to stay alive, and then the beat comes out, and that's going to be a beautiful shot from Blaze, taking out the Baptiste, and I mean, that on its own is basically, you know, going to be a red light for Northwestern. They're just getting to back up.
Yeah, and I mean, Northwestern just kind of getting caught here on mid-rotation, and that staggers. You don't want to see those staggers. There's 2 minutes left on the clock, and you still have this large mountain of a point to still push through. This point is historically hard to push through. It is. there is high ground everywhere, double sniper, taking multiple off angles. It is so hard to push through.
Yeah, I would probably say that this is the single most impressive high ground in the entire game. And you can see that the Zenyatta is already caught off in the team. So, you know, if Purdue wanted, they could just take a fight onto Northwestern and be up for the 4. But instead they're just going to fall onto the Zenyatta. Unfortunately, Swigs gets caught out in the rotation. He's just going to fall. And now Purdue is forced to win out of 4v5.
Yeah, and as the window comes out and Smogus falls, I do believe, you know, as we were just talking about it with, you know, oh, this point is so hard to crack. Northwestern's making us eat our words because they did it in about one fight.
Yeah, we're going to see the Dragon Strike coming out from Swigs, which is a little bit interesting because there's nobody there to fight, but I think that they're just trying to get as much space as possible because they need to get onto this point now. It's already pushing right towards that end, and we're going to see the Flux come out, but he decides to get into Bizarre's face. A little bit of a bizarre choice for him to be making is he's just going to get rocked and knocked over, and that's going to be the counter of his ultimate. The Dragon Strike coming out from Northwestern is going to find that Lucio, as Smogus goes down, it's going to be very hard for Purdue to walk and keep any kind of space onto this point. They're just going to have to give it up, but they almost got that down to, I believe, 30 seconds.
Yeah, that was really close, and you know, Purdue making the decision to take that fight once again, forcing a few ultimates before they just reset and take on point 3. But as we see Sabbath with that Sojourn ultimate, the only ultimate in the game right now, actually, in the lobby. And so it's all on Sabbath here to make something happen and make a play. And Purdue, it's time to figure out something, figure out a response.
Yeah, they're going to switch onto this Cassidy, which is interesting to see because that's normally something that you play into a high octane speed composition. While Northwestern were the ones who need that sort of response, but we're going to see just a pile down from Purdue as the overclock comes down. It's not quite going to be able to find anybody, but it doesn't matter. It's able to open up the space, but Avcasta is going to be able to get the pick onto Sabbath, and Swigs gets the pick onto that Zenyatta Lackluster, and that's going to be a fight probably for Purdue, but Northwestern is absolutely giving up a fight. They're not giving this up just quite yet.
Yeah, that Hanzo on the high ground is being an absolute menace, taking that off angle and just kind of working around the Sigma shield. He is going to be able to find 2, but unfortunately it results in not a lot. But at least Purdue has stabilized, and now that there's less than a minute left on the clock, Northwestern, with this Sigma Flux, is going to have to find an answer to Purdue's hold right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to actually go, you rotate all the way around to the high ground, but they need to be careful. It is a very easy, rotate to get picked out on. Fortunately for Northwestern, I don't think that they're going to lose anybody on that rotation. They're just going to kind of force Purdue completely off this high ground. You know, the Widowmaker's basically in their spawn. They're still just, running her down. And look at Bizarre with this huge off angle. Is he going to be able to find anybody? He has the Flux as well if he chooses to pop it. It's going to come out, and the Rock's going to miss, so he's just going to get a free pick onto the Zen. That's a huge way to open up this fight.
Yeah, and now the window comes out on the cart, takes out 2, and now Purdue is left scrambling. They need to get in the spawn. They need to survive. And as the Flux comes out, not finding anything, Smogus is going to fall on the point. It's stall time. It's desperation time. Window comes out. Goose will fall. The Tracer will fall. And that is a full completion in overtime for Northwestern on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, we saw a similar situation earlier in this game. Earlier in this tournament, where the cap was very, very close to the end, and unfortunately in that game they weren't able to get that cap and they lost for it. So we know how impactful it is just to get this 3-minute cap even with no time on the clock. So Northwestern's got to be feeling pretty good about this first cap, even through Purdue's little shenanigans on that first point.
Yeah, Northwestern just honestly, that last point was played to pretty much perfection. They diverted Purdue's attention with the Sigma on the high ground, and especially with that Flux. And then the window in main just allowed them to have a free shooting range on to the members of Purdue. And like clockwork, they just fall. Northwestern, an amazing plan, and sticking to that plan. So well played.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And when I talk about Purdue again, looks like they're allergic maybe to the meta of this map. Is we're going to be seeing, first of all, a switch from Hanzo onto that Ashe. I know that they were playing at the end of that last game, but more importantly, they're not going to be playing the Baptiste, who normally is a super pivotal part of this composition, instead opting for that Kiriko. And I think that plays into just how fast Purdue likes to be playing these games. They don't like to sit back. They don't like to wait for an opportunity. They like to make the opportunities for themselves.
And I'm so glad you said that because that was also apparent on defense with them refusing to swap off the Lucio and go to the Zen. Now both characters have their own merits. Zen with a very high damage output and Zen with the and Lucio with the speed boost. But Zen is just what you see more typically on this map. And as I say it, the Zen on Purdue is just going to take out Lackluster's Allari. And although Smogus falls, the spawn point for the Allari is much farther than this Sigma.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up because it feels like it should be like a 1-for-1 trade if you get a pick and the enemy team gets a pick, but just because of how close these spawn points are, Smogus is going to be able to rejoin his team right now while the Allari is kind of nowhere to be seen. So an advantage coming out from Northwestern, and it seems like Bazaar was not really sure of what was going on as he's put himself in a weird position, and he's going to get caught out, but it's actually going to be Blaze getting the first pick onto this fight onto Sabbath, and Lackluster coming back now rejoining the fight, and he's going to take out the enemy Sigma.
Bit Mortality Field is absolutely perfectly placed, and now Bazaar is back up to full HP, a survivor, but his team is crumbling around him as Blaze finds 2 headshots on that Widow. And now it's time for Northwestern to back up or die and reset, and I believe they're just going to choose to reset. And that's smart, because now with 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, on the second half of first point, this is the more defendable part of first point.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're able to get this touch, both the high ground and such a nice corner to be able to play around, it can be very easy to kind of hard hold this last point. But yeah, you need to be careful because step 1 to holding this point is actually getting onto it. And as the beautiful shot from Sabbath, as Bazaar just takes the vision off of the rest of his team, Bazaar's going to be able to get that pick, but Purdue's not giving up in this fight just because they lost the first pick, and that's actually going to be a cap. Only 1.17 meters left, and they're going to be able to take it.
That was beautiful by Purdue, losing both of their DPS, but the backline and the tank able to sustain. And I think it's really, really important there that Bazaar is the first one to fall.
Yeah.
Bazaar needs the support, he needs the help, and maybe it's something with the players not being on the same page, but Bazaar needs to survive on that point because without him they have no point presence, and Purdue just locks it in.
Yeah, and that's really the problem with holding this first point. It can be very defendable, but you actually have to be able to defend it. And Bazaar was forced to just run off the edge before the rest of his team even got there just because of how the map is designed. And Blaze is going to be able to take this first pick in this next fight. A huge rock coming out. It's not quite going to be able to find anybody, but Bazaar's team is falling down around him, and he's finally going to fall now. And we're seeing what this double, GPS support lineup is able to provide for Purdue.
Yeah, I've seen Abcastage in that kill feed so often on the Zenyatta, and it makes me question, why weren't they playing it on defense? I mean, obviously the Lucio was very good as well, but his Zen is popping.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to guess, I'd say that they were probably worried that their healing output was not quite high enough to sustain Smogus in these, like Sigma 1v1s, but I mean, it seems like it doesn't really matter. Smogus is doing a great job of surviving, even with the lower amount of healing. And I just can't say the same about the squishies out of Northwestern. They've been falling just to how much DPS Purdue has on that team composition. And we're going to be seeing the rock coming out from Smogus. The grasp now, he's almost out of abilities, but as soon as that rock comes out, he's just going to lift up Bazaar, but I don't think it's in a complimentary way. He's going to slam it back down to the ground, able to find Sabbath, but the Sigma is going to be able to kill it back up, and here comes the grass coming out from Purdue as well. The Transcendence there to block it out, and Northwestern is still looking fine, even though they lost the initial part of that engagement.
Yeah, I mean, the Transcendence there getting sort of wasted, not really what you want to see. It's just really unfortunate that his team happened to just get headshot through the Transcendence. It's so sad. And, actually, I do believe that there is a way to one-shot through Transcendence because of the new DPS passive with the 15% healing reduction. I think Purdue is just playing it perfectly.
Yeah, we're seeing the Dragon Strike come out. Bob comes out and immediately falls over. Just so much damage from that window. And that's going to be the same situation for Blaze as well, as he's going to fall to that Baptiste. And Purdue, again, is just forced it back onto the drawing board. No ultimates to their name. And they still need to overcome a Transcendence after this fight's over, because I don't think that they're going to have the punch to get through Northwestern's defense this fight.
Yeah, Hanzo looking at these off angles, just trying to contest this Ashe. And, I mean, Ashe on a high ground, very scary, but, oh, look at this, he's surrounded. but they're not going to spot him, and Bazaar takes out Smogus on that high ground on the left side. I'm sort of confused what happened there. Maybe his BAP was a little bit distracted by the Hanzo, and now it's just going to crumble for Purdue, get a reset, just, you know, get out, and Sabbath. Wow.
Yeah, he's not taking a rest as he's just, you know, running through all of these players. And we're actually going to be seeing a huge switch onto Purdue. There's the Ana, the Monkey, the Sombra, and the Genji just completely switching up their style of play. And this is absolutely the part of the map that you want to do that as well. There's a lot of dive potential. So I'm really interested to see what they're able to do. But unfortunately, the only person not switching is Abcasta on the Zenyatta. He's just going to fall on the entry, and with the Ana so far away, it's going to be hard for any kind of aggression from Purdue, but we're going to see the swap back onto Kiriko. I think this makes a lot of sense for the composition, but
Agreed.
they do need to dive, and speaking of switching as well, Sabbath switching onto that Tracer, as the Widowmaker is going to have such a hard time into really a full dive comp from Purdue.
Yeah, and this, I'm really curious about this Sombra pick as they dive the Zen, but Lackluster with the Transcend is going to keep himself alive. Blaze falls to Bazaar, and now the Ana Goose a little bit out of position here and needs to get the support from their team. They do, they sleep the Tracer. That's a massive sleep. Maybe Northwestern can capitalize on this and make it a 4v4, but unfortunately, the peel is there from Purdue, and the Tracer will live another day. And now, another dive, another fight.
Yeah, we see the grenade is going to come out trying to get a shot onto that enemy Zenyatta. It would have made him very easy to fall, but unfortunately it's going to miss, and it kind of just puts Purdue in a weird situation where they don't have the healing output that they need to keep this this Winston up. They're just going to nano him, but we're going to see a pulse bomb probably coming out from Northwestern Sabbath onto the enemy Ana, but he's not going to be able to find anybody, and Smogus is going to fall without Primal, and so that's going to be another fight win for Northwestern, as they're going to be able to tick up to only down to a minute left on the clock for Purdue. They came into this with 4 minutes.
Yeah, but they're still fighting. Oh my gosh, Swigs with the EMP is going to cancel the BAP window, but it's not going to amount to much as they will fall soon after. And down goes the rest of Purdue as they desperately try to get the trade kill onto the Sigma, but at the end of the day, he's got a shield, he's got an immortality field, he's got a Baptiste at his back. You are not taking him out. And even though Swigs finds a return kill onto Sabbath at the tail end of this fight, 30 seconds left on the clock with little ultimates to show, just the Blade and the Primal Rage, Purdue has to make something happen if they want another chance at winning this map.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how oppressive Blaze's Blades can be, but he does need to be able to get to the black line in time, and unfortunately, with the Kiriko down, it's probably going to be very difficult. Here it comes. It's able to find the Zenyatta, but he's falling so low already. It looks like he's just going to have to play with the rest of his team, not going to be able to find anybody else. He's going to get a dive onto this Hanzo. Is he going to be able to find him? Not quite, but he forces him off, and there he goes. And Blaze going to be able to get three for the fight. Swig's going to be able to take out Sabbath, getting a little bit stuck on the corner, but he has the translocator, so he should be fine. Zenyatta coming out a little bit too soon, but we're gonna see the Malga from Northwestern for the touch, but he needs to get on the point. Zenyatta taking that responsibility with the Transcendence, and Purdue just needs to outlive all of these ultimates. If they're able to do that, they should be in a great position here.
Yeah, but as soon as you say that, Smogus falls and Goose falls too. The Dragon Strike, it's absolute, it's heartbreaking for Purdue. They had that fight in their pocket, but Northwestern comes back with at least 3 different ultimates and a Maga, and they will take Circuit Royale, leading to their victory on this round of our Overwatch group stage. Oh my goodness. There was a lot going on there. We need to break that down a little bit.
Yeah, no, that was just a great hold from Northwestern. They were kind of crumbling in that defensive half. We saw throughout most of it, they were down. They were kind of getting run over a little bit with how high octane Purdue's gameplay was on this traditionally very slow and methodical map. So really love to see, trying to think outside of the box and come in with something unorthodox, but unfortunately, we see why it's the meta.
Yeah, I mean, Baptiste and Zen are just so strong together. Bap has all the heals and all of the sustain, while Zen just has all of the damage, and that Transcendence is so powerful to boot. It's just so hard to dive a backline that can't be dove. So, honestly, big props to Purdue for trying something different. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, but we saw some Winston.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the problem with, like you said, trying to dive a Zenyatta and a Baptiste is that you see the Winston, And then you don't see the Winston as he's already back in the spawn room.
Yeah.
Just so
Yeah.
much damage coming out. The bubble disappears like that, and it's just not quite going to work out. But I mean, they had 4 minutes going into that last point. So
Yeah.
I mean, there's absolutely something there. Unfortunately, just not, Northwestern going to be able to find their rhythm onto that last point.
And there's also got to be something to be said with, I'm going to mention Sabbath here.
Yeah.
What an amazing player, because not only did he dominate on the Widow, but he also dominated on that Tracer. It is very impressive to see. I mean, Tracer Widow are kind of like, it's that stereotype of DPS player, you know, where they play Widow, but they also play Tracer. But to be consistently good with both those characters, it's just amazing, and you really do love to see it.
Yeah, and I mean, they really are on opposite sides of the spectrum.
For sure.
You know, Widowmaker, just, you know, you have to hold down those angles and, you know, you just wait for your one shot, where Tracer is just constantly peppering in the backline. But the one similarity that they have between those two characters is how important it is to just have fantastic aim. And I mean, that's why Sabbath has just been dominant throughout this series and throughout this tournament. It's because he has that aim.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
just not missing shots. And it really was the nail in the coffin for Purdue, as Northwestern is going to be able to take that series.
Yeah, and if you have nothing else to say, I do believe that's going to be all for us at the desk. I believe Overwatch on stream is now going to transfer over to Rocket League, if I'm not mistaken. So this has been Alex, a.k.a. Gumi.
I've been Tomas. Also, you can find me at Dormat.
And it's been an honor casting for you all. But we're going to cut to a quick break, and then we're going to transition over to Rocket League. Thank you all so much for watching.
See you there.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to the Big Esports Conference LAN. I'm Pink, joined here by Poke. We're bringing you round 4 of Rocket League. It's, I think, our first Rocket League stream of the day. I'm ready to get into it. We're going to have Michigan and Minnesota. So if you want to kind of just run down what you think about the matchup real quick, I'd love to hear it, Poke.
I think this is going to be interesting. Both teams are really looking to try to get a win from this. I know Indiana and Ohio State are kind of at the top right now, so this is going to be a big match for both of them. They really need to kind of lock in and get this win. It's going to be important for moving on. So what do you think? What's your opinions on this?
Yeah, I think this is a very, very talented group. If we're looking in comparison to the other group, this is I think the roster's overall a lot stronger. So I think I'm expecting this to be a very tight match. I was talking to some of the Purdue players earlier, and they have a lot of respect for both of these teams, and I have a lot of respect for both these programs. So I'm expecting a very, very good matchup, and it is a must-win situation. You want to be going well into round 5 to get yourself that quarterfinal spot and to avoid the play-in. So we'll see what ends up happening, but I think we're going to get ready here in just a minute.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get into the lobby. Should be up in just a second. And as an Ohio State student myself, you know, no bias towards either of these teams, definitely. But
yeah, you definitely love Michigan.
Yeah,
there.
I definitely love Michigan.
Yeah,
have no bad blood towards them
Yeah,
whatsoever. But you know, as a neutral here, just hoping to get some good Rocket League, hoping to get some fun matches, and hoping to see both teams kind of showcasing the skills that they've kind of built up over the years to get to this point. I think it's going to be a good match, and looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm expecting complete bias casting here.
Yeah, exactly.
And you know, I'll try to balance any Michigan hate that we see. You know, I'm a Midwest boy myself from Illinois, but I got some friends up in Minnesota. I know some people who go to Minnesota. It's a great university, and so I'll just be rooting for them a little bit in my head. But I know Michigan, extremely talented. Shout out to Mr. Price, who's been helping us with the event overall. And I know this Michigan esports team in general has just been performing well across the game. So I know they're going to have a lot to bring to the table, and I'm looking forward to what we can see from the Rocket League team. I don't really get to see a lot of how they perform on Midwest LAN, so it's going to be kind of my first intro into it. And speaking about intros, here we go into game number 1 here. We're going to watch Minnesota on the ball.
Yeah, and looking like both teams are going to be trying to get that strong start. I think whoever gets the first goal is probably going to be setting the tone for at least the rest of this game, as we see kind of some midfield play, just looking to test out the waters a little bit. And let's see, big block there, and hopefully one of these teams can get a goal soon and just build up that momentum from there.
Yeah, we're going to see Stephen Orell coming with a nice flick into the top left corner. Great way to start it here for Minnesota. A great opening goal. These players are just coming off a break, so setting that tempo early, getting that early goal is very massive for them.
And it looks like there was a bump attempt in net as well by Bismo. Seemed to catch the defender, I think, a little bit and just opened up that net. And as of right now, Minnesota taking a commanding start at the moment. Hopefully they could build on this, and we'll see how Michigan can try to respond.
Got nice control off the kickoff there from Rad. It's going to go into the Michigan corner. Pat Goat getting around 1. It's going to go to Typical J. Just throws this one downfield towards a teammate, but Rad easily first to it. See now Typical J with a nice shot. The defender from Minnesota not ready, and that one just will go right in off the missed rotation.
Yeah, and we see a slight mistouch there. Rad, I think, expecting that to bounce up the wall and kind of be able to follow it, but unfortunately doesn't clip that lip or how he wanted to. Rolls back into the middle, and it's just a perfect setup for Michigan to take advantage of.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be a feel-out game. I'm expecting rotations to be kind of rough, not only because this is the first time these teammates are playing these teams are playing against each other, but also because we just came off a large break. Everybody just kind of got lunch. They haven't played in like an hour or two, so comms are going to be kind of cold, hands are going to be kind of cold. I'm expecting this series to really ramp up both mechanically and strategically as we go, but Rad is not slowing down whatsoever, taking that pass right from the middle of the field and sinking it away.
And we see a bump play, or I should say a demo play, not really working out how Michigan, I think, wanted it to. Both teams already right off the bat showing some physicality. I think that might be a really big decider in this match, as the meta's kind of developed recently to really favor teams that can get in there and get in the other team's face. And here we see CFN trying to do another shot, try to take it in the air. Doesn't really work out, and Michigan now with the ball trying to move downfield, goes for a 50, but as of right now, I think Michigan, they're going to be struggling to get this this response with how strong Minnesota's taken the start of this game.
Yeah, I think I like really your point about physical play. It's definitely developed over recent years. Play's gotten so mechanical and so fast that just taking a player off the field opens up everything so much. It makes play so much easier, and we're seeing a lot of first-man rotations going through the back of the net and trying to take out that goaltender, but hasn't worked amazingly so far. What I've seen mostly from goals is just defensive mistakes, so I'm expecting those to get cleaned up, especially if these teams want to do well long-term. But we'll have to see how it pans out.
Yeah, that was always how I tried playing Rocket League. Was just get in the other team's space. Loved the demos, loved the bumps. I think whichever team can do that better, you know, might get a little favorable casting. We'll see. Try not to let the bias show through a bit. But as of right now, Minnesota really trying to put on the pressure. They're kind of keeping the ball in the other team's half for the moment, doing a good job of following up on each other and kind of just building up, passing, getting some backboard shots. Hopefully, here's one right now, but unfortunately for them, it's cleared off the line. And it's looking a bit awkward at the moment, but almost there. And as of right now, Michigan struggling for boost, struggling for control, just trying to get the ball out of their half at the moment.
Yeah, midfield presence for Minnesota has been really, really strong. They're playing a lot of boomer ball and just chasing down the challenges from Michigan. And it's working out perfectly for them. They're kind of just, I think, faster right now. They're just getting to everything they want to, and they're kind of manipulating the play exactly how they want. And they've gotten a lot of shots here in the last minute or so. So we'll see if that results in a breakthrough for them, as this will just cause Michigan to be low on boost perpetually.
Yeah, Minnesota, right now, we're going to see another clear going back towards the midfield. It goes to a Michigan player. Hopefully they can try to build stuff up for at the moment. But once again, Minnesota, they just pounce right away. They are so quick to this ball. They're so quick to just snuff out any attack or pressure that Michigan can be building. You see CFN try to pop it up. Typical is going to be up, tries to pass the middle, but it's not really to anyone. And once again, Minnesota, they're going to be clearing the ball. They're going to be trying to building pressure from this. And I just think maybe you could think that there's a little bit of nerves going on after that start that Michigan had, conceding right away to Minnesota. And in such a must-win game for them, you know, I could see that they might be playing a bit nervous, might be playing a bit scared, might let the speed of Minnesota get to them a little bit.
I really like how they've kind of changed up play now for Minnesota in the last minute or so in this game. They're keeping the ball a lot closer, looking for 50-50s, and just trying to force the issue for Michigan, make them make a play, rather than trying to have them capitalize off of a Minnesota mistake. We're seeing a lot deeper of rotations, they're giving up a lot more space, but they have confidence. And I say that right now, that one got a little scary there, but Pat Goat can't really do anything off the clear, so we're still fine if you're a Minnesota fan. They're still up one with about 30 seconds left.
And with 30 seconds, we have Michigan trying to really push for an equalizer. That's an unfortunate miss. They're going to try to keep the ball in play, keep it in their half. Pat Goat, unfortunately not able to continue with that ball. And once again, another Minnesota clear. 20 seconds. This is the time to really try to dig deep, try to get some offense going. At least at the moment, they're going to need some momentum for next game if they can't get this. But once again, Minnesota, they're composed, they're taking their time. And I'm not sure if I could see an equalizer with how well they're playing right now. 3 seconds, 2, 1, and that's probably going to be game. Minnesota takes game 1 in this best of 5.
Strong game number 1 from Minnesota. Very well played all the way through. I think they had a game plan going into it, and it's working out right now. Michigan just needs to figure out how to generate some offense, and we'll see how they adjust. This is a best of 5, so there's plenty of games to figure it out. But you definitely don't want to go and lose the second game right away and have to do that reverse sweep. So they really need to kind of figure it out now. But the good thing for Michigan is that they have defended well. In the last 3 minutes or so of the game, they didn't concede, and they've been playing overall very good and clean Rocket League. I think they need to take a little bit more risks, though, and try to find teammates a little bit better. Another thing I'm noticing from Minnesota is that their comms seem to be a little bit cleaner. I'm seeing a lot more fakes, a lot more strategic leaves for teammates, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, even towards the end of that game, you said that Michigan didn't really concede, which was good for them. They kind of tightened up the defense, but there was still a few double commits, a few nervy moments that looked awkward for them.
Right.
I think once they can really solidify that, I think they're going to be in a lot better of a spot to not concede early, not concede that second goal, and hopefully we can see a lot tighter of a game. I think both teams were playing some good defense. They were really trying to not be the one that made the first mistake. So I think if Michigan especially can kind of tighten that up, I think they're going to be in a good spot to hold off Minnesota a little bit better.
Well, let's see how they adapt going into game number 2. Here we go. Kickoff in favor of Minnesota. CFN going to throw it towards the middle, but Beastmo beats the ball, so it's going to go to Juventix, who has a shot off the post and the crossbar. Unlucky there. Paco going to try to get around it, but another good 50-50 falls a typical J, and there we go. Goal number 1 off the start, off rip, 15 seconds in, and Michigan will take a lead.
And it starts with just a really good 50 from Paco off the corner. It kind of bounces back towards the middle, and typical, perfectly rotating just to be in that right spot, right time, and just slams it right down the middle. You know, it's not the best place shot, but when you got that much power, it doesn't always matter. And Michigan taking that 1-0 lead, you know, really important for them to bounce back here.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm really seeing great play from these teams that will like making these goals. I think they're forcing mistakes out just by causing a lot of pressure, but we're not seeing like this infield passing that we see at like a very high level. It's just more of, hey, I'm forcing them to save the ball like 8 times, and then eventually it's just going to fall to me, and it's working. But I think as we go further into the tournament, that strategy won't necessarily adapt. So I'm hoping to see kind of an elevated level here, especially from Minnesota, who was starting to kind of fall into that groove. What a pass just off the crossbar. But we'll see how it develops as we go further in.
Paco going for an air dribble. Can't get the height on it that he wanted, and it's unfortunately saved away for him. Trying to keep the pressure on, but a missed touch in the midfield, and Minnesota might have an opportunity to score here. It's cleared away well by Juventix. Bismo trying to put it back into play, and let's see. Oh, they're awkward. Minnesota might be kind of trying to score here, but relieving that pressure. And once again, I think we're seeing a lot of teams like not commit as much as they really should. It seems like both teams, they're still feeling a bit nervy, still feeling a bit scared. And I think they're kind of just waiting for their opportunities, like you said, instead of taking it. Oh, but there's a shot, top corner Juventix, beautifully placed off the missed touch. And once again, we're just seeing slight misplays, slight missed touches. And you know, Michigan once again there to capitalize on it. But I really want to see a team, like you said, really just kind of go all out, put on the pressure, you know, focus up, lock in, get those touches that instead of forcing mistakes, just create chances right off the bat.
But nonetheless, Michigan has a 2-goal lead here, and with 3 minutes left, they're doing way better than they did last game. And I think it's just coming down to good, clean rotations and good, clean Rocket League. So let's continue as we see Rad with a booming clear. Oh, he's trying to find Bismo. Bismo with a nice redirect, and what a save by Juventix.
No way.
Fantastic goal line clearance, and is going to turn into a counter attack. Typical J can't reach it though. So, wow, what a way to keep the 2-goal lead secured. I thought that one was in. It was a great play by Minnesota, but just fantastic defense.
I don't know how that stayed out. That ball was 99% over the line, but what a save. You know, Michigan, you know, doing what we said, tightening up the defense a bit. You know, they're looking a bit cleaner. They're looking like they're really trying to push for a 3rd goal, and they have it. Typical. Slots it down the middle off of a great ceiling pass. And 3-0. This is looking like a blowout after a Minnesota lead.
Yeah, the adjustments have been very, very solid, and the fact that they're causing so many issues with only forcing 2 men up the field and just having such a deep 3rd man is very impressive. So props to Michigan for adapting. They're going to get another goal off that kickoff, and it's tough here now. You have a mountain to climb if you're Minnesota, and although the Gophers sure could just probably burrow under that mountain. It looks like they're just the ones being buried right now. So,
and you know, in Rocket League, kickoff goals, they're cringe, they're dumb, no one likes them. But I don't think you care if you're Michigan. 4-0 with half the game left to play. I mean, you know, unless you have some kind of momentous collapse, or unless Minnesota can really turn it on, you know, I think they've almost guaranteed game 2. And you know, if you're Minnesota right now, what are you looking for to try to adapt and look towards the next game, or maybe even try to fight this one to see if you can get some kind of comeback?
Yeah, I think the big thing for Minnesota right now is they need to clean up the defensive rotations. They are kind of forcing the issue. I think they feel like they desperately need to score, and they're leaving everything behind. And normally with like a minute left in the game and you're down a goal, I understand throwing the 3rd man away and just trying to force the problem. But it just right now, you had so much time. You had so many chances to make opportunities. And you're just leaving one person back in these offensive attacking scenarios trying to get a counterattack, and it just results in you scoring over and over again off of like saves and stuff from your own goal line.
Yeah, and you can see Michigan, they're 4-0 up, but they want more. They really want to put the nail in the coffin here. as Juventix passing the middle. Oh, typical once again, slotting it off of a great pass infield. 5-0. You know,
Hat trick
and
for him too.
Rad, who was the kind of the star of the Minnesota team in the last game, having a few nervy moments on the back line, and you know, Michigan, you know, they're just showing their complete dominance in this game. They're going to tie up the series, and you know, I don't see a single way back for Minnesota at this point.
Well, the nice thing about Rocket League is that games can just flip like this. Sometimes you just have an off game, and then you can just reverse it right away. And like we saw from Michigan in Game 1 to Game 2. So, although you lose 5-0 this game if you're Minnesota, or even more, depending on how Michigan plays in the last minute or so, there's such an easy way for you to capitalize. What a great physical
the
play.
mistouch!
But the goal is not there. He just misses the aerial. Everything was there. The goal was open, and just not able to capitalize. They're going to want that one back. And at this point, you just need a mental reset. But you're seeing so many bumps and a great goal for Rad. A great confidence booster. And I think this is their way back in. It's just send CFRN in towards the net like a bowling ball and just knock everyone out of the way.
And we've seen Rad, you know, he's right now top scorer for Minnesota. I think he might be the key to trying to get them back into the game, back into the series a bit. But, you know, I think they're taking advantage of their demos and bumps. Minnesota have been just really on the ball with that. And I think, you know, that's something they might want to look towards as they go to Game 3. And hopefully it can, you know, force Michigan to be a little bit more defensive, a little bit more scared when they have the ball or when they're rotating, knowing that there might be someone around the corner at any point. But as we slip into the last 10 seconds, 15 seconds, you know, it's going to be lights out for Michigan. They're going to close this game out. Pat Goat sending it downfield, trying to get one more. Ooh, Juventix almost with a touch to redirect it in the corner. Bismo send it to CFN.
What a crazy pass.
What a pass. And unfortunately for Minnesota, they're going to fall to in Game 2 to Michigan. 1-1 in the series. And what are you thinking both teams should do moving on?
Minnesota needs to not lose their confidence. I think they can definitely do well in the series, and they have the offensive power to capitalize and get back into things. I just think that right now they're probably going to play a little bit shy, a little bit too passive, and they need not to do that. We're seeing when they do send the first man through on goal, when they have nice solo play opportunities, it works out well for them. So they just need to stay on top of that, keep their mojo, keep their groove up, and keep the morale high, not get too tilted. And if you're Michigan, you just keep doing what you're doing until it doesn't work anymore. I mean, they're just playing perfectly clean Rocket League, as simple as you'd like, and it's resulting in them scoring 5. So can't really complain about it.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think they tightened up their defense, Michigan, which helped them a lot. But I think we also saw Minnesota, we saw them lose their confidence on offense. They didn't have the firepower that they did in Game 1. So hopefully they can come back and really see if Michigan really did adapt or if they just got, you know, a bad game out of them. But you know, scoring the last goal, making it 5-1 instead of 5-0, it seems like it's, you know, very marginable at best. But I think hopefully for them that can be kind of a momentum shifter, and hopefully they can carry that into the next game.
Right. Yeah. So let's see here. We're now in game number 3. Each team tied up at 1-1. Kickoff again going to go in Minnesota's favor. They've had the like most of the time it's working out for them outside of that one kickoff goal I think that happened in game number 2. So perfect capitalization off it too. Good stuff for Rad. Yeah, kickoff goals are a bit tilting, but if they're going your way every time, can't complain. And again, beautifully placed shot there. Juventix no chance on getting to it. And a great opening goal for Minnesota.
And it's off of a really fantastic pass from Bismo off the wall. You know, those shots are, or those passes are just, they're so hard to time. They're so hard to put in the right area. Rad, oh my goodness, again. Pre-flips into the ball off the kickoff, and Minnesota, this is the same thing we saw with Michigan last game. They're just taking an immediate commanding lead. And does Rad have every goal for Minnesota so far?
I don't have the oh my gosh, I don't have the stats in front of me, but I can't tell 100%. It looks like the players are actually going to be asking for a new server. We might have to restart here. Let's see what the admin says, but we'll see. We're just going to wait here for a second. Rocket League, obviously known for their perfect servers. And, nothing ever goes wrong on LAN, as we all know. So you might just have to take a second, and that's okay. We'll just reflect 2 kickoff goals straight off the start for Minnesota. I think those goals will still count. I think Michigan's going to respect that. So we will find out. But just give us a minute here on a tech pause. What's your thoughts on the series so far?
I'm so surprised at just how I want to say back and forth, but it's like back and forth to the extreme.
Yeah.
We saw a really tight game 1, 2-1, close game. Really, I think either team could have won it, but Minnesota did look a bit better. And then just right off the bat, Michigan just came out swinging. And when you put up a 5-1 performance, that's making a statement right there.
Right.
And you would think that, okay, 5-1, they found their groove. They're putting in the work. They're, taking the lead in the series. They're taking control of the series. And all of a sudden, you just see Minnesota now in Game 3, 2 goals right off the bat. Were they maybe because of some technical issues? Who's to say, kickoffs just happen like that sometimes. So we'll have to see, but, if they can carry this momentum they've built. But, right off the bat, you're just seeing close game and then so far on one side, so far on the next side. So I have no idea what to expect out of the rest of this series, honestly. It's been a roller coaster of emotions so far.
Yeah, I really enjoy Rocket League as an esport because of how it doesn't look extremely strategic on the outset, but you see these small adaptations that happen throughout the games, and it just, again, flips the script so hard. And although I wouldn't say kickoff goals are necessarily an offensive or like an adaptation that you make, it definitely is a momentum shift. And you're right. If Minnesota can continue to carry this momentum and continue to surge forward with this 2-goal lead, then more power to them. They'll be great going forward into this game and hopefully go on to match point. But the other nice thing is that there's still like 4 minutes and 40 seconds left in the game for Michigan. There's so much time for them to come back into it. So not Rutgers. Wow. Wrong school. Both are kind of red. Not really. Minnesota just needs to stay smart, play good Rocket League, maybe not be so forceful on their offense, keep that third and second man a little bit further back, and then just play clean.
And like you said, the one thing that I like about Rocket League is that the games can be a lot shorter than other esports. And so it gives you that time to kind of, if you have a bad game, if you have a bad performance, you can really just like flip it around right away, as opposed to just feeling in a slump for so much longer.
Right.
So, we saw not Maryland, wrong team. These M's, Minnesota, Michigan, Maryland, there's so many of them.
Yeah.
We saw Minnesota win game 1. We saw Michigan just destroy game 2, but who's to say that's just not maybe off of a little bit of a slump in Minnesota, and they can just flip a switch hopefully and just come right back into it. But I think both teams are going to be having a little mental battle between them of resetting, adapting, because that's just how Rocket League is as an esport. When you have so many games in a row, you have best of 5s, best of 7s, as opposed to maybe best of 1s or 3s as you see in other games. It's just a matter of who can get their composure locked in first and keep it longer.
Yeah, and I like the format that we're running for this tournament as well. We're giving people opportunities to play multiple games, adjust and adapt, and kind of. I think the teams that have the best mental moving forward will do well long term, and so I like things that are not single elim. So. Good on BEC for that. Appreciate the format. And I also like, we're seeing other esports, specifically at this tournament, like Valorant, where they're playing best of 1 maps. And I feel like losing that, it just hurts so bad because you really just don't get to adjust. You don't, after the game or reflect on what happened. You just have to deal with it in the moment, and that makes it very, very difficult. And although you don't have a ton of downtime between games in Rocket League, but in games where you're losing by 5, you can spend most of the game time that you have left strategizing and figuring out what you need to be doing for the next one, and not necessarily focusing on the loss that you have right now. And it can be a good mental reset. So I think that's what we're seeing came out from Minnesota. But again, we'll see once the game gets started. Still think it's going to be a few more minutes, server issues as always, but what can you do?
Classic Rocket League, classic Rocket League. It's not an esports tournament without some server issues with Rocket League. So, what can we say? Expected, disappointing, but definitely expected. That's just the game.
But hey, you know what? Shout out to Rocket League though. They did just add central servers.
They did add central servers. I have not to play on them yet.
Okay.
as an Ohioan, it's we kind of stay, I think, a bit on the east.
Yeah.
I did have some people try out Central servers, and they said it didn't work.
Okay.
So,
All right. Well.
so we'll have to actually see how that turns out.
Sorry,
But
it's a question mark on the
it's
shout
a
out to
question mark on
Psionics,
the
but
Central servers. But they're working on it. It's at least after years and years of complaining, it's at least something. I'll
Right.
take that. I would assume we're using East servers for this, but maybe if not, maybe if we're using Central, then
I think
maybe that's why.
I think Central servers are based in Chicago. This is a bit nerdy topic right now. So it's in like Chicago or Texas. So speaking about Texas, I'm pretty sure winner of this gets to go down to CECC, which is in Texas. I think, is it Fort Worth? Dallas Fort Worth area. I don't know. I could be wrong. But it's a huge honor to be there. There's going to be some really talented schools there. I think most of them are already shored up and selected. So I'm excited to see one of our top teams play in that competition. It's kind of like the national championship of esports run by NECC. So shout out to them and giving us that slot and that opportunity. Who is your prediction to win the whole overall Rocket League bracket?
Well.
Okay, all right. So
yeah.
Ignore these things here.
Don't look at these. Don't look at these.
Yeah.
I know. Was it Indiana? I think in this group I think they're 3-0 right now. I think they just had a match actually against Ohio State where they, it was kind of the battle of the two favorites of the group coming out right now, and I think Indiana won pretty convincingly. So I think they're looking really good to make it out of the group definitely, and then make a deep run. So I could maybe see them taking it.
Yeah. So historically, Purdue does really poorly against IU in Rocket League. They always have a really good team. I know your OSU roster is always kind of interesting because I feel like at every event you have a different team that comes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, how do you feel about this OSU team that you guys got here?
That's a good question. So actually, I know a lot of them because I was actually last year I was on the team with a few of them. Decided to step down, or at least that's what I say, because I 100% would have been kicked. I was not very good. I scammed my way onto the team for 2 years. We don't need to go into it. It was a surprise, I think, for most.
Yeah.
But so I mean, that Ohio State has always been that team that we just have a lot of really good players that we enough to where we don't really always have a set 3-person roster. We don't have that kind of defining team that a lot of these other teams might have.
Right.
So there's a lot of mismatching mismatching
going on. Yeah, we'll go with that.
Between different players' rosters. I know we have multiple teams and people kind of go up and down. So it's really interesting. I think they have definitely the potential to kind of make it far and do well. So far, they've done well in the group. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if maybe is this the roster that can win the whole tournament. I'm not too sure, but so far I think they should be proud of their performance.
Okay, we're finally back. We got it back. We're at 2-0 in favor of Minnesota. We got 4 minutes and 25 seconds left back on the clock. Let's see how things go. We should be on a good server now. Everybody should be happy. So we're gonna get some peak Rocket League gameplay here for you right now.
And we see right off the bat, Minnesota, of course, starting strong as they have been. It's a nice pass to the midfield. And Rad, once again, their top scorer at the moment, really trying to push for a double tap. Does he? Oh, it's a just mesh of cars on the backboard, but Michigan somehow scrapes their way out of it. And Minnesota, they're trying to pull a Michigan-level performance right here with Bismo slotting it into the net off of a pass from Rad. I swear, I think Rad has had 100% goal participation. I think this might be the first goal he hasn't scored, but it doesn't matter because he's just going to pass it anyways. He's going to be their front man.
Hey,
just put him on the map. This is a great performance out of him.
Yeah, he's looked really good. Let's see what we can do here. He's got a nice solo play set up. He's going for a flip reset and just gets challenged immediately by Juventix. Good clear upfield, though. It means that someone get on the end of that. Bad 50, though, so maybe Typical J can get there first, but a great spawn. A little bit of RNG comes in for Bismo and gets to, get his team out of that situation. So back kind of towards this neutral game into the midfield. Typical J going to have to get a good touch here, otherwise he's going to fall for Bismo. Bismo with a pass. Oh, no.
The shot just isn't there. It was looking fantastic from Minnesota, but they could be in trouble here. And there's a fake by Juventix, and he puts it in. 3-1. We have a game on our hands all of a sudden.
Uventix cooking here, just going underneath one, calling typical J off the touch, and it just goes right into the goal. Doesn't even do more than just pop it up. And yeah, great mental game. That's going to be a little bit tilting there if you're Minnesota, but they still have a 2-goal lead, got that insurance, so they'll be feeling pretty good about it, especially if that one goes in. But no, it's right off the post. That feels a little bit unlucky.
And I don't know if you saw, but Lunkhead, or oh man, Uventix's title when he scored his Lunkhead, but I would say that was a pretty smart play from him.
Yeah.
I think he, oh my, Paco just trying to make me shut up so we can keep scoring and get him back into this game. Michigan, you know, this is what we were talking about. Just this back and forth, just nonsense by these teams, just throwing everything at the wall. They have a great opportunity. Paco, oh, he tries to dribble the defense, almost gets it actually, but you know, all of a sudden this match has just really lit up. It's gotten just crazy. Both teams just throwing everything against the wall. They are trying to find, you know, the goal that could either get them back into the game or it can cement their lead even further.
I don't know what Michigan did during that time off, but they seem a lot more coordinated. They're playing together a lot well, but Rad being a menace on the back wall, and Patco with a whiff. It could turn into a goal, and there it is. Rad slipping it in the bottom corner off his own touch and the misplay from Michigan for Minnesota, and that's a 3-goal lead here as they get their 4th in this game, number 3.
And, you know, who else? Rad, Season 4 Supersonic legend. He is just absolutely taking control of this game. And Michigan, as you saw, they had a little bit of just a whiff on the goal line. And I think, you know, could they be starting to play a bit nervous? Can they be kind of pulling a Minnesota in game 2 and just not really looking as clean as they should? Uventix really trying to go for a flip reset, but it's cleared away from the defense. And we'll see if Red, once again, putting a shot on target, typical, gonna come off the wall and really try to get this out of the danger zone. And let's see what Michigan can bring. Uventix air dribble, flip reset, gets it under one, but it's unfortunately for them blocked by the defense once again. And here we are, going end to end. That's a shot, and Bismo, they're just unstoppable right now. 5-1, this is the score we saw from last game.
Yes, script entirely flipped. It's just all Minnesota in this one, and really not sure what happened to Michigan, but again, it's all right. Just talk to each other, figure it out. I mean, they're going to be down 2-1 in the series unless they pull off a miracle. I mean, a minute and 30 seconds is enough time, technically. I've seen bigger comebacks happen, but we'll see. I don't know. I'm not feeling too great if I'm here as a Michigan fan.
I will say my biggest comeback,
yeah,
you know, it may have been back when I was in Platt or so, but it was 5 goals in under a minute. So it's still possible.
Okay, yeah.
I will say it's still possible. Bismo, you know, trying to get back. We got Minnesota. They don't care. They don't want to see that 5 goals in under a minute. They are just really trying to put on the pressure. And, you know, as we tried to see with Michigan keeping their momentum from last game, Minnesota, they're just going to be the ones looking to really just kind of hammer home that they're the #1 team in this match, and they wanted to make sure Michigan knows it, and they can just keep that just swagger up until the very end of the series.
Well,
open
there
net?
should be a free. Oh, never mind. Well,
never mind.
It was open. They just didn't want it. You know, they don't need it really.
Yeah. And it's 6-1.
Well,
are we going to see a Brazil?
No. Well, okay. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Now, to be fair, Minnesota has scored 2 kickoff goals, so
that's
very
true,
likely.
That's true.
You know, they could get another one, but. Yeah, Michigan just didn't want the goal. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
You see the open net and they're like, that's too easy for me. You know, I want to just focus on the next game, so I'll just let that one go right by and we'll just move forward. So
the more goals that go in at this point, the more time Minnesota has to keep adapting. So honestly, big brain on their end to just not let the goal go in and to just keep the clock rolling.
Right.
Oh, what a pass. Bizzo with another shot, but Paco actually a fantastic save off of his own wall. Can they try to get one more and make it 6-2, deny the Brazil? It's going to squeak in, and Uventix off the post, off of a rough save by the defense. And honestly, a great pass by Paco to really set up just a free aerial shot.
Do you want to know something kind of funny about Rocket League and like the pro streams?
Yeah.
The goal explosion that was used just there is banned in pro play because it's too underwhelming.
Yeah.
Yeah. Personally, one of my favorite goal explosions in the game. Can't get it anymore. But kind of funny. A bit of a weird one to see and kind of throwing it back to like early stages of Rocket League. But Anyways, here we are. We're going to game number 4, Minnesota, with a 2-1 lead in the series. They win this one, they take the series. And dominant performance from them. Michigan's going to have to really talk here and figure out what they need to do to get back into this one and not drop the series. But based on how the script's been going, flipping back and forth, we might see like an 8-1 in favor of Michigan in this game and go to a game 5.
The scorelines keep getting bigger.
Yeah.
1-2, then 5-1, and now was it 6-2? I mean, what are we up for? Like 8-4 or something in the next one? And of course in Michigan's favor.
Right.
So, this is, you said that goal explosion banned for being underwhelming in RLCS, but the games have been anything but. They have been high scoring, high offense, and at this point, I don't even want to make a prediction because I don't know what to expect anymore. Both these teams, when they get the ball rolling, they keep it.
It's just foot on, all gas, no brakes, just foot on the pedal, and we'll see. Let's see if Michigan can bring it back. We'll see if we get another flip of the scoreline, another flip of the script. Who knows at this point? This has been an unpredictable series. But it's been entertaining, to say the least. If you're a big fan of offense and not a fan of defense, this is exactly the Rocket League you want to be watching.
And as we've seen, I think every single team that scored first has gone on to win that game.
I believe that's true, yeah.
Both teams, Rad trying to do a redirect. Oh, and it's a beautiful pass again to Bismo. And so, Minnesota, they've won the game.
Now, we've been talking a lot about Rad, and although he did create this opportunity here, I don't think we highlighted the fact that Bismo scored 4 last game.
Oh, yeah.
This guy is on fire. All right, he is just putting everything in the back of the net. He's unstoppable for them. This combination between Bismo and Rad has looked fantastic, and it's carrying into the game number 4.
Mm-hmm. Their link-up play has been probably the best we've seen in the lobby. CFN, though, putting a shot on target, and it almost squeaks by Juventix on the line. And what do you know?
There he is.
Here he is. This man just cannot be stopped. And again, we're just seeing another, just massive game where it's just scoring so quickly, and just the pressure is just not, or the foot is just not taking off the gas at all. Michigan really going to be in a pickle here as they, this is a big game. They need to win this game.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Minnesota's going to try to even give them a chance at that. They're trying to just suffocate them in their own half. And oh no, CFN had an open net, couldn't get to it. Just a bit of a difficult read. It's a hard ball to go for, but still, here we go. Michigan on the offensive half now. Let's see if they can create an opportunity. Paco going to be on this one. Gets a good 50-50 with Rad, but Minnesota first one to it into the Michigan corner. They're chasing this one down. It's now floating up off the ceiling. Bismo looking for another double. It's into the middle, but saved
Great
away by
clear.
Triple J.
Yeah, and Minnesota, they want a third. And, as you mentioned earlier, CFN, couldn't put the shot on target, but he doesn't need to. Right here, past to Bismo. It's probably going to go in at this point, I feel like. But so far, Michigan, they've slowed it down. We see Juventix trying to get control. He's taking up the wall. And, they're spacing out a bit better. They're rotating a bit better. We just need to see them try to find each other a bit better. A lot of booming clears, as we see. Topical going to put it off his own back wall, try to follow it off the wall, but we just need to see a little bit more control. A shot kind of weak towards the net, and Bismo, he's going to keep that pressure on. He's going to put it into the corner. Rad to follow up, Petco to clear, and just as always, the Minnesota players, they are swarming all these awkward touches, all these big clears. CFN can't redeem himself quite yet. He will get some. He will
get there.
I swear, he'll shine eventually. He's been shining on defense. He's kind of locked down while Bismo and Rad kind of take control on the offensive side. He's been able to just absolutely deny any chance that Michigan's had to, break out of their own half so far.
Yeah, I want to talk about something real quick. Minnesota, for the last minute or so, was just peppering the backboard of Michigan. I think they've kind of identified that as a weakness. But Paco adapting in that last play, and he gets a goal. There we go, typical Jay scoring that one. But I was just trying to highlight that, they started pre-jumping this back wall shot. I think that they're just finally figuring it out what they need to do on defense, and now it's translating to offense. And they get one back here, so 2.5 minutes left in the game, halfway through. They're only down 1. It's a must-win scenario, and the kickoff falls neutral for them. So everything they need here to come back.
Good control out of Juventix to try to bring it downfield. It's a good, nice pinch for them, and they can hopefully try to build off this offense. Typical goes for the bump. Paco off the wall, and they're really trying to scramble, just trying to break through this defense, but Minnesota, they've held on well. That's a big booming clear from CFN. Typical's there off the wall, and it's awkward. This could be a chance. It's passed out to the middle, backboards, and no one's there to follow up. Rad is there to clear for Minnesota, and that, I think we've seen a few kind of missed chances out of Michigan. This is the game where they need to be putting those in.
Yeah, I think they made the right decision there to throw it towards the back wall, but just got a little nervous going for the shot. I don't know if it's because of how many goals they've conceded and a mistake, but not punished. So Minnesota's going to be able to carry this one down. Never mind, Typical J just doing so well to hold up the midfield, but a great pass from Rad to Bismo, and an even better save by Juventix. He almost gets the double. What a play. Here we go, offensive opportunity.
And Minnesota just kind of, once again, doing their job to get the ball clear of danger. Rad with a shot, but it's not really to anyone. Michigan, this could be, they have a lot of space, but unfortunately a touch that's just slightly too big. And once again, Minnesota, they're swarming. They are going to hold on to this 2-1 lead as best as they can. But Typical, looking for a bump maybe, goes for a pass mid. It's looking good. Juventix is there, and it's off the corner. This could be a chance. And pass, I think, slightly too high. Is it open net?
Good speed by Bismo, and it's going to turn into a shot, but Rad just not there first. So Typical J is going to carry it all the way down. Doesn't get the touch he wanted, though, so it'll turn into another clear for Minnesota. Not really trying to play slow here. They're just booming the ball away. As I say that, though, a great pass for Bismo to Rad. Rad with a flip, but just goes through the back wall. So Paco clearing that all the way down.
And we got 30 seconds left. This is do or die for Michigan if they want to try to win this game and hopefully take us to a game 5. Juventix up, trying to get it middle. Typical's there. I cannot say his name correctly to save my life, but hopefully he can save Michigan's life with 1 goal, 20 seconds left. Trying to tie it up. Typical off the wall, trying to get it mid. There's no one there except for a Minnesota player. CFN, almost his time to shine, and we have final 10 seconds. What's it going to be?
A double commit from Michigan, really going to stop this momentum forward.
There's a
but
shot.
a good pass
Oh, they're
towards the
awkward.
back wall. Juventix up, leaves it. Paco can't
He's
get it
almost
on.
there. Oh, no.
It's just down. So Minnesota ends up taking this one in 3-1 fashion. Great overall series from them. They looked really solid. They adapted really well. And a very close game here in the final one. So Michigan kind of figuring it out, but just not enough at the end of the day.
No, and we saw they almost had a really great chance at the very end there to tie it up, but just slightly too late, slightly, not getting their touches right. The pass was just a bit low. And honestly, I'm surprised that we saw a close game given the script.
Yeah.
I like that they, for the final game was able to, make it, really tense, really exciting, but I'm surprised the script actually gave us another close game instead of a blowout for either team. So that was at least appreciated. Thank you, script writers.
Yeah. So good way to end it off on that one. I think we'll be back here in just a few minutes. We're going to throw it to a break just real quick. So we'll see you soon. Thank you for joining us. Don't go anywhere. We got more action coming shortly. All right, I hope everybody had a good break. We're back again. It's me and Poke, and we're going to give you some more action. This time we got UCLA versus Indiana. I think you said it was like the top in their group versus the bottom of the group. Is that correct?
Yeah, right now Indiana is 3-0. They've kind of had just a really dominant performance over this group, definitely making it out. And UCLA, they've kind of struggled a bit. 0-3, big clash right now, just top and bottom. So, you know, hopefully, for UCLA's sake, this is their chance to really show that, you know, they can compete. They deserve to be here. You know, they were invited for a reason, and it's going to be a tough task for them, but you know, hopefully they can kind of lock in and get this done.
Right. Yeah, unfortunately, West schools in general for Rocket League, especially collegiate Rocket League, kind of have a bad reputation around them for not being as good as the East, and that's because a lot of like the bigger online universities like Fishers and stuff like that are from, or Akron specifically, are from the East. So they got to beat the allegations, and hopefully they can. But Indiana is just such a hard opponent to play against. They've done so well against specifically Purdue over tournaments this year, and they've done really well throughout the league themselves. So I'm expecting a big performance from them, and I'm hoping it'll be competitive, right?
Yeah, and you know, I think it will be competitive. I think this UCLA team, they do have what it takes to compete, and you know, I want them to come out here and I want them to say, no, you know what, Rocket League, we don't need these central servers. We are sticking with West. Everyone should stick with West because this is the place to be. I think Indiana, you know, they're going to try to deny that, and I think they're in a good spot to deny that, but UCLA, clearly the underdog, but who doesn't love an underdog story?
I mean, everybody loves an underdog story. And I also like that we have UCLA here. It's really nice to have some of the new universities that are coming into the Big Ten that aren't in it right now that will be next year. So it's cool to me. I really enjoy being able to get them featured here. And I also shout out to them. They're coming out all the way to Ohio State for the tournament. That's really cool. And I'm glad that their esports org gave them an opportunity to do that as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's like, I can't imagine, you know, when I was on the team, like, last year, freshman year, I couldn't imagine, like, you know, doing that. You know, the best I've ever done was I traveled to, like, Missouri for a sporting club. But, you know, from California to Ohio, that is such a big leap. And, you know, kudos to them for, you know, making the time and effort to actually get over here, because that is, I hope they flew, because that's one hell of a drive.
Yeah, I think they did. Because that's, what is that, like 18-hour drive?
That's gotta be crazy.
It's gotta be insane. So shout out UCLA for coming out here, being committed to esports, and let's see how they perform on the pitch. Maybe a little bit of jet lag, who knows? I mean, it's what, a 3-hour difference between here and there?
Get the excuses out early, you know, but you know, they're coming out strong, already putting some pressure on Indiana's backboard, and actually shot opportunity just wide, unfortunately, and UCLA, you know, they're going to come out swinging, I hope. I think that, you know, they have to. You know, Indiana might at this point be kind of underestimating them a bit, but I think if they can, you know, as we saw from our last match, whoever scores first gets the first goal, and unfortunately for everything that I just said, Indiana, they are going to be the ones. Infernal slightly popping it up to an Indiana player instead of UCLA, and Pablo able to capitalize, slotting it into the open net.
Yeah, a name I've heard a lot just walking around the arena today is Pablo. So I'm expecting big things from him just off of like a rumor basis. He looks really good. He sounds really good, and I know the squad is really good. So if he is going to be scoring like that, then
the fake!
Gosh,
wow!
Just there. The creativity's there, obviously. I mean, these guys look already pretty insane, and this could be pretty hard to cope with for UCLA.
Yeah, this is looking like a 3-0 team in this group, but UCLA hopefully trying to capitalize off of a little mistouch on the offense. But Pablo, here he is, 1v2, 50s it up into the air, and let's see. Hopefully they can, you know, try to get some offense here for UCLA. Darwin got a little space, trying to go for a fake, maybe a flick, gets the air dribble, goes for the bump, and it's just slightly off the post, but already showing positive signs for them. You know, they're 1-0 down, but don't let that stop. Oh, 2-0 down.
So
2-0 down.
Nice caster curse. I like that from you. That's good.
Yeah,
that's good from you. No, great solo play from Mist, obviously, and just dropping it down to Pablo, who, again, we're going to be calling his name a lot today on this cast, if I had to imagine. So great stuff from Indiana to start. And I think just, UCLA just needs to stay locked in, keep trying to play their game, and not get too tilted. It's a very talented team you're playing against, and they don't look like they're slowing down whatsoever. Oh my gosh, what a fantastic play off the back wall. The worst thing that I think Indiana could do is get way too cocky and just start freestyling. So
Yeah.
hopefully they don't do that just for quality's sake.
Yeah, as a retired, definitely retired competitive Rocket League player who wasn't very good to begin with, I've had my fair share of moments where I was the one getting styled on. But you know what? Sometimes you can just make that comeback. But I don't know if I expect that from Indiana. I think they are here to play, as they've shown, already putting the pressure on. And once again, 2-0 isn't enough for them. Missed passing into the midfield, and you know, UCLA, they're holding on at the moment, trying to get some passes going in the midfield. And there's one. Darwin, can you turn around? Nope, not in time. Zay is going to clear it. And, you know, I think UCLA, this is hopefully going to be.
Jeez,
Oh,
Pablo.
my, Pablo.
Pablo, relax, buddy. It's not that serious.
It's not that serious. You don't beat them while they're this far down. But oh man, we need to get a Pablo versus Rad 1v1. The two players that just can't stop scoring.
Like, the rumors were true. Apparently, Pablo is that guy, and he's just looked fantastic. So it's 3 goals right away, and there's still 2.5 minutes left in the game. It's got to feel a little bad if you're UCLA, but also sometimes you just got to acknowledge that he's the better player. And what you can do to kind of punish that is just demo chase him and make his life super annoying.
Oh, Pablo with the flip reset off the wall. Oh, what a defensive clear by Darwin. But they're gonna be, you know, they're gonna have their work cut out for them just defending these mechanics. Pablo already kind of showing that he's got fantastic control of the ball. It doesn't matter what position he's in. It doesn't matter how much boost he's at. But here he comes again with the double tap, and you already know. You already know.
It's automatic.
It's
okay?
automatic.
It's all it is. Oh my gosh, he's looked great. He's got 4 to his name, and it doesn't look like anybody's slowing him down. Great performance from Indiana. Great performance from Pablo. They're up 4-0 here, and it's I don't know. It doesn't look too promising if you're here for UCLA.
No, I think the best thing that you can try to do is you can try to just get some momentum going. I liked your idea. I really think that the demo chasing might work. That is, you know, it's a hard strategy to deal with if you're like not expecting it. If you know, just kind of send one person to just kind of chase and, you know, disrupt the defense. Because I think right now Indiana, they're getting these chances from just having such a strong foundation of rotations and mechanics that if you can disrupt that, I think you can, you know, try to break them down a bit more than they might be used to, and that's where you can maybe see some goals.
Yeah, it's also a bit of an ego check if you are UCLA, just having to admit that, yeah, physical play is going to be the way that we have to score because we're not beating these guys mechanically, and you got to be a little bit humble. And it's proven to work at the highest level that, like, these non-mechanical teams, quote unquote, you know, can't just go for physical play, and it keeps them up in like the top 4 in the region. So let's see if they can adapt to that, but maybe they haven't ever done it before, and changing game plan that drastically in a series could also just be even worse.
And guess who? Guess who? Once again, look, Pablo, 5 goals? Is that 5 goals for Pablo?
It's 5.
Oh,
every single goal has been his. It's just a highlight reel for him. I'm sure we'll see all this on Twitter later or something. Like, whatever, man. This guy's crazy, and I can't be giving props to an IU player from Purdue, so I'm just gonna say he's lucky.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he undeserved all these goals. UCLA, you know, he's having just a good day.
Yeah,
but that's about it.
Yeah.
But and I also want to talk about that pass from Zay to set up that goal. I mean, they seem to know exactly where they all are. It's just, you know, it's automatic, not just on the shots, but just in the placement. Oh my, Pablo, what is this? Recovers off the 50. No way. This is unbelievable. What an adaptation there. Like, how do you just have the intuition to go for that after, like, 50ing someone high up on the other team's backboard? That's insane.
Look, that one goes in, and you're just like, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes, right? That's just a fantastic play from Pablo, and we're even seeing Darwin give him props. I mean, it was a great goal. So
I don't know if you just saw, but Zay just, you know, cleared an open net just because he's like, no, Pablo's the only one allowed to score. I'm so sorry, but like we can't put it in. Pablo, here he comes. Oh my, here he comes again. Dude. Flip reset to get that extra little bit of power on it. Just, he's unstoppable. He's 1v3ing UCLA right now. This is incredible.
It just feels bad, man. 7? Do you need 7? I guess you need 7. Patting the stats, trying to get that MVP award for the Rocket League.
Yeah.
We'll see if that actually ends up coming to fruition later. That's just electric. He's electric. I don't know what else to say. I don't want to not talk about UCLA, but it's so hard to when the lights are shining bright and they're all on Pablo's name. So,
yeah, and I don't know if you saw, but Darwin just there, Pablo went up for the ball early. Darwin kind of shut him off right away, right as he got off the wall. And you're just like, they're in half field. But if you're Darwin in that scenario, I would sit there and be like, yeah, I just saved a goal. You may be in half field. You may be, as far away from the goal as possible. But it's Pablo on the ball.
All
you
right.
have to say you saved a goal.
We got to clear up the toxicity.
Okay.
Zay did not mean to clear the empty net. All right. He said sorry in chat. So we're integrity is still here. All right. We're fine.
No BM here.
No
BM
BM
here.
We're being respectful.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if you could call it respectful when you have one player scoring 7 goals, but that's just the game at that point. So who cares?
13-23. Like, what a stat. See, what's crazy is like 13-23. You look at that and you're just like, wow. Like, I bet the other two people, I bet Mist and Zay, like they probably were phenomenal as well. And like they were.
Look,
to be fair, you don't get 7 goals just by being a one-man show. It's a full team effort, but 13-23 down to 301. That's over 1,000 point difference.
Look, it wasn't a solo effort. Pablo had support, but also when you're shooting 77%, who's stopping you?
Yeah,
like that's insane. These are just. He's creating some great opportunities for himself. His teammates are working around him really well, and he's converting on almost every opportunity he has. And as UCLA, it's your job to make his life as difficult as possible. I want to see you just like drive straight at him, ignore the ball, go just grab a big boost, and then just chase him down. We'll see if that ends up happening, but here we go. Pablo on it now, looking for another flip reset, and it's just easy for him.
How many flip resets is he going to get? And what's crazy is that these are all coming from like his own half of the field. Like he has just the control to take the ball from literally anywhere and just be like, it doesn't matter where I am. It doesn't matter how much boost I have. I will put a threatening shot on target every single time. And UCLA, not the start that they wanted, not
Definitely
the
not.
adaptation. Darwin maybe trying to get something going here. Hopefully he can try to put something mid off the wall. That might be on target.
Gosh, what an angle.
And it's off the post. Oh my! Unfortunate for UCLA. Still looking for their first goal. At this point, you want to sit there and you're like, we can't keep getting swept. We have to score. We have to get something. But that's at least a good opportunity, showing that they have the capabilities to get something going.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's taking you to shooting like a 10-degree angle shot that's from your opponent's corner, I mean, like, that's not really the opportunities you want to be having. So it doesn't feel too great, but I have a feeling they'll get one. They'll get theirs, and we won't see a perfect sweep. That's my prediction right now. I think it will be a sweep, but I think UCLA will make it competitive. And that's what I'm looking forward to this time. Darwin with a nice touch redirect off his backboard, but it's played in again by Zay. Emmett just looking for a demo, and Pablo, he's there. He's always there.
If you're UCLA at this point, you have to constantly just demo chase Pablo because clearly no one else on Indiana can score. So if you just keep him off the field, we just gotta go back to fundamentals, man. Yeah.
2 on the back wall, 1 on the ground. Someone always challenging. Just don't let him have the space. Obviously, when you give it to him,
there's a chance.
He's doing everything with it, but off the kickoff, here we go. Darwin keeping it in. I don't know. Yeah, he's going for it.
UCLA trying to use this as their opportunity to really keep up their, kind of very small moments of pressure. Zay going for a shot. It's off the backboard. It's a double, maybe a flip reset, but it doesn't look like he got it. And UCLA, he's going to pinch it downfield. Or they're going to pinch it downfield. Tetlin misses the wall, and all of a sudden, it's not looking good for them. They're kind of out of rotation here. And Zay, he's going to look probably to set up Pablo, I would guess, who's just always in the midfield. But there we go. There's a demo. This is their chance. They have at least 3 seconds where they can't get scored on because Pablo's not on the field. But yeah, once he spawns, it's game on.
I see them kind of going for him in a little bit now, but I swear to God,
oh
no
my.
way.
Oh,
no way.
Like, what are you doing, Zay? Don't take Pablo's goal.
Oh my gosh, that's insane. Great playmaking ability by Pablo. Just redirects it back into the middle, and it's easy as you like for Zay. He didn't even need to touch the ball. I'm sure that's not even a register as a shot.
Yeah.
And he's just, hey, we have someone who's on the scoreboard scoring a goal that isn't Pablo. Everybody rejoice, all right?
Yeah, Indiana has other people that can put the ball in the net. But honestly, that's rough for UCLA because
Oh, there we go.
Never mind. There it is. There's their goal. Darwin, 3-1, 2 minutes 40 seconds left. I mean, this could still turn into a game. Darwin is saying, "Hey, UCLA, we didn't fly 18 hours just to get perfect sweat. We're making this a game, and I think UCLA, this is their moment to really capitalize on some momentum here."
Let's see, though. I mean, the kickoff doesn't go exactly how they want it, but we're seeing some demos now, especially from Tetlin. He's been kind of the guy to start going for that physical play, and it's a good adaptation, and it's created a goal for him, and it's made it a little bit harder for Indiana to score. I think last game it was like 4-0 at least by this point, so
yeah.
Improvement that you both have a goal for yourself, and you've been scored on one less time. So positives for UCLA.
Yeah, I think at this point that's what you kind of have to be focusing on. If you're just going to be getting outclassed, out mechanics a little bit, you kind of have to sit there and you have to think, what am I doing right? What are the positives, and really try to build off those, because it will be very hard to adapt to a team as good as Indiana. But if you can really focus on your strengths, I think UCLA could really make something happen. And here they are with the chance. Darwin trying to get at midfield. They're kind of making Indiana scramble a little bit. Tetlin with a lot of space off the wall, but unfortunately misses the touch, and Indiana is probably going to break through and get some control of the ball here.
What I can say I'm not really necessarily enjoying, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, but I'm kind of just seeing one man on UCLA just kind of go up and try to score. Like, we don't see any like interaction on the team play, and it's going to make it really hard, especially when you're seeing such great mechanics from these players. Nice shot on from Darwin, and Tetlin's there, but he's going to float in front of the net, and then Furl just turns away. He doesn't have the confidence to go for that challenge, and that's what I'm talking about right there. Like, I understand that you've seen Pablo drop like 8 goals, 9 goals on you at this point, but you've got to keep pushing forward.
Yeah, I think their confidence could be a bit shot. I think it could also just be that Indiana's doing so well to just snuff out any offense, but when you're, at this point in the game going up against an opponent as tough as this, it is really important to just say, I need to trust my mechanics, I need to trust my teammates, because you're not going to get any goals by backing off and defending. That's not how the game works. So I think you do have to sit there if you're UCLA, and I think you have to, just kind of go for it, And here they are again, Indiana. Zay showing that he doesn't need to steal Pablo's goal to, get one for himself. But honestly, what a great team play. Passing it infield when UCLA just nowhere near the net. And 4-1, this game I think is as good as done, but UCLA, it's not over yet. Best of 5, reverse sweep. I think the script writers, hopefully they have a treat for us here. So.
I don't know, man. The script writers cook, but I don't think they can cook that hard. Like, it would take so much here for UCLA to turn it around, and I think they can. We've seen some flashes, seen some highlights, especially from Darwin. I want to shout out his play specifically. He's looked really good.
Pablo.
I guess Pablo's just like hitting the weight room. He's benching 500, and he's just pushing everybody out of the way because he just 50-50 2 of them.
Yeah,
pushing it in the net. Like, come on, man.
It's a 50-50. It's a flipper set. It's an air dribble. What? At this point, what isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a little bit of everything. Pablo is definitely the man to watch on this team. But I think, I think UCLA, I think they have some more in them. That's a saved shot out of Darwin.
I think it would have been a clear, and I think he was trying to play it back. And it was a good idea. I like the idea from UCLA, but they just need to play. I don't know. I really don't know what to say 100% because it's very hard to adapt when you have there's such a mechanics gap, I could say. I don't even think it's a knowledge gap. I think that UCLA has made some smart decisions throughout the tournament, or not the tournament, the series, but we're not seeing it kind of come to fruition. And as you, with competitive experience, like how would you approach? What steps would you make?
I mean, as I've mentioned before, I'm a demo man. I'm a bumping demo man. I do love getting that like physical play going, because not only do you disrupt the rotations, you disrupt certain players and like their ability to just kind of perform on the ball and off the ball, but it can also be a bit of a tilter, I think. And if as someone that really likes making other people tilt in games sometimes. Whoa!
Surely
Hey,
just through gameplay, right?
Hey, just
come on.
through game through,
Yeah,
just
okay,
through
okay,
gameplay.
okay,
You know,
okay,
so I promise I'm not toxic,
Yeah.
but I do love myself a good you know, maybe a bit of targeting with the
Yeah,
demos,
right,
get one
yeah.
person a little upset. But you know, it is a bit of a tilter. If you know, maybe Pablo, when he's upset, doesn't have the mechanics.
Right, yeah,
So
yeah,
it could be
yeah.
a strategy there. But you know, I think you're 2 games in. Game 2 was a bit better, but I think you do have to try something that's just. I think it is. You do need something that's just a bit more surprising, a bit more unconventional. Because if you look at just strictly fundamentals, I think Indiana, they're just winning that battle every single time. And you know, I think as a fan of the bump and demos, I think that's the best way to get them out of system, get them out of rotation. It might not work here. They do save it and save it again. Oh, wow. Darwin with a great save coming off the wall and blocking the top corner, but
Oh my gosh.
they can only hold on for so long. Zay with the double off the crossbar down. It's you know, now or never for UCLA. This, if they're going to, you know, hopefully they're maybe getting some advice from their coach or captain, but now is when you need to, you know, back against the wall and just put something else that they're not expecting forward.
Yeah, it was a great adaptation to the play there by Zay. I think he was on the back wall when he came and scored that. So, oh, Darwin, there we go. That's his second in the series, and we're tied up here, actually, for once. I think it's the first time that the game's been tied, except that 0-0. So, let's go. UCLA back in it. We have ourselves a game, at least in 20 seconds into it. So, positive here. You can play kind of, when you're playing the way you are as UCLA with a more defensive posture, playing with a lead or playing at tie is a lot more favorable than playing down. So maybe this will actually work out better for them, but we'll see. I mean, I think they just need to still keep pushing forward and maybe can get that physical play going.
Oh, here's maybe another one. It's back post and Infernal. UCLA, they have a lead off of a missed touch by Indiana. A little bit of kind of awkward play with that, you know, trying to read that corner bounce, but here, you know, here they come. As we've seen, I think twice now, they've pushed forward. They've committed. They're not playing scared anymore. And I think hopefully this is the, you know, confidence boost that UCLA is needed to trust in their mechanics, to trust in each other. And you know, I think we have a game on our hands. I think it's not all said and done as we might have thought.
But one thing I will notice is, or point out, is there's just been so many double commits on the side of UCLA. I mean, there was a team pinch just 2 seconds ago, another one where they both came challenging their guy on the ceiling. So that's not what you want to be doing. Especially if you're trying to hold the lead. And what a play there by Indiana to tie that one back up. Zay's going to score his second of the game off a great bump from Mist. And just, that's got to be a little bit draining there if you're UCLA. You finally think you have your lead, and it's gone within seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Mist, just what great foresight to just, you know, catch him out of the air like that. That's not an easy bump by any means, but he finds it, and it's of course just the perfect play, as we've probably been saying for most of this series for Indiana. But you know, I still have hope. You know, as Zay takes it down, hopefully trying to buy some space for himself. He does. He gets it by 1, and they're looking for another pass. Infernal blocks it off the back wall. Pablo, you know, it's always scary when he gets the ball, going for, of course, a flip reset in the corner, because why not at this point? You know, you've shown that you can do that, and the other team has to respect you. But Darwin, I think, is, you know, he's shown some really good signs on offense for UCLA, and right as I compliment them, they get scored on.
How many times do you have to do this? Like, you just enjoy caster cursing and just like causing Indiana to score on UCLA?
I think the next time UCLA plays a match, I'll take a back seat.
Okay, yeah.
I think that I might not be very favorable with them right now. So
yeah, right.
But I've learned. I'll make sure that I don't do it again. I'm sorry, UCLA.
Just stop complimenting them. Don't say nice things anymore, and then they won't get scored on.
Yeah. If I should be a bit more brutal, I think. Just be like, come on, UCLA. You know, now or never.
Yeah.
Get it done. It's about time. We're waiting, and let's see. Hopefully they score off this. They actually have a little space here, but once again, just missed. You know, taking it right from under their noses, and it's just another shot, and it's just another goal.
Yeah, we've talked about how 50-50s have been going, and it's just been Indiana destroying everybody on every single one of them. That time, actually, I think they just beat the UCLA player to the ball there, just so fast, and it didn't even matter. But they just, I don't know, they just seem, it's like a 90-10 whenever they go up in the air for a ball. It just seems like they're getting it every time, even if it seems like, ooh, but a good call off by Infernal there for Tetland.
Oh, almost got the
turned into a
dunk.
dunk. I like the comps. Like things are getting a little bit more creative, and if that's the way that they're adapting, then that's good for them and their offense.
Yeah, and that's what at this point in the tournament I like to see from them, just to say, you know what, I will dunk you. I will try to call your bluff, because at this point they need it, and it's working. Darwin, as I said, he I think is UCLA's man for scoring some goals right now, and just slots a beautiful shot near post. Just, oh man, Pablo was even in net. He was ready for it. It places too well. And UCLA, 3 goals in the game. This is their best performance, and I still believe that they can kind of take it to Indiana here. It's not over.
Yeah, sharp shooter. That's for sure.
Yeah.
He's been placing the ball really well. Let's see if we can keep it going. They're only down 1, like you said. It's 2 minutes left. We got plenty of time. Let's see if Infernal can carry this one down. Towards the back wall, misses up so fast. Not the touch he wanted, though. So we're going to find Darwin on the ball. He's carrying it up, leaving it for Tetlin. It's down low, but it's too soft. And Zay, nice clear. So we're going to play Indiana back on the ball in the UCLA half. The pass across the middle, but Zay's not to it. So it's going to be UCLA counterattack. Here we go, Darwin.
They've caught him out a little bit. This could be a chance. Big 50, but it's off the post.
So Infernal, though.
Oh, he got a shot? Almost, but this is good offense from them. They're keeping the ball on their half. They're playing, a bit more as a unit. Darwin has a chance. He goes for the ground pinch, I think, and still keeping it in. This is UCLA's best stretch of pressure here. I think this is, if they can defend this, they're in a good spot to hopefully counterattack, because, they need it. This is, the momentum that they've been looking for 2 games now almost.
Unfortunate for Darwin there. He had a nice flick opportunity to get it over Pablo and create a nice opportunity, because I think the other player that was coming back from Indiana was on very low boost, but just couldn't get it over him. Pablo playing with so much confidence right now that I think he just feels like that challenge is free.
Yeah. Was that a save or was it a miss?
That was a save. It's a blue trail on the ball.
I was going to say, I just thought that was an automatic goal. From that point of view, I looked and I'm just like, oh, here comes another Indiana shot, top corner. But honestly, and there I go again. I need to stop. I need to stop. UCLA, I'm so sorry. I promise I'll try to not cast another match of yours ever again. I'm so unbelievably sorry. Every time I compliment you, it is my fault. I'll take full responsibility. It'll never happen again.
It's all right, Poke. We sometimes we have those days, and unfortunately, you're just in the path of UCLA. And you're just crushing their dreams, really.
Actually. Oh, yeah. Oh, here. Wait,
it's open. Both of them are up. Doesn't matter.
Oh, there we go.
All right, 40 seconds.
I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah, just don't say anything. Just don't say anything. We got 50 seconds left, and I'm excited.
Yeah.
We might go to OT. They've looked really good. I can't tell if it's because Indiana started to maybe throw a little bit because or because UCLA is playing better. But I actually think it is UCLA playing better.
Yeah.
They're playing a lot more together. They're playing smart. Their comms are good.
Oh, pinch attempt, and of course, and it's Pablo once again.
Okay, to be fair, it's kind of both of them.
Yeah,
but
Zay had a little bit of a spotlight, scoring some goals, but Pablo's like, no, I'm back.
Yeah, I'm back.
Don't forget about me.
Yeah,
don't forget about the person who got 7 in game 1. So, 30 seconds left, 2 goals down. I still believe in UCLA. I know that I probably cursed them again by saying that, but they've looked a lot better, and I think this is at least a performance that they can be a lot more proud of. As Infernal tries to find one last opportunity with 20 seconds, they need one right here if they want a chance at another. And Darwin, he's kind of been their it man, but passes it right to Zay. They have a little bit of space. Darwin with control of the ball, but he unfortunately he gives it away, and with 10 seconds left and a clear from Indiana, I think that's game. I think UCLA. Oh my word! What?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, just put the exclamation point on the series.
Yeah, just one for the road, apparently.
Yeah, I guess. Just what is the read there? How do you guess that?
How do you go from how do you just know that the ball is going to not only bounce up the lip, but then come off the wall and hit the front of your nose? That's how the series has gone, basically. Just they've styled Indiana. They take it 3-0, a convincing win, despite UCLA's best efforts at the end there. But I think they could still kind of be proud of that performance.
Yeah.
I think they can look back and be like, we adapted, we got better. And it's unfortunate that they, haven't been able to pick up a win yet. But against Indiana, I said it in the last series, I think they could be favorites to just go on and win the whole thing. So not a bad showing, I don't think. especially as the series progressed.
Yeah, it was a good showing from both teams. Indiana is looking terrifying, though. If Pablo's playing like that, if Zay's hitting shots like that, he scored 5 in that game, by the way, then they look like the team to beat. So definitely, I think they're top of their group now, confirmed 100%. They're going to be going into the quarterfinals as the first seed, playing against, I believe, like the 4th seed from the other group. I think that's how that works. I'm not entirely sure.
I hope so.
Yeah.
It sounds
Wait,
about right.
There's 8 teams, and that's how math? I
Yeah,
don't know. Whatever.
quarterfinals, 8 teams, 5 teams per group, so I think 4 advance.
Right,
but
I think that actually might just be a bye for them because I think that 4th team actually isn't here.
is that okay?
So
okay.
so they might just get to take a little bit of a break. We'll see. But we're going to throw it to another break. We'll see you guys back soon. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in so far. BEC has been fantastic up to this point, and we got way more in store for you. We're getting into some of our elimination matches now, so we'll catch you soon. See you later, and thanks for joining us.
Yep.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're back again. I'm back again, Pink here with Juan this time. Pokes is taking a little bit of a break. We're here with the play-ins for the Rocket League aspect of our BEC LAN. This is win and get in. This is Northwestern versus UCLA. UCLA, who we just saw get swept by Indiana, has got a chance for redemption here, a chance to get into playoffs. So we'll see how that matchup goes. Juan, how you feeling about this matchup?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. Obviously, they're both very big schools, so it's just exciting seeing big names play each other, right? I mean, that's the best thing about this event,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I mean, it's so fun having all the Big Ten schools all in one area. I mean, it's kind of like been a fever dream of mine to get everybody playing in their own league together. So it's been really nice this year having that come to fruition, and also have this LAN to both celebrate esports, but also celebrate the Big Ten's improvement and movement towards growing in the esports space. And I know that I guess the growth of esports or the Big Ten right now, as I mentioned earlier, with UCLA joining, this is really cool. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really good seeing all these players, like seeing their level up like constantly, especially just from even 3-4 years ago. You can see the level has raised so much, and the bar is so much higher than what it was previously. I just love seeing all these collegiate players stepping up and playing for their universities, you know?
Yeah, no, it's really cool. And a lot of these are just kind of like homegrown from student clubs. So shout out to all the students that have been running this program and sponsor or making this thing happen for their universities. And also shout out to the universities starting to pick it up and support these students. And especially big shout out to both University of Michigan and Ohio State, who've really helped coordinate this league and put it together for us and put on this spectacle. And speaking about spectacles, here we go. Game number 1 of our play-ins. It's win and get in. We got Northwestern versus UCLA. I believe the scoreboard's a little bit wrong. It's not 2-0 in favor of Northwestern.
Yeah, it should say 0-0.
But it doesn't really matter. I haven't gotten to see Northwestern play today. I don't know if you have at all. What university are you from yourself?
I'm from OSU, yeah.
OSU, okay.
Yep.
So it'll be my first time getting to see them. I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. I'm assuming these are both the bottom teams from Group A and Group B. So they need to step it up here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looks like so far Northwestern's had a ton of control over UCLA here as a dangerous position, but they're able to get it out. I mean, not too much has happened so far, just pretty standard offense, it seems, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be a nice warm-up game, just get familiar, and UCLA try to probably reset their mental from just having to go through the grind against IU there and having to be a bit styled on. So I'm hoping that they can use this as a reset game, get in their groove, and a great demo play.
And a goal off of that,
yeah,
wow.
Goal
I mean,
off for Darwin. I mean, great play, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, demos are just such a huge thing. If you can get a cheeky one off, it just leads to such I mean, right there, that was such a heads-up play by UCLA to get that demo into the goal.
Yeah, I think we got this highlighted in the last series, but Tetlin's really the guy to kind of be that spearhead of their offense to go for these demos. And it's working right now as well. It didn't work as well previously, but it's a different game, a different team,
Yeah,
so
of course.
you got to figure out what works and what doesn't. And I think physical play was going to, but Greenfield with a great fake and a great pass. It's saved again. So we're still 1-0 lead for UCLA.
For sure. I mean, if you're UCLA here coming off of that 3-0, what do you think is important for them to reset to feel good about this game?
Getting game number 1 would be great. I mean, they already got the first opening goal in the game.
Right.
So that's obviously a great confidence boost.
Yeah, I mean, getting that first goal always, I mean, even when you're playing online, is just such a good confidence boost. You know, like, you really feel like you're feeling it when you're able to score that first one as UCLA getting the ball danger close here.
Yeah, and also on LAN, especially, nerves are so high. You don't feel right. You don't feel like anything's going the same way. Your controller doesn't feel right in your hands. So getting a nice, I guess, comfort goal is always good.
Yeah,
knowing that you're playing well.
Definitely. It's always hard playing not on your home setup as well, I think. Personally, I'm very much a enjoyer of playing in my room.
So, okay, this is a weird LAN question. I don't know if you've ever played on LAN before or if you've talked to the guys out there, but when you play on LAN, are you having your shoes on or shoes off?
I'm a shoes on guy.
Shoes on guy?
Shoes on guy.
Okay.
I'm shoes off at home, right? I don't put my shoes on at home, but I gotta put shoes on in public. I just feel weird with like my feet out, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you gotta keep the dogs in the cage, right?
Yeah.
Now, personally, I'm a shoes off guy, but I don't play on LAN a ton. But the one time I did do it, I ended up winning. It was like an in-house LAN for Purdue.
Oh, cool. so now it's good luck charm.
Yeah, it's a good luck
you
charm.
have
You
to
gotta keep it
you
up.
have to.
So, in a game like Rocket League, where mental and I guess placebo is such a big deal. I'm sure that there's some of them with doing some weird, funky rituals. So,
I agree.
Back to focusing the game at hand.
Infernal just knocking in an easy goal. Where was the defense there?
I think it was a nice play by Darwin, actually. He was just chasing down the back wall defender.
Really
just
good pass
turned
by
into an
Tetley,
open
yeah.
pass. And the comfort from UCLA this game to send all 3 men forward after basically playing in their own half for the majority of the last series is great. They feel it looks different from them, and it's a different mentality, and it's a lot more positive. So I'm glad we're seeing that from them. What I need to see from Northwestern is a little bit of that themselves. They need to start going upfield a little bit more.
I completely agree. I mean, the clock is already running out. We only have 2 minutes left in the game, and Northwestern still has yet to put one on the board. And honestly, they have not been able to play too much offense either, being on this defensive half a majority of the game. So I really want to see them, as Tetlin just scores another one, as I just cursed them. That's a little bit on me.
Look, it seems like whenever I have a co-caster, and they start complimenting one team, the other team gets scored on. So I don't know if it's me or you guys. I'm going to say it's not me for my own sake.
I'll take the blame for it.
Okay.
I'll eat that one, you know?
Yeah. But yeah, a commanding lead here for UCLA. It was a bit of an unfortunate own goal, actually.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just like we were talking about with feel, you know, when you're just not feeling yourself. I mean, okay, Darwin just goes in and scores again for a 4-0 lead.
I think maybe slowing down half a second would be really beneficial for Northwestern. They're trying to go really fast to the ball, and I'm sure that's due to the pressure that's being applied by UCLA. So slowing down just a little bit, taking more time and going to the ball.
For sure.
It doesn't seem like you're getting pre-jumps or anything insane from UCLA. So just being a little bit more confident and getting those good touches is what they need to do to kind of adapt.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is Northwestern just needs to take a step back, take a breath. Like, this is obviously a hard game. It's still winnable. It's not completely lost, but looking towards the next game and just making sure you calm down and you put up a competitive performance, because you don't want to see another 3-0 stomp.
Right, and the other thing is UCLA is very warm right now. They just played a full series. They just played 3 games.
Yeah.
At very high speed, and they were really getting into it at the end of there. So Northwestern's going to feel a little bit out of it. I don't know what their schedules look like. I'm sure they did just play in the round of 5 and the round of 4, but we don't know what their competition was and what the level was. So it's going to take some time.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
But here we go, 53 seconds left in game number 1. A doomsy dish from Darwin. He scores his hat trick. A little bit of style there. Saying that, you know, we watched Pablo do this in the last series. Well, I can bring it to the table too. And I think this is all kind of done and dusted here.
Yeah, it's pretty much wrapped up at that point.
Yeah, utterly dominant fashion for UCLA in this game number 1. Got 50 seconds left, though. I mean, some confidence goals, some momentum shifters.
One of the big things I've noticed is with Darwin especially, but the whole UCLA roster, is they are so confident in their aerials, and Northwestern has not done a lot to contest those or stop it at all, and they've just had full air control, air dribbles into, I mean, passes, goals, really whatever they want to do. I think Northwestern just needs, like you said, the confidence to go up, because I'm sure as players they have the ability to get there and to stop that.
Right.
I would just love to see them really get up there and contest it rather than giving UCLA this free ball control that they've had pretty much all game.
Yeah, but they also have to make smart challenges. So I've seen double commits come out, and that's very normal, especially in high tense situations. Great save there, by the way, from Greenbig. But it's hard. It's hard to keep it all under control and make it all connect. So we'll see what it goes into.
The clock's going to run down here as
it's going to be
UCLA takes game 1.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, even those last 50 seconds, Northwestern were looking a lot better, like we saw with that save, with that offense.
Right.
It looks like they're warming up a bit, so hopefully they can bring that together for a better game 2.
Well, we'll have to find out in just a second or two. We're going to get them into that next game. There's positives. Also, I like that someone's rocking the bronze tournament winner. You know,
that's such a flex. You know, like the first season you start playing, you get the bronze tournament win.
And then you just get all the way up to the highest level. So I just wanted to throw back to that. I think it's like one of the hardest titles to get in the game. I think there's more people in SSL than there are in Bronze 1 right now.
Really?
Yeah. So,
okay.
Kind of funny. But anyways, focusing totally on what's going on right here. Domination by UCLA in game number 1. Darwin's firing on all cylinders. We saw flashes of it in the last series, and he's starting to really connect here. His team's playing a lot better. They're playing a lot more confident. What do you want to see from Northwestern going into game number 2?
I mean, honestly, I just want to see a little more aggression overall. I think they were playing pretty passive, and it looked like, I mean, and it can do with the fact that they weren't warmed up, they haven't been playing, but even their offensive tries were usually just one guy pushing up by himself. We didn't see a ton of passes and coordinated plays. So I really want to see them step that aggression up, send 2 people on the offense, and really try to make plays.
The stats do reflect that as well. We see 2 shots from the entire Northwestern roster, and they're from one player, Mobile Typhoon. So not the offense you want to be generating if you're trying to stay in a series and take a win. And meanwhile, we saw UCLA had 13. I mean, they're just peppering the net. They're scoring like 50% of them. Everything's kind of going exactly how they want it, and you got to put up some sort of fight to make sure that they can't do that. So we'll see if they can get a little bit more aggressive, just like you asked for, as we get into game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, a good contest so far, but UCLA looks like they're just going to take ball control back as Infernal just knocks it up to stall for time.
Just Darwin flying off the ceiling. It's so silly. I don't. Maybe he's getting a little too cocky here, but he seems to be enjoying himself, and that's. I mean, at the end of the game, we are playing video games.
Yeah, it's still a game, you know?
Yeah, you're going to have a little bit of fun with it, but you're also competing for a lot here. It's a playoff spot. You're trying to get into the quarterfinals.
Apparently he heard you, though, making a great pass to Tetlin here as the goal falls just a little bit short, but he took that a little bit personally, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like it. Maybe they got, tuned into the comms a little bit, knowing.
I mean, I couldn't blame them. We both have great voices.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing such a great job up here. I mean, gotta love it. Oh, Tetlin gonna want that one back, an open net for him, and he just can't convert it. But
Infernal
gonna bury
throwing
him
up
out.
a shot,
Good
but
save.
Greenvig again making another save.
Yeah, he's looked really good on the defense for Northwestern so far. Made some great goal line clearances.
Definitely.
But I'm looking towards Mobile Typhoon, the only guy to get shots on the goal last game. I'm hoping that he continues to turn it up a little bit, and that also the rest of his teammates can get involved. Good demo by Darwin's going to open up the net, and that's going to be goal number 1.
Once again, the demo into goal. Do you think this is a set play? Because this is twice in a row that they've got their first goal that way.
I think they're definitely looking for it. I don't know if you're playing Rocket League. It's such a fluid game,
Right.
so set plays aren't really like a big thing unless you're playing, talking about kickoffs. But it does look like they're willing to really throw that first man forward and just kind of clear open the net. Especially because Northwestern is really not doing much that can counter it. They're not playing off the back wall. They're not getting these early challenges. They're jumping really late, so it's not hard to get in there and get the demo.
Of course, yeah. I mean, in UCLA, getting that first goal, too, setting the tone. This is just exactly what they need to do if they want to keep winning.
Well, let's see if they continue to carry the momentum or if Northwestern can push back into it. Infernal's going to have a free ball here. Actually going to get called off by Darwin, and I understand
taking
it.
it with
He's
the air
looked
dribble.
electric. Good challenge. That's what we want to see, the early challenge by Mobile Typhoon.
I completely agree. I mean, they didn't let that ball get anywhere near the goal, and Tetlin's just going to score a grounder.
Yeah, I mean, so at the end of the day, though, it was a double commit. And then Greenvig, I think either hearing the pressure of Infernal going for the demo chase or just getting a little too confident, drove upfield and just left his net wide open. So easy as you like for UCLA.
It looked like he was trying to move up for the offense. He thought his team was
Right.
going to get the ball past the defender, and it was just a bit of an unfortunate. It really turned into a bit of a triple commit there. Even.
Right, yeah, and that's tough. That's a comms issue. And also, I guess, there's such thing as over-trusting your teammates. Sometimes you got to just know that you got to watch the net. And Tetlin going to get a third here for UCLA. He's coming off a pass from Darwin down to the back wall.
Darwin again just bouncing off the ceiling nonstop. Just incredible control from him as he makes these constant plays.
Yeah, he's looked really, really good. He's been kind of the MVP for this UCLA squad at this point. Not saying that the rest of the players aren't doing well themselves. We've seen some great plays from Infernal, and we're seeing that Tetlin is really good at being physical. So,
yeah, I mean, I don't even know if you saw, just to talk about the last game real quick, all 3 players on the UCLA team had a number in that goal category.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a team effort for them. It's not a one-man show. And it's really hard to win as a one-man show regardless. Like, these are teams that have been playing together, that have been trying their best. So it's a team effort regardless.
what I'm not seeing, though, is that same team effort coming out from Northwestern. It's been a lot of just pushing the ball upfield and hoping that a teammate can get to it rather than trying to find a teammate off a clear. And it takes a lot of skill to do that, and also it takes a lot of awareness of what your teammate's doing, and that can be both just time playing together. And I know a lot of these rosters for this tournament are kind of just not necessarily thrown together, but not exactly who people have been wanting to play with. And I don't know what the situation is for Northwestern. I could be totally overstepping my boundaries here, but that might be the case, and that might be what we're seeing a little bit of a disconnect when it comes to both rotations and plays to each other.
Yeah, I mean, a big whiff on Infernal there as Darwin just passed the ball a little too far. It's still just constantly making plays to UCLA aside. Their constant aggression just puts no time, or Northwestern has no time to make any plays because UCLA is just constantly pushing the ball upfield and going for these goals.
Well, let's see, Mobile Typhoon has set himself up well for the double touch, but it's saved away by Infernal.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of those moments where I really wish he had one of his teammates up with him and he could have looked for like an off-the-ceiling pass or something to get to them rather than just going for that solo goal.
Yeah, I entirely agree with that. again, it's just 50 into 50, and then play. Just hoping that you're beating UCLA with the ball. But they've been really fast. They've been the better team going for challenges in this game. And Infernal going for the read off the sidewall.
With Tetlin's able to hit the follow-up. Greenvig knocks it out, but I mean, again, just an incredible play from UCLA. Even when they blunder, it seems like they have a follow-up to their own failures.
Look at Darwin
with the air dribble into the, oh my God.
The flip reset off the air dribble, just gets it over too, and it's a beautiful play all the way down. Darwin, again, showing what he can bring to the table for this UCLA offense. He's been fantastic. He's been huge for them, and then he's going to get that lead up to 4 goals here. We're under a minute. Looks like game 2 is going to go in Northwestern's favor, and we just still have not seen the offensive prowess that we want. But as I say that, chance for a goal saved away by Talon.
Even if the series does go to 2-0, I don't think reverse sweeps are impossible. I think it's a very, very possible thing that can happen. So I think Northwestern's still in it. We just need to see them really commit to these team plays and just start to step it up a little bit.
Yeah, I would say that it's been very, very dominant from UCLA, but I wouldn't say it's because they're having like super overwhelming offense. I think it's just been that they haven't had to do too much out of the ordinary on defense. And these opportunities that are coming from Northwestern are just kind of haphazard. They're just hoping to make something happen.
Yeah, I agree. When you're taking these super standard solo person shots, it's so easy to save and turn that into a big counterattack.
Right. Well, that's going to be game number 2 in favor of UCLA.
Right. I mean, once again, I think overall, actually, the UCLA team spent more time in the air than on the ground that game. They were flying around.
They were definitely styling on them.
They put the rocket in Rocket League, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I think this kind of, I mentioned this earlier in like the first match I commentated today, that I think the group that UCLA in was very tough. And it was very unfortunate that they ended up last in that. I don't think it was really reflecting of how well they've been doing, like how good this roster is.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't say I think that's kind of showing up right now. They seem to be playing very, very well, and they're also very, very comfortable because they've had to deal with playing some of the more talented teams, such as like Indiana,
right,
and OSU as well.
yeah, of course. Thank you.
I gotta give you a shout out. I mean, you have a good.
We're hosting,
here.
so we need some props, you know.
So, but we're going into this game number 3. You think that there's a reverse sweep that could still happen? I'm seeing that there's 3 shots on the goal from Northwestern.
All I'm saying is there's improvement. In game 1, they had 2 shots.
This is true.
In game 2, they have 3 shots. We're getting there.
That's like 50% more shots.
Exactly.
So there you go. It only will keep going up and up in here. So I'm liking it. I like the positivity. Now
I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
I will buy in with you. So let's go. We're into game number 3. UCLA versus Northwestern. If UCLA takes this one, they're into the playoffs, into the quarterfinals, and get a chance to bring it all the way home. And if Northwestern loses, that means it's the end of their journey here.
And an early goal coming out from Northwestern, their first of the series.
They got one.
Believers are rewarded.
Yeah, okay. You know what? I'll take it. That's a good opening goal from Northwestern. It's massive for them. They get to play with a lead. Momentum got to be in their favor. I'm sure they blew up out there getting their first. Hey, perfect sweep off the picture at least. You don't have to be stressing about that anymore.
Exactly. As they're making the save, too, as UCLA almost scores one right back. I was a little bit nervous there. My body tightened up, but Infernal tried to tap it back in, and he does.
All right, yeah, that one just caught bouncing awkwardly in front of the net. No one from Northwestern wanting to commit. So turns into another goal. Great pass from Darwin off the ceiling. And
yeah. Even though UCLA scored, I do like seeing Mobile Typhoon going up for the contest. They didn't give Darwin the free pass this time, so
yeah,
I'm pretty happy with that overall.
He had to make the tough play, passing it down to a teammate, and it forced them to make a play rather than just making it easy. So shout out to Northwestern. They're doing different things. Greenvig's getting a great air dribble in. It's into the bottom corner.
2 goals from Northwestern already.
Their offense has exploded. They're here. They've arrived.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I also believe that's 2 goals off of 2 shots.
Yeah.
They are shooting 100% right now.
100% right now. Maybe they don't need to shoot more than the ball more than 3 times. Maybe they just score every single time.
The last couple games were flukes.
Yeah. They've woken up here, all right? Everybody, we're in Ohio. Columbus has arrived, and we're excited to go. All right, let's see here now. 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Only 30 seconds away, and somehow already 3 goals on the board. It's been an offensive masterclass up until this point.
Yeah, I mean, 3 goals in under a minute already. That's just an incredible game. Always fun to watch no matter who's winning or losing.
Well,
As Mobile Typhoon going up for this, he does have a shot opportunity, but whiffs as Timmy picks it up.
Good pass in the middle of Greenvig, though, beats the ball in front of getting a decent clear downfield. Now Tetlin gonna throw this one towards target. It's towards that top corner, but off the crossbar. So now just stay in that Northwestern half. Not looking too terrifying right now, but Boost is gonna start running low here for these Northwestern players.
Darwin with the pass towards Tetlin. Greenvig's able just to knock it away and end the play early. Mobile Typhoon with a really nice save off of Infernal shot there. I mean, that was a really hard shot directly into that top right corner. Incredible accuracy coming out from Infernal.
All right, Mobile Typhoon is going to make a good play here. It's one-on-one. Tetlin gets it pinched across. I thought he got that one. It would have been a fantastic play if he did, but Infernal looking to build his own highlight package himself. That's saved.
Yeah, UCLA seems to be a little bit upset that they're losing because they are just throwing non-stop shots on the board here, trying to get another goal onto it. But Northwestern staying steady on defense and able to keep that score at 2-1.
Yeah, they're playing some bend, don't break defense right now. They're letting the shots come in, but nothing's going to cross that goal line. They're playing conservatively with the boost. They're getting clears when they
Green
can.
with a really good chance here.
But they have the lead, so they can do this.
For sure. I mean, I think a solid defense, too, can just force mistakes. If you look for UCLA to make a mistake, make them overextend, you can just turn that into a quick goal. And that could be what Northwestern is looking for here as Darwin is able to score one in to tie it up.
That was a fantastic play off that back wall. Infernal just launching that one there. No one from Northwestern to stop it. And Darwin just free as you like, really. I mean, no one even jumped. And so you just hit that one straight middle of the net. And that's going to be a tie game.
For sure. I mean, I think Infernal had a really good read on that pass, too. He got to the corner as soon as he could and was able just to knock that towards his teammates, towards the center of the goal.
Well, let's see if he can keep it going. Infernal going to get a ball to the back wall, but Northwestern there immediately. Greenvig waiting. Darwin double touch. It's down. Great
It's
save.
saved, though, by Greenvig. Once again, Infernal tapping it up, creating another chances. The UCLA players collide in air with a bit of a double commit there. Seems like they had some miscommunication.
All right.
Northwestern trying to get the ball out.
Yeah, clear by Mobile Typhoon, but Infernal taking a nice bounce dribble, gets it around two. It's a pass for Darwin. Off the post, the demo goes through, so the UCLA player can't come in, and we stay tied.
I mean, UCLA is really, really, really playing nonstop offense.
There it is!
As Mobile Typhoon gets another, or gets his first, of the game.
Yeah, that was a great pass into the midfield, and Mobile Typhoon just banged that one top corner. Infernal just not able to get to it. And they have a lead again with 2 minutes left here. They've looked great this game. Northwestern's really turned it on. They've turned it around this series.
For sure. I mean, I think staying ahead is really important. Answering these goals is good for mental, obviously for the game score, but just for mental alone, it's so good to be ahead because you can play with so much more confidence and so much more relaxed. So I love to see that coming out from Northwestern as Infernal ties it back up with an answer of his own.
It's just immediate responses back and forth between these two teams. One person scores, the other one within like 10 seconds is coming back right at you, and then it kind of falls back into this nice neutral game until we get that another goal. So we're tied here. We might be looking at OT. There's still a lot of time left.
Yeah, I mean, we still have 2 minutes left in this game. It feels like we've been here for 8.
Yeah, I mean, we have, what was it, like 3 goals in 30 seconds?
Yeah, it was 3 goals in like 30, 40 seconds at the start of the game.
Yeah, so it's been a high-scoring affair, to say the least, and that's what I've been saying about the whole tournament. Like, it's been goals aplenty.
Yeah. I mean, it's always so much more fun to watch when everyone's scoring, especially with close games. You know, when it's 5-0, it's still fun, but a little bit less, as Infernal having the game of his life here. 3 goals on 4 shots, an assist, and a save.
Yeah, that's 100% goal participation, and he's shooting 75% with a hat trick. I mean, what can this man not do? He's turning up for his team when it matters. He wants his team to get into those playoffs, and he's doing everything he can to make that happen.
I mean, coming here from UCLA is definitely a bit of a trip.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I would not want to miss those quarterfinals, those playoffs, if I was him.
Well, he's doing all that he can to make it happen. He's putting the team on his back just a little bit. I mean, the whole roster of UCLA has played fantastically in this series.
I think this game just specifically, as Infernal, Tetlin ends up flying and taking that shot. Northwestern on the back foot here. They really need to make something happen. They only have a minute left. Trying to drill some offense here. They have a shot. Tetlin is the only chance to save it. He does, though, as Timmy goes to grab Boost in the corner.
Yeah, I liked what Northwestern's idea was there. They're playing off the 50-50s from each other. They're the first ones to it. Just got a little bit away from them, and so it led to that clear by Tetlin. Still, though, 30 seconds. Both players double committed. It could get really awkward here. It's free for UCLA if they can get around it. but what a save by Breen.
Incredible save off the top of the goal, able to knock it off the ground there. Northwestern with 20 seconds left. They need to drum something up. They need to get going. They need to score. Down to 15. UCLA just not letting Northwestern get anything rolling.
Yeah, they don't want to lose this one. They're ready to put the nail in the
They put
coffin.
them in the dirt. That should pretty much be it here from UCLA.
What a great series from them. There's 12 seconds left outside of like 2 free kickoff goals. This one might be over. Tutland stepping up when it matters, bringing it all the way home. And here we go. Let's see if miracles can happen, if a reverse sweep can start.
We get a quick goal off the kickoff,
moving it on.
just like the start of the game.
Oh, it's there for Breenvig if he can get there first, but he
UCLA just trying to stall, keep the ball in the air.
Yeah, I think Northwestern just had to go there. They don't. It's going to be...
That will be all she wrote. Northwestern trying for...
just getting the style goal, but ends up hitting the floor. That's a 3-0 sweep in favor of UCLA. They'll be moving on to our quarterfinals, into the playoffs. We're single elimination from here on out. Great series from them. A lot of positives and a way to bring it back after that last one.
Yeah. I mean, just like we talked about, Northwestern finally stepped it up. Maybe it was just nerves. Maybe they were just not playing as well earlier on. But I like that they put up a competitive game 3. They really tried. They had UCLA on the back foot for a lot of that game. It was a great performance from them overall.
Yeah, we saw a lot of lead changes, and it was very positive. And although Northwestern's journey in this tournament is going to end here, I don't think they should feel too bad about it. It was a great run from them. They put up quite a fight against UCLA. And again, I want to give all the props to UCLA. They just had a really rough series before this one, but they kept their mental positive. They turned it around, and they come in here, win in 3-0 fashion, and move on to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is really incredible from them to step it up like that and win after coming off of a 3-0 series.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm just blanking right now. I'm just like shocked at what we've been witnessing. It's been like everywhere today. It's been a long day, a lot of Rocket League.
For sure.
But I actually lied here. It's not best of 5 anymore. We're in elimination games.
We're
playing
7.
one more. The reverse sweep is still here. I just had my info wrong. That's totally on me. So I'm sorry for confusing everyone. We're going to our game 4. Northwestern is still in it.
They are not out.
They're not out. And in fact, based on how we've seen things go, I think they have a good chance to bring this one back.
So I'm hearing they scored 6 goals this game, basically.
Right.
They went 0. Now they scored 3. Obviously, this has to be 6.
6, right.
Yeah.
No, so it's not done here for UCLA. They don't have time to relax. Darwin's got to turn it up again for him. But Northwestern
Breenvig off the ceiling. He has a chance
challenge. Great pass down to Louisville Typhoon,
Awesome.
and that's going to be their first goal in this game to start the reverse sweep. Again, very sorry for getting that confused, but Northwestern's here to go.
I mean, an incredible play once again from Northwestern, starting off early. It's nice to see them not tilt, especially in this now sudden death situation where they have to win. They have to just keep winning, keep going, and yet they are still able to put that goal on the board. Yeah,
it's going to be a long journey for them. A reverse sweep is extremely tiring, especially if we're talking about best of 7. I mean,
Darwin is able to disrupt that as he air dribbles. Timmy trying to knock it out as Infernal picks it back up. Gets demoed by, who was that, Breenvig, I believe?
Yeah, Breenvig been really stepping it up here for his team. He's created that first goal, and he's been great defensively. Like I said, I've highlighted it before, but if they want to take this one, I think it's going to come off of some great stops by him, some great creativity by him, and some great shooting from both Timmy and Typhoon.
Right. I mean, UCLA just looking not as coordinated as they have been so far. They are a little bit all over the place. Or it could just be Northwestern finally stepping it up and making these coordinated offensive efforts.
Off the crossbar there, very, very close on that shot. Northwestern trying to get their lead to 2. You know, this is the longest I think they've held a lead so far in the series. Their defense has been a lot better. And I don't know, UCLA maybe getting a little tired here. They've been playing for a long time in a row. I think Northwestern has as well.
Great save by Mobile Typhoon, making sure he was in the right spot at the right time, able to just deny that goal chance entirely. As he's still going for a contest. Now Northwestern should have a boost advantage here as Darwin wins the 50-50. Just a complete monster on the pitch currently.
Yeah, he's looking great. He's looking strong. And
Infernal
just
taps it in.
Tap that one in. Everybody from Northwestern nowhere to be seen. That's a tie game here. Off of a pretty, I would say, easy goal. Unfortunately for Northwestern, they've worked really hard to keep a lead.
Looks like they just had some miscommunication. Nobody was playing back, playing defense. They were all out. Maybe possibly boost starved by UCLA, though. So sometimes those situations just rise up, and there's not a lot you can do about it.
Yeah, higher level Rocket League, you just feel like you're always on 0 boost. It's so hard to get anything going, and especially picking up pads becomes such a crucial thing. So you'll see, if you pay close attention, that the routing of all these players is almost always over a pad when they're making the rotations back, when they're moving forward.
Northwestern, unfortunately, seems to be falling back into this rut of simple shot attempts as Darwin is trying to knock one in, and he gets his shot off of the defense to create the goal, or to create the goal and raise the lead to 2-1 for UCLA.
Yeah, we talked about how Pablo was hitting the weight room in the last series. Well, I think Darwin responded in kind. Maybe took a little bit of anabolic steroids to get a little bit stronger for this one.
You know,
and sized up real quick.
In reference to his name, maybe he evolved.
Yeah,
you know?
there you go. I like that. Yeah, he evolved, adapted. Shout out to what is it, DC that has? No, I don't remember. Anyways, doesn't matter. And sorry, and got that one past the Northwestern defender.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's been great up here. Let me tell you.
No, I'm having a great time. I don't know about you.
Yeah. Oh man, but nonetheless, 2-1 lead here for UCLA. If they win this one, they actually move on. Unlike what I was saying last game, a little bit of a misinformation coming out from me. I'm a bit ignorant. My bad. But nonetheless, like I said, we're here. We're here. We're having fun, and Northwestern's looking great, especially if that
great
goes
shot by Mobile Typhoon to tie it back up. Northwestern stepping up. These are the creative shot attempts that we're talking about. Those are the ones that are hard to defend.
Right. Well, it's really hard to defend when you pinch it off the defender and it goes 81 miles an hour into the top corner.
That was calculated.
Yeah, 100%. I believe it. I believe it. So there we go. 2-2. Tied up. Northwestern back in it. They've been scoring these last few games. It's looked great from them. And although that might be a little bit fortunate, they'll take it. They've worked hard to get there. And in Rocket League, you make your own luck, all right? It depends on how you're playing. Matches up well. Mobile Typhoon almost took that under his own teammate, but luckily got the clear. So here we go. Minute and 30 seconds left. Who do you think is taking this one?
I'm thinking Northwestern finally takes a game. I'll be real. I think they have a feeling. They're feeling clutch. Playing from that deficit when you're in a sudden death situation is so hard, and the fact that they already tied it up with time.
Yeah, well, oh my God.
See, look, believers are rewarded.
Believers are rewarded. I was about to say, I think it's going to be like a goal from Darwin with like a minute left, and then he almost scored.
The post making a great defensive play of standing still and blocking the ball there.
Look, it's very hard not to hit. Let me tell you, it looks massive.
It is huge. I mean, these are cars that are driving around. You know how big that post has to be?
Yeah. So, look, open nets are the hardest to hit. We say that for a reason around here. And luckily for Northwestern, that keeps them tied up in the game. Still, though, I think Darwin will probably take this one. Or, sorry, not Darwin specifically. UCLA will take this one. I think Darwin's going to go crazy here, probably score a nice, like, I don't know, flip reset. That's my guess. But we'll see. We're moving into the last 30 seconds. We might see our first overtime in the series. I think first overtime on the day.
Overtime would be fun to see. I mean, you love to see that next goal win situation. Everyone plays so tense. I especially love the kickoffs personally. I think there's so much mental in the game that goes into the kickoff of an overtime.
I think if you're Northwestern, you're probably feeling almost less stressed than UCLA because you know that if you win this,
Tedlin,
there's still a lot to
trying to set it up. Infernal with a shot, and
look, all right. Spoilers. Once again, not letting this go to OT. We're not going to ever see it at this tournament. Apparently, we're scoring with 5 seconds left. Fantastic play by Tedlin.
They did not want an overtime.
Yeah, they just wanted this over. They wanted the sweep. You know, I may have said it early that UCLA was going to take this one and move on to the playoffs. Looks like I was right. And here we go. 2-1. Ball has to stay up. It's killed by UCLA.
Yep. UCLA takes it. That is now.
They actually take it.
Game 4 to win the best of 7.
Yes.
And move on to the playoffs.
4 games. 4 games. Not 3, 4. I think everything from here on out is going to be best of 7. So, again, going through my whole speech again, shout out to UCLA. Done a great job. Way to regain from that last series. Shout out to Northwestern. Made that very competitive the last 2 games. Again, wouldn't be disappointed at all with their play.
I agree.
Move forward to next year. Hopefully we'll see them again soon in regular season play. Make sure you check that out as well when that starts up again. But good for UCLA moving forward. They got a lot to look forward to, a lot to work on going in the playoffs. Anything else you got?
I mean, honestly, no. I'm so glad that UCLA was able to step it up after a defeat and come out and win. Now, it was unfortunate that was a sweep. That doesn't feel good as a Northwestern player, but they put up a fight, especially those last 2 games, and I'm happy to see that the teams are staying in and staying competitive even in these situations where they're losing and not ahead.
All right, so Again, thank you for tuning in so far for this tournament. Thank you for tuning in for BC LAN. We are going to kick it out to a short break. Again, don't go anywhere. We will be back eventually, be back with more esports action. We're getting in the playoffs now. It's going to be high-flying, octane fun. So we'll see you soon. Peace.
Hello and welcome back, guys. I'm Juan here for another series. We have Ohio State playing against Maryland for the first quarterfinal match. It'll be a best of 7, and I'm now here with Poke. And is there anything you're looking forward to from either of these teams?
I'm really looking forward to seeing actually Ohio State play, as people might be able to tell.
Go Bucks.
Being on the team formally, I actually kind of know these players.
Okay.
I know like kind of what to look for. So it'll be really interesting to get to see them play in like such a big tournament. I haven't gotten the chance to cast them yet, so it's nice to be able to go from that player to caster role and watch them, kind of take over the spotlight, especially because they are, I think a little bit better at the game than me.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think this will be a good match. But Ohio State coming out of their group as the 2nd seed, I think only losing to Indiana, and Maryland I think was the 3rd seed, I believe, where they went 2-2. So
Okay.
I think this should hopefully be a close match. They're seated in the bracket pretty close. Ohio State's 3, Maryland's 6.
Right.
So I'm expecting to see a little bit of a back and forth, a best of 7.
Yeah.
Thankfully, lets us kind of have that longer series where teams can kind of adapt and change to how the other plays. So I think it'll be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, me personally, I'm really hoping we get to like a game 6, game 7, because I like longer series. I think it's more fun to be up here and cast more games. I like it when it's close. It's just, it feels more competitive. You can feel the tenseness in the air. I don't know what the word is, but you know what I mean. You can feel the tension.
Yeah.
There we go.
The tension,
I was
yeah.
blanking. You can feel the tension in the air, and I really like that because I think, especially as a former player, even just as a spectator, you can really feel that the players are trying their hardest to win. And I think that's like what the beauty of esports, sports in general is. It's like people are going out here trying so hard and putting so much effort into winning these games. I love to see that, especially when you see it in the gameplay,
Oh yeah, and speaking of like tension, we're in playoffs now. Last match was the play-in to take the final spot in top 8, but from here on out, it's you lose and you're done. So this is a must-win for both teams, trying to make it to day 2, which will take place at the Game Arena, I believe.
Yeah, the Game
tomorrow.
Arena Gateway tomorrow.
So as we get into game 1, both teams, really looking for a strong start because hopefully they can set the tone for the rest of the match.
Definitely. And then I know you talked about it earlier, but who is somebody that we should highlight on OSU? What is a player that we should really be looking towards?
I'm definitely looking towards Dasan. I think he was the only player that was officially on the same team as I was. But he is definitely a strong player, like mechanically. He has the ability to just kind of like carry and solo, against the other team. But I also want to give a shout out to Bungo. I know he's very physical. He loves his bumps and demos. It's something I've been kind of raving about all day. And he has the possibility to really disrupt defenses, as we just kind of saw going around, trying to look for someone to catch, and it opens up an opportunity for Gaines to take a nice shot, top corner, getting a bit of an early lead.
Yeah, I mean, OSU putting 1 on the board already in the first minute, that's a huge play from them. Honestly, their offense was looking really good. They were just making constant passes, and they were able to turn that into a goal. I would love to see them keep it up. Maryland putting a quick shot on goal, and it goes in. Incredible from Hexizzi.
Yeah, and we see a backflip on the defense. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I think that could have been saved. But, I mean, Hexy spotting the opening and just honestly placing a really perfect shot, bar down. It's going to be hard to save that even without that backflip.
For sure. I mean, Maryland obviously answering the goal as soon as they can. Turtle, I was a little bit worried that he was going to go in and score another quick goal for Maryland. OSU looks like they've stabilized a little bit. Bungo going up for the aerial 50-50 here, trying to push the ball forwards.
Yeah, and we have Bungo waiting in the midfield, trying to get a pass. He sets it up off the back wall, but well defended by Maryland. Gaines has a little space here, and Gaines is another one of those highly mechanical players that's kind of new to the scene. I remember when I was on the team, he kind of just appeared out of nowhere. People got word that there's this highly mechanical player kind of waiting in the depths of just the talent pool, and next thing you know, tries out, and I mean, it was an easy pickup. So he should be a player to watch out for as well, because like Dasan, he's a player that can definitely do some damage as he tries to do now.
Gaines.
He gets the air dribble, but it's well defended by Hexy, able to clear it to the side. But Ohio State, they're trying to put on the pressure really early. 1-1, but I think Ohio State is really going to be fighting for that lead as the series progresses.
Definitely. I mean, Maryland really struggling to get anything going on offense here. I would love to see them not whiff on balls like that, but put stuff together as OSU playing defensive turtle, pushes the ball down the field. He's trying to get there as fast as he can. Oskep isn't able to capture the ball, and that's another goal over towards Maryland's side.
Yeah, and one thing that I'll definitely say is Ohio State, well, I mean, we love to get aggressive, and sometimes, as you can kind of see it kind of bites us a little bit. All three players up, and when it doesn't work out, that means it's a free net, and Turtle takes advantage. 1-2, Maryland takes the lead, and I honestly, I'm a little surprised with how strong Ohio State came out of the gates. You know, they were swinging, they were really looking for it.
Gains going up in the air here.
And
Just like you were talking about, the possible mechanical demon gains.
Double commit, kind of awkward. Maryland's going to have a little bit of an opportunity to break out here. But Gaines quick in the air.
Once again, off the wall. He has an air dribble opportunity here. Aiming for that top right corner, but it gets blocked.
And there's a
As
shot.
Bungo also gets denied by the goalkeepers of Maryland. Turtle here looking for a pass towards center. Boog!
Oh, wow. How did he find that? It was like 3 people guarding the net. That's actually an insane angle. Turtle with a fantastic pass,
Yeah,
not even going in the right
incredible
direction.
pass. That just bottom right corner is so dangerous, especially with Bungo driving towards it. It makes it so hard for him to save. I think his best chance was maybe off the post there, but it would have been a risky play regardless. Because obviously when you're driving perpendicular to the ball, you always have that risk of just whiffing entirely if you misjudge it.
Gaines looking to try and take it up the wall. He's got a little bit of a solo play going here, but he decides to fake. Turtle is able to clear the ball. No one really able to follow up for Ohio State. We see a demo come out. This is something that I thought Ohio State was going to be doing, but all of a sudden,
another
open
goal.
net, and Boog slots it top corner. Are you surprised by this? I think 4-1 with 3 minutes into the game. I was not really expecting it to
I
be
think
in
Maryland is
Maryland's
definitely setting the tone in terms of offense, right? I think they are playing really together as a team. It's something you can notice. You can see that they are making like intentional passes. They are making these plays where they are safe and there's somebody in the backfield constantly in case they mess up. Whereas OSU seems to be making a lot more solo plays, and I think they're just getting punished for that. We're seeing a lot of double, even triple commits, and Maryland is just going down and is able to convert those plays into goals.
Well done by Maryland. I think Ohio State might need to kind of take a little bit of a breather. I think might be playing a bit nervy. I don't know if they, as a higher seed, were expecting to kind of be down this early, but it was looking like a good spot of offense for them. San trying to control the ball. Gaines able to kind of pinch it towards the goal. It's going in. Someone has to save it. And Bungo's there to regain control. Tries to go for a midfield pass, but it's caught out early on. And, I mean, I feel like this is what we've kind of seen a lot of. We've seen a lot of Ohio State offense that it's just not being capitalized on, and they're getting kind of punished on the counterattack.
Yeah, for the most part, they're making relatively simple shots from typically standard angles that are easily denied, and I think there's not a lot for them to do with that. As Maryland, especially with the 3-goal advantage, all they really have to do is burn down the clock. They don't have to go for anything, so it's really hard for OSU to play out in a position like this, right?
45 seconds left, and I mean,
leads to
they have to go for something.
Yeah. You'll see players making a lot more solo plays when you're down like this because you have to be the hero kind of to have a chance of winning. Now Bungo with another chance, but once again, it's just not going on Maryland. They have 2 people in the backfield constantly, and there's just not a lot you can do. As Maryland with a goal opportunity here, going for the demo. They tried to play it slow, but OSU was able to actually read that and deny that goal.
Yeah, and with 20 seconds left, 3-goal deficit. I mean, that's basically as good as it's going to get for Maryland. Not much that they can really complain about. A really strong game and performance coming out of them. And I think, this is a bit worrying for Ohio State because that means that they're the ones that need to make a really quick adaptation as Boog almost puts it in. They're going for a 5th goal, just kind of trying to take one for the road. And double commit there, putting it down. Maryland up game 1.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to be fair, it's a best-of-7 series. There's plenty of time. There's a potential 6 more games. I think OSU has time to get back into it. There's also a chance that they're cold. They haven't played recently. They just need to get back into it. So I'm hoping we can see them warm up and take it into further games. But, I mean, obviously that was an outright domination by Maryland with every player picking up a goal. They had, 7 total shots. OSU actually with 8 shots, though. OSU outshooting Maryland. They just were not able to score off of it. I mean, you can see the OSU save category, though. Maryland with 5 saves compared to OSU's 2. It could be a little bit of a lack of defense on OSU's part.
Yeah, I think so. I think having more saves kind of tells the story that, you know, they were pushing for that lead. They just couldn't capitalize on it. And one thing I want to think about is, you know, you get to these games where it's a high pressure scenario. You know, you lose and you go home. How much do you think playing on home soil, having that home field advantage, being at Ohio State, how much do you think that can maybe either help or hurt Ohio State in this matchup?
I think honestly, it would hurt them a little bit just because their lands aren't a typical thing. You're not used to playing at you know, on home turf, having that home field advantage, right? And I think it gives the Maryland team especially that extra drive because they flew, however they got here.
Yeah.
They got here, right? They have that motivation to not want to go home. They traveled so far for it. They have that extra push. Whereas OSU, you know, they have an apartment 10 minutes away, you know, a dorm, like wherever they're living at, it's most likely not too far away. And so I think there's the possibility that they're really lacking that motivation or that extra motivational factor.
And Maryland is not one of the closer states, I would say, in this tournament to Ohio. But
not at all.
I will say, being in the arena, just to kind of throw a little bit of copium into the ring, I remember being on the team and people would complain about the setups, you know, just because they're not their own, they're not as comfortable. And as someone that plays on a laptop, I was like, oh my God, 240 hertz. I'm like, this is what, you know, like, this is what, you know, real competitors
It felt like professional, yeah.
I was like, oh wow, my like 120 hertz laptop. I'm like, this is crazy. So,
Right.
I wonder how much that might hurt them. Oh, do we have a rule? Who broke it? Who broke the rule one? I think it was Bungo, and I wanna be on his side because we're both at Ohio State, but I don't know if I could support someone who breaks a rule one just like that and on stream, and of course they get
Gaines
rewarded
gets a goal
for
off of it though.
Oh man,
I mean, Rule 1 is fun, but it's a competitive tournament after all, you know? Like, I don't know if I would necessarily just sit still the whole time. I trust my teammates, but I'm a big competitor, right? I want to win, so.
It clearly worked, hey. So, I mean, respect to him for that at least.
Yeah.
As Dasan tries to get a little bit of a play going, a little bit of solo goal, but honestly looking good with the shot. Great passing play between the two of them. And Maryland, they're going to have to hold on for a little bit of defending here.
Definitely. I mean, OSU with another first goal this game, but we're really looking towards them being able to hold this lead, possibly, you know, get up to 2-3 goals and not let Maryland get on this counterattack and start scoring like they did last time. Because it seems to me like Maryland is a very, like, momentum-focused team where when they're winning and Turtle scores as I'm going, but this is what I'm talking about. I think you need to not let this snowball start rolling. You need to shut Maryland down. You have to play defense. You can't let them get these goals because obviously when they're feeling themselves, they start scoring and they don't really stop. And I think OSU can struggle to deal with that.
Yeah, I agree. And for all the praise I gave Ohio State for being the team that likes to bump and demo, I think I've been seeing a bit more of Maryland doing it, trying to take advantage of maybe some awkward rotations. So we'll see if they can kind of counter that eventually. But, you know, so far it's net Maryland a few goals. So I would say, you know, Ohio State's got to kind of watch their backs because it looks like there's going to be always someone around the corner. That's a bump right there. Trying to give them a little taste of their own medicine, but fortunately not really able to capitalize quite yet on the open net.
Yeah, I really would have liked to see a goal come out from them there. That feels like an opportunity that they should have been able to convert or really have a better shot on goal with. So it's a bit unfortunate they were not able to turn that as Hexy is a little bit behind.
Goes for the flick, goes for the bump. Oh my, what a play. I mean, honestly, this is just from his own backboard. 1v3 is the entire team. Passes over one, flicks it over the other, bumps the third. I mean, honestly, that's just, what do you do about that? When you're spread out, as, you know, across the field like Maryland was, you got to take those one-on-ones, and 0 for 3. That was impressive from Dasan to really put some pressure on. But Maryland, you know, all of a sudden in a deficit. So now we got to see how they can try to adapt and overcome this, you know, really just oppressive offense from Ohio State.
I mean, OSU really needs that goal, especially since they're down 1-0 in the series now. Solo plays like that are just so important. That's what we're at the tournament for. You love to see these players stepping it up and really making the difference when it counts with solo plays like that. As Boog drives to the ceiling, Gaines is going to deny that. As OSU now has offensive control of the ball, but they're not going to go for it. They're just going to go back and reset for some boost.
And I'm noticing, I think so far Ohio State's confidence has been up. I've seen some pre-jumps, I've seen some early challenges. I think that lead has kind of helped them, you know, kind of fit back into the groove that they were used to playing in. And, you know, a confident Ohio State, I can definitely say being on the receiving end of many of their attacks is definitely a threatening Ohio State. So,
For sure.
you know, I can see Maryland struggling as
Gaines
a
with a deep
bomb
shot.
just from all the way onto or from his own corner. Goes for a pass, but it's kind of caught out early by Hexy. This could be a chance. They're kind of awkward. Hexy with the shit. Ooh, almost he was able to get it, but not quite. And Maryland still pushing for that equalizer.
Yeah, definitely. OSU, like you said, looking a lot more comfortable this game. I think it's a definite possibility they just had, you know, game one jitters, that they just weren't used to the setup, whatever it might be. This game, obviously, a much different tone since OSU is in the lead 2-1. And looking for another one here is Bungo.
Oh my.
Shot goes a little bit wide, but still, like you said, this nonstop offense from OSU, it's just an incredible difference in how they're playing this game.
That could be a goal off the post. He gets it. Oh
The
my.
follow-up shot.
What a great follow-up. And all of a sudden, tied up, you know, for all this praise that we're giving to Ohio State for their offense, their defense has not looked as consistent as I think they would have liked to be. And Maryland, I mean, they're just there to punish almost every time. So
Yep.
props
Maryland
to them.
is scoring when they can punish the OSU defense. As long as they can notice that, and if they're actively doing it and are able to pick up on that, I think they can keep scoring. It's just a dangerous situation for OSU to be in. I think they really need to focus on playing a little bit more defense. Like, don't get me wrong, their offense has been spectacular so far. As
Here
it
it
looks like
is,
they have another
another-
goal right as
oh
I'm talking about it.
my.
OSU offense, it's just incredible. As they bring the goal lead back up, they are not letting Maryland get ahead in this game.
And it comes from a miracle 50, not against just one Maryland player, but against two. He's able to pop it up, goes straight into the net. And if you're Maryland, you might be thinking, hey, that's a little bit unlucky, but I mean, they kind of just got stuffed by Gaines there. He, you know, he challenged and was like, nope, I'm gonna just, you know, do this all myself. You know, we don't need our flashy mechanics. We don't need our team play. I'll just put it in the net. I'll just say my car is built out of stronger
Actually looking for a big
materials.
opportunity here. Huge air dribble. Gaines trying to play defense. It's
Oh, what a
off the
recovery from
backboard.
Bungo, but it's not
Turtle
gonna
sending it
matter.
in, and he
10
ties it up.
seconds. 10 seconds left, and we have a tie game.
This is
Maryland
OSU
refusing
with
to
a
go
double
down.
commit for no reason onto that air ball. That was just a little bit sloppy, I would say.
I would say so. And again, we've criticized their defense a few times now, and once again, I sit there and I think they could do better. They probably, you know, need to get their comms up, I think, a little bit. Maryland has not been
4
having
seconds
those
here.
issues.
Maryland looks for the
4
goal before
seconds.
overtime. Hexy trying his
Flipper
best.
set,
Turtle with a
fake.
follow-up shot. It's going to hit the ground, and we go to
Oh
overtime.
my.
Now, this is our first overtime of the day, finally. We've been waiting for it. It's finally here.
Yeah, and I think this is a very big game for Ohio State to win, because if you're 2-0 down against Maryland, a team that's shown that they can really have your number at times, I am not as confident in the comeback as I think, you know, Ohio State probably would have wanted. Maryland
For sure,
has
Maryland
done
looking
so
for a
good.
really early goal here into overtime. OSU has a chance for the counterattack as Turtle denies that. Gaines trying to make a play, and Hexy just denies it outright. Bungo with the follow-up, and Turtle once again knocking it away. Now Deson has it off the wall. OSU
Another
trying
shot.
so hard to score here, but they are committing so many resources to offense. This is Maryland's opportunity. If OSU slips up one single time, this could be the counterattack. This could be the goal. This is their
Maryland
chance.
has been a counterattack team, and I think they're sitting there thinking, hey, we can just kind of weather this offense. We can kind of hold the fort down and wait for our opportunity to strike. And so far, they might have found that. Hexy with a shot. It's going high. But Desan with a great clear off his own backboard. Right to Turtle, though. He tries to keep it in play. Off the backboard, he gets the read. He gets the shot, and
Gaines with a
just in time.
massive defense there. Gaines off the wall with the air dribble he's trying. It could be a
Oh,
pass.
double tap.
I mean, a great play by Gaines here, but Maryland with the nerves of steel just
Oh,
constantly
another
making
bump.
these defensive plays. I'm really impressed by the team so far on defense, honestly. They have been contesting shots, and they have not let anything go in. I mean, that's what you have to
That's
do in
a
overtime.
pinch.
is
Oh,
as Gaines
my.
slips it by him with the
Gets the-
pinch off the ground.
That is insane. I mean, because after 5 minutes, 6 minutes even, of just watching them go into the air, fly through it,
He
get
baited out the
flip
jump from
resets.
Hexy and was able to just to shoot it right under him.
Yeah, I mean, that's 5 minutes of conditioning right there. And I
Yeah.
think that's a great play by Gaines, a way to have the awareness. And all of a sudden, we're tied up. And
We
what do
are
you
1-1 poke.
What are you thinking about Game 3 here?
Game 3, I mean, OSU's warm now, right? They're warm.
Mm-hmm.
They are scoring. I just want to see them really come up and keep playing offense, keep playing this strong offense that they have been doing, and keep making these shot opportunities, because obviously it's working. I also think they need to rein in the defense a little bit. like they were playing on overtime there, they need to play like every single goal matters.
Yeah.
And I think that can win them the game because they were creating shot opportunities, really good ones, and scoring off it. I mean, as we saw in overtime, but they weren't letting Maryland score at the same time. You know, I think that easily could have been like a 3-1 win had they played a little more conservatively.
And coming out of Maryland, you know, I think they have been really doing a good job of like trying to play this like counterattacking style. I think they've held down the fort well. I think, you know, they're defending and matching Ohio State's offense for the most part. And what we see a lot of times is like right after Ohio State scores, Maryland kind of gets one back usually within the next like 30 seconds, next minute.
For sure.
So I think Maryland, you know, I think they really just got to keep taking their chances. I think, you know, after keeping the pace kind of slow, defending, you know, making sure that they keep their structure, I think, you know, as long as they can just come out, you know, guns blazing, just like swinging for, you know, the fences, I think they can surprise Ohio State, who's sometimes looked a bit slow in their transitions and a bit overcommittal in their attacks.
I mean, we have game 3 starting right now, and we just need to see. I mean, if Maryland wants to win, I think they need to get these early goals because now it seems like OSU is a snowball team, right? If they get the ball rolling, they are just going to keep it going. As OSU making a lot of confident plays in the first 15 seconds of the game here.
Hassan tries booming it downfield to a teammate, but they end up backing off. Actually trying to get some offense going, but right now we're seeing a little bit of boomer ball. Both teams kind of trying to feel out game 3, waiting for an opportunity, maybe from hopefully a pass that connects, or maybe from a mistake as we've seen a few times this series. And honestly, who do you think, who do you have for scoring the first goal? As I say,
I gotta take the home team themselves. OSU for life.
Yeah, you know, I've had a history of caster cursing today. Once again, I'm so sorry, UCLA. But, you know, I thought I almost did it again, saying who's going to score first, and then, of course, the shot rings out. But Maryland trying to get the pressure going. They're going for a demo, and all of a sudden that's going to create some problems on the defense.
Big pass to Boog, but he's unable to break it up. He has a chance here. Turtle just going to deny that, as both teams are just going to reset, pick up a boost. Bongo trying to make an offensive opportunity. I mean, this Maryland team is just so good at defensive teams. They're reading most of the plays off the wall, and they are able to deny it. And as I'm saying it, they get broken apart, and Gaines is able to sneak one in.
Yeah, it comes off a little bit of an awkward touch from Hexy, and then followed by a double commit. You know, that's kind of one of the things about just keeping up the pressure is eventually the other team, you know, perfect rotations don't stay perfect for long when you're just under constant shots and constant aggression. So Maryland finally cracking against the pressure, but again, as I like to say, here they are, you know, 10 seconds later, already looking for one back.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing, as much as we talked about with Maryland punishing mistakes, I think OSU seems to be really good at forcing them. They are making these constant offensive plays, creating chances, and eventually Maryland is going to slip up no matter how good they are. Nobody's perfect, right? So as long as OSU just keeps playing offense, keeps playing aggressively, keeps playing with confidence, I think is the biggest part, is we can see them stay ahead of this lead.
Actually banging one downfield. It's a double commit. Who's going to touch it? Nobody. And Boog able to put it on target, but Gaines just able to tap it into the post. And now, all of a sudden, Ohio State's the one that can try to counterattack here. More bumps in the field. Sorry about that. And Turtle trying to take it up the wall, trying to go for a flipper set. He might get it, but stuffed out, and all of a sudden, Ohio State back on offense as usual.
Yeah, I mean, Gaines once again keeping the ball in the Maryland half. Bungo able to follow up on it. It seems like OSU is just creating chances, and Deason able to knock it in.
Yeah, and Boog, unfortunately, not a touch that really went anywhere. And Ohio State, you know, if they're going to be high up the field, they're going to be waiting for those weak clears. And I think Ohio State 2-0 up. I mean, what do you see Maryland, you know, coming back from this? Do you think there's a chance that they can adapt and kind of solve some of their issues so far?
I mean, I think Rocket League is such a momentum-based game. I think one quick goal can turn it around. Everyone feels good. I think it is almost always winnable. However, I think OSU's individually all three players are looking fantastic, I think. And I don't know if Maryland has the ability to overcome that this game particularly. There's only 2 minutes left. Now, that's plenty of time to score a goal, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to.
Yeah, Turtle trying to get a block on the ball, but Boog coming up. Just unfortunately getting kind of beat at the moment, but here's a good opportunity. Shot on target, but blocked by Dasan. And they're trying to keep up a little bit of pressure. A minute 30 left, not a whole lot of time. They know that they kind of need one soon. It's not panic time yet. You know, they don't need to. Oh, it might be panic time yet. It might be panic time. Bungo for 3-0, 130 left, and they've kind of Maryland just getting beat to the ball a little bit. I think, you know, we talked about Ohio State losing their confidence after game 1. And I think Maryland, you know, they might be hesitating a little bit because to start off the series, they were really fast with the ball. They were, you know, just kind of sending it. They were going, and now, you know, I think they're trying to maybe be a bit too passive. Maybe try to, you know, react to Ohio State instead of being a bit more proactive, which could hopefully do them some favors if they try to, you know, step it up just a little bit in terms of speed and like anticipation of the play.
I mean, OSU shutting out Maryland so far. I think the biggest thing that I've noticed on defense personally is they've really started to notice the Maryland attack patterns and have been able to get there like before Maryland is even, and have been punishing that constantly. The OSU defense really stepping it up. If Maryland wants to win, probably next game, I think they need to start switching up their patterns. They need to start trying from different angles because OSU right now is reading them like a book.
Oh yeah, and there it is. There's the fourth one. Bungo just putting the nail in the coffin with that one. And at this point, they're flying. You can see Gaines, you know, even with a big heavy touch there, they're able to just follow it up. There's not really a Maryland player that's been able to kind of match their speed and, you know, challenge them and cut them off when they need them to. But I'm thinking for Maryland next game, I think, you know, because we've definitely seen that they have the potential beating them in game 1, going to overtime in game 2.
Right.
You know, these guys can compete, and they've shown that not only can they compete, but they can win. And I think, you know, they might need to calm their nerves a little bit. They might need to kind of talk out a few of their problems, get their comms up. But, you know, a bit more of maybe some patient play and just knowing when to strike could kind of help them because it's looking a bit all over the place that I kind of think they're just, a lot of times they just jump in just to jump sometimes.
For sure. I think that OSU definitely has them a bit nervous after this. It's really hard to come back, play another game after you don't score. Getting one, or not getting one, feels really bad, I think. So I think they just need to take a breath, reset, and come into the next game and not let OSU's pressure break them down like it has been.
And as we've seen from the glorious script writers from this tournament, I'm thinking back to the Minnesota versus Michigan game. We had one team win 5-1 after a close match, and then the next team wins like 6-2. So, you know, it's definitely been a day of a lot of back and forth.
Yeah.
And I think these teams are evenly matched enough that, you know, yes, sure, they did win 4-0 Ohio State, but I can see it happening to Maryland. You know, I think Maryland has the opportunity, especially if they can really nail down the counterattack style that they were going for at the beginning. I think they can really just, you know, kind of save a little bit more of Ohio State's shots and, you know, keep them at bay a little bit more, and then just really, you know, turn on the gas or pedal to the metal, that kind of thing, and just, you know, hopefully come out and make this a bit closer of a series because script writers have been doing good today, and I hope that they got more from Maryland in store in this next game.
Yeah, I mean, I think OSU really showing why they're a 3 seed in the first place this game. I mean, the past 2 games especially, they came out, they lost game 1. It can always be hard to come back from that, and yet they're able to go up. They're up 2-1 now, and with a pretty dominant, I believe that was, 4-0 game 3. So OSU just needs to keep up the pace. And like you said with the counterattacks, Maryland, I think, needs to, if they're going to play that style, they need to commit to it. And they need to force OSU to make mistakes on offense. It's Turtle looking for an early goal here. It's going to be denied by Bungo.
And who do you think on Maryland is, you know, maybe they're like it guy that can try to, you know, bring them back into the series?
To me, I would definitely say Hexy. I think he seems like their main proprietor on offense. He seems like the main guy that is going for these aerials, taking these really hard shots, as Bungo is just going to completely drive down the field.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I think Hexy, you know, might be their guy, but in that play, unfortunately, looking a little bit in no man's land, kind of not sure where to go, put in an awkward spot in Ohio State. Once again, kind of feeling a bit familiar at this point, taking a lead, and we'll see if Maryland can kind of recoup and bring the fight back to them.
Definitely. I mean, OSU, I believe every game now scoring the first goal.
I can't remember, but maybe. You know what?
Regardless,
For
I
the
know
sake
it's
of
in at
argument-
least 3
yeah,
of them.
Definitely at least in 3. I can't remember.
So they're coming out and they're setting the tone early every game.
Yeah.
As Gaines looking for an air dribble here. He gets the flip reset, but he gets denied by Boog.
Oh, there's
Bungo
a
had a
miss.
big follow-up, but he whiffs on the ball. Hexley Maryland has a chance to score here on the counterattack. Desan able to deny that as Bungo drives down the field. Boog with another big save. OSU were just relentless on the offense here. They will not let up. Maryland holding strong, but they have yet to get the ball out of their half.
Oh,
Bungo
Bungo
with a big
space.
aerial.
Unfortunately, cut off by Turtle, but I mean, you just kind of see him keep coming. The ball goes to the corner, and the touch by Bungo to relieve some pressure, but got a little bit more to do. But you see them. I mean, they go off the wall, and it's immediately a
Huge
threatening
demo here as
opportunity.
Turtle can try to set something up. Still in our corner, Hexy, Boog sitting back. And OSU is able just to knock that out, stop the chance. Hexy a little bit deep here. But Boog's able to disrupt that.
Yeah, and going back to our conversation earlier, I agree with you that I think Hexy is probably the player to kind of get Maryland started. He's definitely had some really good opportunities on offense, and disregarding the 1 goal earlier, has looked really solid on defense as well. And I think fundamentally he's kind of kept Maryland looking strong, even in difficult moments. So really hoping to see more of him as Boog pinches it off the wall. That's going to be really awkward for Desan, but he's able to get the touch in Hexy. Here he comes, trying to get something going, and right now they've got good pressure. Boog with the shot to Hexy, pass it down. Oh my, almost a mid-air passing play coming out of Maryland. That would have been something else, as Hexy with a great save to kind of keep it 1-0 still. But he's got a lot to do. No boost. Maryland, I think, is looking a bit like they're struggling for resources at the moment, but they're coming out strong. Maybe a chance. Turtle could go for the double, could go for the fake. I don't think Hexy was really waiting for that. But Ohio State now looking like they want to come out and get a second goal here. They want to put this series to as close to bed as possible.
For sure. I mean, this is a pretty unusual game compared to all the others so far. We only have 1 goal with 3 minutes in.
That's a shot.
I just need to start talking about goals more often because I feel like every single time I bring it up, somebody scores. Regardless, only 2 goals in 3 minutes is still pretty unusual for both of these teams. It's a relatively low-scoring game, but OSU has been putting the pressure on constantly. Unfortunately, if Maryland slips up, there's not a lot they can do about that. I think they just need to start trying to convert into offense.
And Ohio State kind of looking a bit more nervy than the past few games, especially on defense. It's kind of been a theme that we've seen throughout this entire series, but Maryland, they're making them awkward. They're making them work for it. Ohio State winning 2 in a row, the last one being convincing. Maryland's coming out and saying, no, that wasn't the real us. We got some fights left in us. And I think, with that flick, it could be game.
Turtle and Hexy able to knock that in.
Hexy once again showing why he is, as we said, the it man. Turtle, though, all credit to him, though. Beating 2 people, especially on 0 boost. That was a great, play to beat one, flick it over the other. And Ohio State might be kicking himself a little bit to, kind of get outplayed by that.
Yeah, I mean, just like you were talking about with OSU's defense, it seems like they're a little more nervous. They're playing a little sloppier, and they double committed, like you said, to a guy with no boost. Not that they could know that, but it could be assumed. And yet he's able to get it past both of them and set up his teammate for an easy goal. I'm not really sure how they let that happen.
Oh, that's going to be awkward. It's off the corner.
Turtle able to knock it up, but Bungo has a follow-up. Ooh, a little bit past it. Maryland able to stay alive and not let that go in, though, denying the OSU opportunity on the goal there. This is their counterattack style that we've been seeing. They're knocking at the goal constantly. I'd love to see some Maryland offense here if they can keep a concentrated try. But it looks like OSU's going to take ball control.
Oh, this looks like a good opportunity. Demo by Turtle. They've opened up some space. Hexy going for the reset, but he can't find it past Desan. Who's going to take it to the corner? With only 40 seconds left, they could try time wasting here, but with a 1-goal lead, it's going to be a bit risky, especially with how offensive Ohio State's been trying to play this series.
For sure. I mean, Maryland just trying to stall for time as best they can, just slowly dribble it down, make
Hexy
long passes.
could put the game to bed. Oh, Desan, great recovery off the wall. He's able to be there for the shot, and now there's one chance to break out. They got 20 seconds left.
20 seconds left. 15.
They don't have the resources. They're all scrambling for boosts.
Out of the open, OSU has a chance here. 10 seconds. They have to make it count. They have to make a play.
Oh, what a shot.
Turtle going to deny it. 5 seconds. there's still a possibility.
There's a shot.
3.
Squish
Hexy
save.
scores it. He puts it
Aw.
down, and that is going to be 2-2 for the series as Maryland should take game 4 here, 3-1.
Yeah, and just overall, really great adaptations by them. You know, I think they cleaned up their defense incredibly well. Maryland did, and just you know, when you have these opportunities every once in a while to kind of catch Ohio State off guard, you know, they've just taken them well. And Hexy, oh my God, triple flip reset, baby, double, triple. Who cares? That was impressive. It didn't go in, but Hexy kind of showing you know off his mechanics there and why Maryland has been able to stay in this series.
Definitely. I mean, showing off your mechanical prowess, always a fun way to get in the head of the enemies. You know, show them, look what I can do.
I wish I could do that.
Yeah, right? It would be nice. But, I mean, a really fantastic turnaround for Maryland there. Even after OSU scored the opening goal, Maryland was able to come back and win 3-1. OSU not looking quite as smooth as they did in Game 3 as the series goes up to 2-2. I'm really hoping that they can step that offense back up, start playing with that confidence all over again, because that was more of a struggling game. I mean, their first goal was, what, 20 seconds in, and they didn't score after that?
Yeah, I don't think so. And I mean, you know, Maryland coming in as the 6th seed again, and you would think that, okay, Ohio State should be, you know, relatively comfortable. You know, I could see some back and forth. I could see it being a close game. But you would think that Ohio State, you know, probably, especially with how strong they looked in their group, and Maryland, I think they went 2-2, and one of their wins was against a Nebraska team that unfortunately wasn't able to show up today. So not able to really see their kind of full potential. But you would think that Ohio State, like, they look strong. And, you know, this is a Maryland team that maybe they should be handling a bit better. But Maryland, they're proving that's not the case. Maryland's saying, hey, we, you know, that one win against Nebraska, we probably would have won that anyways. You know, they're coming out and they're looking like they want to be the 3rd seed, not Ohio State.
Right. I mean, Maryland definitely putting up a performance. Now, thankfully, the teams must have listened when I introed, because we have a guaranteed Game 6. We're going at least 6. So thank you to both the teams for that, putting on an entertaining
Script Riders
performance.
coming in clutch once again, giving us entertaining series. I love it.
But OSU coming on the back of a loss, I mean, we really need, whoever wins this game, I think, has such an advantage. I mean, obviously has an advantage going into the next game, but it's so hard to play when you know your next loss is it, and you go home, right?
Oh, yeah.
It is such a big mental thing, and I think Rocket League is such a big
what a
mental
save
game.
by Bungo. How did he get? I thought that was a goal. I didn't even know someone was in that. That was right on the line.
Yeah, that was a fantastic
Oh, but, and here
play.
they come again. Oh, my.
But as I'm talking about it, I mean, I was talking about nerves, and OSU doesn't seem like they're nervous at all. They're just making these pure confidence saves. You really love to see it.
They heard my gripes about their shaky defense at time. They're like, all right, fine, we'll make them even more impressive. We'll, you know, just clear them off the line. They're 90% in, but that's no big deal to us. So well played to them. But Maryland, I mean, they're keeping up the pressure. They want this goal bad. They do not want to be down 1 game after 5.
Yeah, I mean, Maryland really stepping up the offense this game. I like they turned it up. They're turning up the heat. They're cooking in the kitchen. But overall, I just think it's good that they're playing on the opponent's half now, on OSU's half.
Here comes a shot. Oh, missed, but able to recover nicely. And there's a pass into the midfield that honestly could have been a shot.
Yeah, I just
angle.
don't think anyone was there to follow it up. They just weren't sure what was happening. Could have been a comms issue. Not really sure. OSU has a big opportunity here. Gaines setting the ball up, but Hexy's just going to get there first and deny it away.
I see it looking to play off the back wall, but so far Maryland's defended it well. But Gaines trying to cause issues, going for some more bumps and demos. Bungo putting off the corner, and there's a little
has a big
awkward
chance here.
rotation. And Dasan puts it in 1-0. Once again, keeping up the trend. Ohio State, they love scoring first. Whether they win the game or not is up for debate. But you know, if one thing's for certain, they're going to be the ones to start off each game high.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the big thing with that goal, too, if you didn't notice it, was Gaines went for a huge bump on the only guy in goal and was able to set it up perfectly. So, I mean, OSU just nonstop playing this constant offense, not only looking for shots, but also looking for bumps to set themselves up. As Bungo driving down here again, OSU playing with a ton of speed, a ton of just like electricity in their play right now. I think they've really, really turned on after that goal.
Bungo trying to beat some defenders, getting it to the middle, but Maryland, I mean, they are camping their back wall. They are making sure that everything that Ohio State does is going to be covered. And so far, so good. 1-0 down, but I mean, with how much offense that they've been up against. You'd expect it to be maybe a bit more, but again, the defense of Maryland, I mean, it's just been very strong. It has won them a lot of these games that they've played.
For sure. OSU this game compared to last playing a lot more offense, which is nice. Maryland, even though they started off stronger, are seeming to struggle in that department. They are not getting as much offense as I don't think they would like. As Bungo sends a shot to the top right corner, is going to get denied away by Hexy. Maryland with a possible counterattack here, but Gaines is going to get there first. It's all on Bungo to deny this, and he is able to with ease.
Jason looking to play up, but it's cut off by Hexy, who turns into a counterattack. There's a shot on net. Oh my god, a double. Turtle
Ooh,
trying
just
to
trying to do it
up.
all himself there.
And Ohio State clears once again. Hexy, he's been on fire recently with offense, but not able to break past the Ohio State defense at the moment. Gaines popping it up for a teammate. Dasan trying to carry it in there. Could he go for a flipper set? No, it's cut off by Turtle early. And look at the space that Ohio State has in the midfield right now. Maryland, they are really camping this net. They are making sure that if you get close, it will be met by someone. That's an unfortunate touch, and they're kind of scrambling now. There's a shot on target, but Hexy does well to get it off the backboard. Ohio State still looking, still pushing, and I think resources, they've got to be running dry for Maryland at this point. There's not much left in the tank, and they're going to struggle to get this ball out. As I say that, of course, Turtle able to take it to the wall. It's challenged by Gaines, and all of a sudden, Ohio State with a little bit of space has to beat two, can't get beat or past one. Hexy looking
Big
to
demo there by
counter.
Turtle. Hexy with a shot on net. It's all up to Desan to deny it, but he is able to block that and save that from going in. I think that was a possible chance. Now, just like you were talking about, OSU in the midfield is just looking so strong when they're on offense. They are forcing Maryland players to be on the back wall, and they are looking to force a mistake to get a goal. Now, OSU obviously still up 1-0 with now 25 seconds remaining. It is on Maryland to score and to tie it up if they want to win this game or go to overtime.
20 seconds left.
OSU just needs to stall. They're trying as hard as they can to keep this right at center field. Now, Maryland having a chance here. 10 seconds. Hexy has the chance to set him a pass.
Oh,
Goes for
that's a
it.
good
He
one.
gets past the first OSU defender, but Bungo gets it. He should
Bungo's
just be able to stall
awkward.
it out. Gaines sending it forwards.
Turtle has space. He's got
1
teammate
second
up front.
left.
Flipper
We're
set.
at
Oh, but it's cut off by Bungo. Well done to put that straight down.
For sure.
And
OSU
Ohio
taking
State-
game 5.
Yep, and this is a very precarious situation to be in if you're Maryland. Being one game away from being eliminated is not where they probably want to be. I would assume, but I mean, they've shown that these games are tight, and it only takes one opportunity for that game, I think, to go the other way around. So if you were in Maryland's shoes right now, what would you say to try and turn the tides?
I think the biggest thing is the Maryland just needs to come out, and I mean, they need to score, right? They were not able to put one on the board that game, which it happens, but I think for both mental and just to win the game, you need to score. So they need to find a way to get past the OSU defense. They need to find a way to get on offense and make these coordinated efforts to score a goal. And if they aren't able to do that, I think it's just going to be a short loss for them.
And I think Maryland also needs to say, hey, you know what? Let's not concede in the first 20 seconds. Ohio State, I mean, they've shown up early in each game, and you know, it's impressive that Maryland's been able to come back and take two of those games that they've been down in. But you know, as we just saw, it's not always the case. That one early goal, you know, that one quick lapse in judgment or decision making, you know, that could be the game, that could be the series at this point. So Maryland, you know, they're really going to look to say, hey, we need to hold down the fort, especially at the beginning, and not give them, you know, what they've wanted this entire series.
Right.
It might not come into play. Oh, Turtle with a great recovery after jumping off the wall.
I think one of the biggest things so far is that the teams were playing really fast and loose early. We had really high-scoring games. And as we've seen these last couple games, they've been a lot slower paced, a lot lower scoring. So you can tell that the teams have really tried it. Boog trying to dribble it in, and he flips it over, and in it goes. Maryland taking the first goal away, the OSU favorite.
What is up with teams getting rewarded for breaking Rule 1? I'm sick of it. I mean, first it was Ohio State, now it's Maryland, so I guess it's even.
It's evened up.
But, I mean, everyone knows if you break Rule 1, you should be the one punished for that. And here, teams are just kind of encouraging each other. Yeah, we can break Rule 1. Shameful. Pitiful even. And, you know, this might be the one time that I'd say I think Ohio State should have scored the first goal.
Maryland with 2 or 3 demos already into this game. It looks like they're trying to get into OSU's head. I mean, I know it can always be frustrating as a player when you don't get to play the game. So that could be a slight change in strategy we see from Maryland as they constantly go for demos.
Yeah, there's another one. Maryland taking one out of the midfield, opening up some space for them. Ohio State not going to back off, though. They're still going to push for it, but it could work. Dasan, he's got a little bit of boost to work with, and right now Maryland running out of resources, I think, looking a bit awkward, but they're able to break out. They're able to put some pressure on, and that's got to be a save out of Bungo, and he does put it to the side well. Dasan able to clear up, and now they have a chance to break with a beautiful pass, but Dasan not having the right amount of boost to play with that ball. And they could be caught out here. That's a shot from Turtle, and it's going to be in 2-0 to Maryland.
Early 2-0 for Maryland. I mean, we're a minute 30 into the game, and Maryland's up 2-0. OSU, plenty of time on the clock, but they really do need to get the ball rolling, get scoring. I mean, we saw last game was only 1-0. It's getting a lot harder to get these goals.
Yeah, and you know, we could be looking at a potential Game 7 scenario with how low scoring that these games have been. This could be it already, except unless Bungo or unless Dasan has anything to say about it. But it's unfortunately for him caught off or cut off by the defense. Gaines trying to put one into the near post, but Hexy is going to be able to take control, able to bring it downfield a little bit, but they're going to try to take it slow. Maryland, they have a little bit of space. They definitely have the boost advantage. Turtle going for the double, and it's off the bar. Unfortunately for him, 3-0 denied by
Boob's barely missing now. OSU could have a big opportunity here as Turtle whiffs on the ball. It's just floating in the air. Hexy taking it back towards himself, picking up the big boost. Boob with a follow-up. And OSU was just able to deny it. Now OSU really needs to make something happen here. Every second they're not scoring is just so much harder for them. Obviously they have the game advantage, but it would be so much nicer for them to end here at Game 6 rather than take it to a Game 7.
Yeah, and you can see that they were trying to push for that offense. They're kind of committing a bit more than usual, and that is how they got scored on, but at the same time, oh, there's a bump by Gaines.
And that's that.
Dasan perfectly slotted. That had to have been calmed. That's great awareness to know that even from the midfield, you can just shoot that ball and it's going to be a goal. Gaines, well done to just bump into the player, especially a player who I think was flipping, so he had to read that perfectly, and I think he got it. So
yeah, I mean, a fantastic coordinated effort by OSU overall there. I mean, just the confidence to know that you're going to get to that 50-50 first and take that midfield shot is fantastic to combat ahead of time and have Gaines go for the bump on the other side of the field.
Oh, here they come again. A misplay on the wall by Maryland, but they're able to break out. Hexy trying to take it down, but unable to get this touch he needed. And could that be a goal? No, unfortunately, Boog, he's there to stop Ohio State's plans. And Dasan trying to keep the pressure on, goes up the wall, not able to follow it up, but Bungo's there. And Maryland, you know, they're still trying to play tight. They're still trying to keep Ohio State at bay, getting opportunities like this. Turtle, 1v1 against Bungo. He gets it past him, but Dasan, plenty of time to get back after Bungo stalls. And we're back into midfield. We're back into booming the ball down and hoping for something. That's a good shot by Dasan, but Ohio State, they still need one more.
Yep, I mean, I think this is kind of OSU's comfort zone, is once they get that one on the board, I think they start scoring a lot more and they start playing with a lot more confidence. I think that's almost always why we see the first early goal. I think they kind of need it in a way to feel good about themselves, and we're going to see them try for another one here. But that confidence does not mean too much if you're not scoring more.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the clock. If you're Ohio State, how much do you push here? You know, how far do you send it?
I mean, I think you full send it realistically. You have a game lead. You're up 3-2 in the series. One goal sends you to overtime. I mean, possibly wins, but guarantees you at least an overtime. So I really think they should just full send and full commit, because if nothing happens, you're going to lose anyways. You know, 2-1 is the same as 3-1 when it comes to game score. This could be a chance here. Boog going a bit wide on that ball. Gaines could follow up. Reads the bounce off the wall. Tries to set something up. OSU still has control of the ball. They have plenty of time to get there first.
Oh, that's a great clear by Turtle. He's buying so much time with that. And with the demo coming out, Ohio State, they were going to try to find one. 10 seconds left. Dasan's up, but he passes
OSU going for as many demos as they can. Hexy going to deny it away. This could be a goal for him, actually. And it's going to head straight in as Maryland brings the lead up to 3-1 and should be taking Game 6 here.
Yeah, 6 seconds left. It's technically still possible, but you know, Maryland, they basically secured this game, and we're gonna have a Game 7 on our hands. That first one of the tournament so far.
The first quarterfinals and the first Game 7.
Hopefully, a sign of good, exciting games to come for the rest of the tournament. And Maryland, 3-3 in the series. Yeah, how do you feel about this going into Game 7?
I mean, this is life or death, right? I think the biggest part I think is they just need to fully reset. They need to take a deep breath in, they need to take a deep breath out, and just relax. I mean, as hard as it can be to relax in situations like this, I think it's very, very important for them to do that and come out and play the best Rocket League that they can. I think they need to focus on doing what works and shutting down what's been working for the opposing team. I mean, this is for both sides, really. And I just want to see a clean game, you know? I don't want to see a 5-0 stomp. I'd much rather see, you know, a 4-3 or something like that.
Yeah, I think, you know, we've had a lot of low-scoring games so far. It'd be nice to really, you know, really get a high-scoring, intense final one here. And, you know, as someone who has played formally, I think when you get to these moments, you know, it's really easy to let the nerves take over, the hands kind of shake a bit. So I think, you know, it might just come down to something as simple as who can calm themselves a bit or better. You know, both teams we've seen, they can take the blows, they can give them back. It's just going to be maybe who crumbles first under the pressure.
Right. Now, Poke, I do have a very, very important question to ask you. Who scores the game winner?
Who scores the game winner?
Which player scores the game winner?
You know, I feel like I've shown a little bit of love to Ohio State, and to give Maryland I think the respect that they deserve with their underdog story here. And just because he's played so well so far, I think Hexy, I'm going to say 2-2 overtime, Hexy gets the game winner.
You're calling it overtime, okay.
Yeah, I think this is going to be tight enough. I think neither team is going to want to make the first mistake. I think this might be the game where we see a bit more careful play. I think maybe Ohio State pulls it back a little bit, but I think at the same time Maryland might not be as fast on their counterattacks. And Hexy, I mean, he's kind of been Maryland's it man for a lot of this, so I think he's going to be able to probably clutch up if it goes into an overtime or last goal scenario.
Yeah, I mean, clutch factor is a very, very important thing. It's not something that you can really track, but obviously some players are much more comfortable in high-intensity situations than others. As we see, Gaines trying to dribble it down the field here. Bungo with a good follow-up on that. But anyways, it really just comes down to which team is more clutch. Who can turn it up when they need to the most, you know? Every other game up to now doesn't matter. This is do or die. You have to win.
And it'd be, on one hand, it would be heartbreaking for Ohio State to lose on home soil, but it'd also be heartbreaking for Maryland to drive or fly all this way across the United States just to lose round one of quarterfinals. So both teams have a lot of pressure and a lot of expectations on the line. They're kind of fumbling it though, Maryland. They're
OSU
not
with
sure
an early goal.
And Desan, again, Ohio State, what is it with these early goals? I don't understand how they could do it so consistently. Maryland, I mean, they were kind of just floundering around there. They couldn't get the ball in their possession. They, you know, ran out of boosts. They ran out of ways to just clear it. And all of a sudden, now you just see them bumping each other on the kickoff there. I think Maryland, they could be the ones that are feeling the pressure more than the others.
Right, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, just what we were just talking about is the pressure's on, and it seems like Maryland just loses a little bit of coordination. Now, obviously, stuff happens, but they were just looking so uncoordinated, and it just led to OSU taking an early goal. Now, OSU, if you were OSU here, do you keep pushing? Do you try to push for that 2-0, 3-0 lead, or do you start to play a little more conservative and defensive?
I think what they should do is I think they should keep pushing. If I see Maryland concede a goal like that, my first thought would be, hey, they might be feeling shaky. I think we might be able to get one or two more. But
okay.
While I think that's what they should do, I don't think they will. I think Ohio State, as we've seen from a few games, they are perfectly fine holding a one-goal lead. You know, they're fine going up 1-0 in 20 seconds and then just saying, you know what, it's up to you now. You have to be the ones that break us down. And I'd be surprised to see them or to see Ohio State keep fully committing. But I think if they do, they have a good chance of winning the game.
Okay. Yeah, that's some really good insight. Thank you for that. As we see, Desant's trying to set up another pass here, but just like you talked about, it looks like for the most part, OSU's playing a little bit slower, just trying not to make
There's
mistakes.
a shot. Oh, it's in. Oh
It's
my
saved.
God.
Incredible save by Desant there. Hexy
did
with the
he come
follow-up.
from?
As they're able to clear it, it is on goal. Somebody needs to save it from the Maryland side.
Oh, he can't get it. He had no boost.
And Gaines takes the goal as it's tapped in by Maryland. And this is what we were looking for. OSU up 2-0 now with only 1:45 remaining. Maryland, pressure is on. They need to score fast. They need to score now. They need, I'm just going to say it again, they need to score. That's their only way they can win.
And with 1:40 left
Gains
on
off
the
the
clock,
ceiling.
there's not a whole lot of time left. They are going to have to kind of break the strategy that they've gone for this entire time, and they're going to have to be the ones that are the aggressors. But at the moment,
Game
Hexy
saved by
barely
Hexy there.
keeping them alive.
Now
Right.
OSU, like sharks, are smelling blood in the water. They are putting the pressure on constantly. They are not letting Maryland have any control over the ball as we then look for just another goal, try to put the nail in the coffin.
That's a good touch by Gaines, trying to get into the middle. Maryland, they're looking like they're struggling a bit. Can't get the resources they want. Can't really play against the speed that they're going up against. Ohio State, they've got confidence back. They are ready to strike once more. And Maryland, with a minute left, they gotta fight hard for this goal. They've been really good defensively, and now we just need to see that translate to offense.
Unfortunately, if OSU wins this game, it would seem that offense is in fact the best offense.
It would seem like offense is the best offense. Unfortunately, for myself and the defensive stands out there, we might be in the wrong. Who knows?
This series says so. For
30
sure.
seconds left. Boog, he's trying to put it up to a teammate, and unfortunately cut off by Ohio State, who's able to follow it up. Desan, able to buy so much time. And 2-0 with 20 seconds left. Maryland, they need something now.
Yeah, I mean, OSU just so comfortable sitting on their half here, just hitting the ball in the air, trying to waste as much time as they can. It's down to 10
Oh,
seconds.
an unfortunate miss. I think that might do it.
Yeah, Turtle going to
with a
drive
little bit of
down.
space, a little
Even
bit
if
of
they
boost.
score here, the game's pretty doomed regardless.
And
Yeah,
one more
that's
for the
that.
road, one
That's
more
all
for
she
the
wrote. OSU
Something to boost
is
the
gonna take
self-esteem a little bit.
game
Nice
7
goal
here.
from Boog.
and the series. I mean, a fantastic series overall. I love to see a game 7, so
Yeah, I
the
mean,
ball's finally going to touch the ground.
if for an Ohio State fan, you know, for everyone here in person, this is probably the best way that Ohio State could have won it. Going to Game 7, keeping the intensity high. It was really exciting to watch. And, I mean, props to Maryland. I mean, they did not look like a 6 seed out there. They looked like a real competitor.
Yeah, that was super competitive. I mean, that was like, I would argue like a 2nd seed versus a 3rd seed.
Yeah, I mean, they showed up, and I think Maryland did a good job of playing their game. I think both teams played their game really well, and it created a lot of back and forth kind of between them.
Definitely.
But in the end, Ohio State just able to prevail ever so slightly over Maryland, and you know, Maryland may be out, but we appreciate them coming down and giving
for
us
sure.
a really good Rocket League. So respect to them. I think they had a tournament that they can be proud of.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, making it to the quarterfinals alone is a really good step forward. It shows that you didn't just lose that right away. Not that, I mean, somebody has to, but still, it's nice that they made it and they were able to have some mild success. I'm just happy that they made it to Game 7. I'm happy that OSU won, personally. I think they put on a really good performance.
No bias
but
here. No bias
unfortunately,
here.
I do think OSU will have to step it up a little bit, especially in that defensive category as we go into further matches. It'll be hard when teams can punish that.
Yeah.
So.
And so I think that'll be all for us today. I believe up next we have Overwatch continuing, so stick around for that, and we'll see you back after the break.
I believe we're still on camera for now, so I'm just going to talk a little. I'll be here for Overwatch. I believe you're subbing out, right?
Yeah, I'll sub out, but good luck
Okay.
with Overwatch.
Yeah,
It should
thank
be
you.
fun.
I'm very excited. It's a fun game.
Oh, and now we're out.
And we're good. Hey guys, and welcome back. Once again, we are in for Overwatch now. We did Rocket League earlier. We are now playing Overwatch. We will have Ohio State University against Northwestern playing a quarterfinals game. It'll be a best of 5. And once again, I'm Juan. I'm here with Gumi now, and we will be casting together. Gumi, what are you excited for this game?
Well, I've seen both these teams. I'm honestly really excited to just see the DPS matchups. Honestly, we've seen so much DPS talent at this this tournament just in general. Like I'm just excited to see how they go head to head. Like,
yeah,
that's all I want to see. And
are there any heroes specifically that you're looking towards?
Sabbath. I remember on Northwestern, he was really good, really consistent. I remember his Sojourn was a lot of pop-off moments with his Sojourn. And then I can't remember anyone on Ohio State, but I'm sure they've got some heavy hitters as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think personally, I'm a big Sojourn fan. I don't know if she's meta or not. You can fill me in.
Oh, she is very meta.
Yeah, okay, that's what my friends lied to me. They told me she was unbelievable, right?
Who are your friends?
I don't know.
God.
Lowe's, I guess. But I think Sojourn's so strong. I think she's so unbelievable.
Yeah, she is by far one of the strongest characters in the game, has been since her release. She may get a little bit boring to see, but you're probably going to see a lot of her.
I love watching people slide around and just I do constant DPS from across the map.
She is a fun character, I will admit.
Yeah, definitely.
Busted, but she is fun.
And then what tanks do you think we'll be looking towards today?
Whew, let's see. I've seen Orisa, Ramatra, specifically on. We're looking towards more of like a brawl meta, so I'm thinking more of that Orisa, more of the Ramatra, more. I mean, if we're lucky, maybe Reinhardt. I wouldn't mind seeing a Reinhardt. But yeah, definitely those brawly tanks. We're moving away from those. Like poke tanks, specifically for Lijiang Tower, which is the first map that we will be on. We're looking more towards those brawl tanks. So
okay, that makes sense. I just have a personal vendetta against Zarya. I just hate her so much.
Really?
It's because like I mean I think my highest rank ever was like plat or diamond, something not that good, but my brain I just always shoot her shield and then her beam hits me for 1,000,000 damage and there's nothing I can do about it. So
Zarya's in this weird spot in the meta where it's like a game of rock, paper, scissors, where Zarya beats Orisa, Orisa beats literally everybody else, and then everyone else beats Zarya.
I see.
So you have to play Zarya against Orisa, and it looks like we're just going to see a double Orisa matchup, possibly looking at a mirror matchup, but I see 2 Symmetras. Just kidding, I see 2 Tracers. That's more like it. So as we get into this first fight here, we are going to see Northwestern and Ohio State head-to-head, best of 5 in the quarterfinals. Here we go, into the first fight. Now it's just Orisa is just trying to poke at each other, and I mean, you're trying to draw out her abilities, but the DPS, we're going to have to keep an eye on them, and the Cassidy is the first one to fall on the side of Northwestern. And now Bazaar takes out the enemy Orisa, and now they're just going to stop onto the point, because without your tank, you can't make as much space as you'd like. So now Bazaar, with all of the space for his team, walking forward, and as they walk forward, they take out the Kiriko and take out no one, actually. I'm a liar. It looks like Ohio State might be able to come back, except Mafia goes down, perhaps being a little bit overzealous there, not really with his team, and Sabbath will take out the Lucio, but as I say that, the Lucio and Cassidy and Tracer all fall on Northwestern. Ohio State possibly bringing this back from the brink. And as Bazaar falls, we are going to see the first major fight go over to Ohio State. What a back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, they were contesting the point for so long there. Now, fortunately, OSU did capture it first. They were getting, percentage points the entire time towards the objective.
Yeah.
And then I also think, I mean, really the Tracer on both teams, but Wonyoung specifically did so much work that fight. He was just causing so much chaos, putting out so much damage, and really split up Northwestern in a way where it would lead to their eventual downfall.
Yeah, and I mean, with that Tracer roll, all you really need to do is distract the back line and then let your front line walk forward, and that's what happened, and it was absolutely perfect. And speaking of distracting the back line, we are going to see a pulse bomb on the left from Sabbath. Not going to find anything. He's going to back off, choose to just play his life, but as the Kiriko rush comes out, it's time for Ohio State to walk forward, but it's not going to matter because Bazaar is just going to pop the Terror Surge, pull them all back in. 2 down on the side of Ohio State, 4 down. Now it's up to the Tracer, but she will just smartly decide to back off.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a great counterattack by Northwestern. They really only burned Tracer ults for that as well, so I think that's a little bit sloppy from OSU to fall there. But unfortunately, they're at 72%. I think they have a good chance to push back.
Yeah, definitely not phased by that Kiriko ult as well. And now that they've got the 3 ults online, it's just perhaps they have more agency in this fight, coming up on Pulse Bomb and having 3 ults in the bank. While Northwestern may have 3 ults, but both support ults.
Rush
And
getting low.
Sabbath.
Sabbath gets picked off already. That's your Tracer. That is just such a huge advantage. There's a reset. Cruziro is running in. Gonna pop ults. Lucio drops the beat, but it doesn't seem like there's much they can do about it.
Yeah, Lucio's going to drop the beat, but even so, it looks like the Cassidy actually fell off the map, and Mazamel on the Moira might have also gotten booped, and Mafia copying that Cassidy is just going to take out Bazaar's Orisa. And now, that's really got to hurt from Northwestern. They popped at least both support ults there, and not a lot to show for it. And Ohio State only really popped, well, they popped 3 of their ults, but I can see them coming up on both their support ults.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that they used the Lucio ult there after the Tracer got picked, because it felt like such a doomed fight when OSU was pushing and using ults. I'm surprised they didn't just save it for this last counterattack.
Yeah, I'm surprised about that too, but you know, maybe they knew something we didn't. Maybe they just decided to take this last fight. But now Ohio State ticking up 95% on the point, and Bazaar trying to push in here, desperately trying to get onto this point, and he's going to drop
the beat as
dangerously
well.
low. The beat's going to come out from Ohio State, and Skiff finds the Cassidy on Northwestern side. Bazaar will fall. And now it's just up to the remaining members of Ohio State to clean up Northwestern.
And that's that.
And this first point goes over to Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, really clean overall. OSU, I think, just had constant control over the fight, which enabled OneYum on the Tracer to get these flanks off, and he was just not getting picked. Unfortunately, Sabbath did get picked a couple of times, which I think really hurt Northwestern's comp.
Yeah, on Tracer, you do not want to be the first one falling. You want to be the annoying little gnat in the backline.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, sometimes you get picked. But something I think is interesting is the difference between Moira and Kiriko here. I mean, Moira, you just have to play so close range and sometimes put yourself into danger to heal your team. While Kiriko can just kind of, you know, stand back and throw her paper bills at everyone. So I think maybe Ohio State has a bit of an advantage here with comps. And but Northwestern look comfortable on this Moira. So as we go into the next point of Lijiang, we'll see how these comps
now
sorta
Northwestern
interact.
pulling out this Sojourn here. Do you think she can do anything to do with either the Tracer or the Echo outside of Ohio State?
Yeah, and look right there. Not quite the Tracer, but the Lucio falling
I mean, even
instead.
better, right? Knocking down support is nice and easy as.
Yeah, now with the advantage, Northwestern is going to try to look to march forward, push their advantage. Ohio State is down to Lucio, meaning they do not have the ability to kite. But perhaps kiting doesn't even matter if you can just kill the other team. And now Bazaar dropping really low, but
Mafia
he's
gets
still
picked
going to
off.
find the Echo. Oh my gosh, they just could not take out Bazaar. And now with the person advantage, Northwestern just walks forward and wipes out the rest of Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, that's the power of one pick, right? They got the pick onto the Echo, and then were able just to run right into the point and dominate the rest of the fight.
Yeah, for sure.
I think that was a really good fight, especially with how dangerous it was looking early on, with Bazaar on the Orisa falling very low.
Yeah, I got to give props to the supports, keeping the Orisa alive, which is pretty much the backbone of the team. I mean, Orisa falls and everything just kind of crumbles around her. So props to the supports.
Definitely.
I don't think we say that enough.
I doubt it.
Yeah, as a support player myself, we definitely don't. Thank your support players, guys. Just a little side note. Anyway, moving on to this next fight. Pulse Bomb coming out from Yum. Not going to find anything, but now it's time for Ohio State to walk forward in this Kiriko rush. They're all powered up.
What they can.
Get in
Sabbath
there.
gets picked off nice and early.
Sabbath will fall, but the
Trick dropping the beat, keeping everyone alive. Orisa doing what she can. Cruziro
so many ults
still alive here. Both Orisas just unable to die, it seems.
Yeah, both Orisas just staying alive for so long in these fights, but not the DPS and the support line on Northwestern as the Moira and the Sojourn fall, and Mafia taking out 2 will fall in this fight, but the damage has been done. And now the point flips over back to Ohio State.
Definitely. I think that was a really good job by Northwestern. Even though it seemed like a losing fight early on, especially with the ults that Ohio State popped, they were able to contest the point for so long and waste so much time. I thought that was a fantastic play on their part.
Yeah, Ohio State, and there's definitely something to be said about that Tracer player. Just sometimes all you really need is to put a little bit of damage into those supports. And look, sometimes we will panic, okay? We will be like, oh my gosh, there's a Tracer on me. I need to fade away. I need to look at her. I need to whatever. And that little change of attention can...
OneYum gets picked.
And
the Sojourn, as we talked about, just picking off the DPS of OSU right away.
As I was praising him, he just falls. I think I had Caster Curse in there. I'm so sorry. And one chick takes out the enemy Kiriko, and now it's just a matter of cleaning up for Northwestern. These fights are really quick in the grand scheme of things.
Echo trying to stall for time. Cruziro are going to get knocked down. OSU still contesting this point, though.
Yeah, but eventually they will fall, and it will go over to Northwestern. But that doesn't mean Ohio State is completely out of this fight. We got 4 ults coming up here on the board, but Northwestern similar little ult bank
I
as
mean,
well.
both Tracers have ults here. I think the winner of the next fight will be off the back of a good pulse bomb. Personally, I think that ult is just so good if you can get it off.
Yeah, pulse bomb. You gotta watch out for these Tracers, and as I say that, Yum looking
Using his
for the
rewind.
pulse bomb. Gonna throw
Drops the
it.
pulse bomb.
Not gonna find
Soldier gets
anything.
away.
Good
That's
slide.
always Sabbath now having the advantage.
And the beat from Bella is going to find all 5 players, keeping everyone alive in this fight. Pulse Bomb's going to stick, but not kill through the beat. So many ults coming out here. Terra Surges. We got Kiriko rushes. We got Lucio beats everywhere. No one has died except for Sabbath and One Trick on the side of Northwestern. And now Ohio State with the advantage, pushing forward. The copy on the
Finally
Orisa
kill Bazaar.
find at least 2. And Ohio State are still alive in this match.
OSU keeping it alive is at 99%. Now all they have to do is hold the point. Now obviously much easier said than done as Mafia is going to see everyone running out of their spawn here. OSU has slightly better ult charges it looks like though. This could be a dangerous spot for Northwestern.
Yeah, very slightly though. As you said, I mean, both squads end up using all 5 ults, which very crazy, very chaotic fights.
Definitely.
There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of praise to be given if you can keep your head in these fights, especially when things are exploding and you got things across your screen and there's an echo on
Mafia
your
getting a big pick on,
on
the
your
Moira there.
left. Yeah, and the Moira will fall, and that's the backbone of Northwestern. I believe the best choice for them here would be get out. They need to get out or die. They need to regroup extremely quickly so they can take this last fight with their Moira. They cannot afford to stagger here.
I mean, OSU just looking for these picks, playing just like they need to. They're punishing Northwestern for being split off from the Orisa. As One Yum has Pulse Bomb, he could look for another pick. Neither of the supports for Northwestern side have their ult here. He gets picked off by Sabbath
Was that
in the
a
1v1.
Oh my gosh, Sabbath taking out Yum with a 1-clip. That was perfect. And Skiff will take out the enemy Sojourn. However, it's a 3v3 now as both DPS fall on both sides. Terra Surge and Beat come out for Ohio State. Not finding any kills for the moment as Bazaar using a Terra Surge of his own. But the Kiriko will TP out. Amazing survivability by Skiff. And they will just survive on the point while Yum goes absolutely crazy in the back line, taking out 3 in this fight.
Unbelievable.
Basically securing the point for Ohio State as they
Picking up the
stop
triple kill, picks up the
forward.
4th.
Oh, I'll give him the 5K. There's the 5K.
He got it.
There's the 5K.
He took it personally when Sabbath one-clipped him. He's
Oh,
able to
for
pick him up
sure.
at the end there, get the 5K, and secure OSU the win.
Yeah, first map, Lijiang Tower, going over to OSU, and honestly, what an amazing showing from this team.
Yeah, I mean, definitely incredible team play on both sides. I think they both played around the Orisa so well. She was staying alive
Yeah, I definitely
for so long
agree
on
with
both
that.
sides.
I mean, whoever's tank stays alive for longer is bound to win the fight. So props to OSU for sticking in there with the Orisa for sure. And probably going to see a lot more of that Orisa mirror matchup to come. So
For sure. I think one thing to highlight, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think Maryland, or not Maryland, sorry, I was just doing, it says Maryland, we were just doing Rocket League. Northwestern needs to try to protect their supports a little bit because there were a couple of times where the supports got picked off by the DPSs of OSU relatively unpunished. Like it wasn't just it was a good play, but it wasn't like a fantastic, complete hands gap. So
Yeah.
I think Northwestern really need to make sure they're keeping their support players alive.
I agree with that. I mean, support's backbone of any team. You lose your support, the fight is pretty much almost, I'd say maybe 70% of the time it's just over. And I think maybe it's to say something about Northwestern's Lucio and Moira. They might just need to communicate a little bit more because,
Yeah.
I mean, we saw on that last point, the Echo just kind of floated down and put her beam out, and then the Moira just folded. Maybe if the Moira was calling out that they're low or calling out, oh, there's an Echo, like I need healing, like somebody help me look at this Moira, whatever.
Right.
Obviously, we'll never know what goes on in the comms, but
Now, do you think that's just a weakness of the Moira pick itself? Do you think she's weak to getting caught out like that?
I guess I actually do believe so, and I think that's one of the big differences between the Moira and the Kiriko. Because Moira, like, yes, she has Fade, and it's an amazing getaway ability, but if they chase you, you're done for. You're plumb out of luck. Now, Kiriko at least has TP, and when she TPs to someone to help her out, and then, of course, she has the annoying cleanse, which, everyone loves. So, yeah, you definitely love it. I can tell by the look on your
I'm a
face.
big fan of the Kiriko clients. I love how she just is like a better version of Zenyatta almost with
Yeah, it's great,
her
isn't
high
it?
damage output. It's awesome.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
I love Kiriko. she's my main actually. So
Is she?
sorry. I apologize.
No,
for
no wonder you play. I get it.
yeah. So
Just a meta abuser. It's fine.
oh yeah. I mean that's actually important. You point that out. I mean, meta is meta, right?
Right.
And,
Yeah.
And so I mean, oh my, what is this?
It looks like we have a guest onto the stream.
Oh my gosh.
Guys, we have a very exciting guest today. We have Brutus Buckeye. Go Bucks, baby. Brutus, is OSU winning this match? Of course! He says of course, guys! OSU's going to take it. Now, they did take map 1 into Northwestern, so we're hoping to win the series here. Now we're going to take a quick picture, Brutus and I.
I'm just here.
Perfect. Brutus,
I
Maryland,
know,
yeah,
I know.
I know. I'm sorry. Brutus, I'm sorry.
I
Go
would-
Bucks, baby. Go Bucks. Yeah! So,
Go Terps.
Brutus, he's out of here. He's going to stop by, say hi, everyone. That was our wonderful mascot, beautiful man. And thank you so much. Go Bucks, baby.
Number 1.
Number 1. That was great.
Wow.
Yeah. What a surprise visit.
I feel like blessed to be in the presence
Yeah,
of the mascot.
he's a big nut.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, well, he's a Buckeye. So, again, very happy, very surprising that he was there. But
I think he'll give a big rallying call to Ohio State.
yeah,
Big wake up call, as in like, hey, your mascot's here. You need to win.
I mean, they must have seen him earlier. Maybe he stopped there before us. Maybe that's what
Maybe
helped them
that's-
win that final fight. You know?
It's true. I mean, they did take, 2-0
Yeah.
on the points on the map. So it's his presence. I
It's
don't know.
his presence. Yeah. Now, if Brutus was to play Overwatch, I'm thinking, obviously he's a tank player, right? He's a big
obviously.
guy. He has to be
Big
a
guy.
tank.
Mhm.
I'm thinking Doomfist.
I'm thinking Ramatra.
Ramatra, you think?
I mean, 2 big guys, robots? Question mark. Half robot, half guys.
You know what?
So
You have a good point. You have a good point. Yeah, maybe Brutus is like half nut, half man,
half nut, half man.
which is
I
like basically
believe it.
half robot. Yeah,
Yeah, basically half robot.
basically, it's all the same.
Yeah. In the grand scheme of things.
In the
robots,
grand scheme of things.
Robots, nuts and bolts. Same thing, am I right?
Oh, okay. Wow. To get back to the game real quick, I just want to ask you a couple more questions because,
Sure.
if you don't mind, what rank are you?
So
You can go ahead and brag. Go ahead.
I have peak top 500.
Okay.
I believe my peak was like 216
Wow.
in North America.
Mhm.
Now I'm washed.
Of course.
So I'm like masters now, but I'll get back
Still
up
not
there
bad
eventually.
though.
Yeah.
Masters is still very, very respectable.
But yeah, I like to say that I know the game.
Yeah.
I'm on the academy team, obviously, and I do cast for Premier, so I get to see a lot of their strats, other people's strats, whatever. So yeah,
Nice.
ask away.
That's very exciting. Oh, I just want to say, like, do we see any comp switch ups, especially on the side of Northwestern?
I think
Like we talked about the Moira. Do you think anyone else switches?
I think the concept of comp switching is very, very map dependent.
Okay.
So I think both of these teams are very confident in Brawl, which is like, obviously the Orisa, the Lucio,
Right.
the Kiriko, the Moira.
Just going kind of fist fight.
Right. So I don't think we're going to see any of like long range maps. So like no Circuit Royale, no Havana, no what other long range maps are there? Coliseo to some extent. I don't think we're going to see those maps because
Okay.
those are more catered to like Widowmaker and Winston and the dive comps. Now we might see maps like Kings Row or maybe something like Antarctic Peninsula, something more brawly.
Right.
And then if we do see those maps, I don't think we're going to see any comp switches. I
Okay.
think these players know that these comps got them to where they are, and that there's no point in switching a comp that if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right. Now, I've casted a couple Overwatch games before for OSU. I know that especially the DPS players for OSU side are very comfortable on that Tracer and Echo combo. Do you think there's anything that Northwestern can do to shut that down? Do you think there's a specific counter? Like, do you think you just pick the Sojourn to shut the Echo down, or is there anything that they can do to shut down those two heroes specifically?
I think, honestly, exactly like you said, pick that Sojourn. I mean, Sojourn she's dangerous.
Yeah.
If she gets enough charge, she can pretty much one-shot a Tracer with a headshot. And Sojourn is, I guess, like a soft counter to Echo, if you will. I mean, Echo, if she's in the air, has very predictable mobility, so
Right.
you can just kind of shoot her out of the sky with hit scan. So I do think they should keep running this Sojourn. It was good looks a little bit on Lijiang, and maybe they just need to give their Sojourn more space. So like you said, peeling
Yeah.
for the back line.
To be fair, they did pull it out in a relatively close range map. So if we
That is true.
see something with more lights. I don't know what I'm trying. Lines of sight. There we go. That's the word. If they have more lines of sight, they can play around a little bit more because it was definitely a more competitive. Now, finally, sorry about that.
Wow, I'm
short
eating
break.
my
We are
words here.
into the next map, but I think Sojourn specifically, like in these long hallways, these long corridors, she can do a lot of work. And we saw Northwestern, I think, do a lot better that game 2 when they pulled it out than that game 1. So I think it's probably good advice for them to stick with it.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. And then also Sojourn with her slide, especially on this map, Coliseo, it'll be very easy for her to get to the high ground. Now, this map, once you get past the first checkpoint, it's so important to hold that high ground. I mean, it gives you, like you said, the widest sight lines into basically their spawn. And so you can just like hold them in their spawn for so long. And we are going to see pretty much mirror comps coming out here. You know, Old Faithful Orisa with the Kiriko, the Lucio, the Sojourn, the Tracer. What else do people expect from the highest level?
Yeah, it looks like OSU putting really, really high priority onto the Sojourn, actually, because they switched out Mafia for Asteria.
Oh, yes. I'm glad you pointed that out. Yeah, a person switch, a comp switch. And I think you're right. They are going to try to cater towards that Sojourn. But obviously, we'll never see until it happens. And as we say that, Asterio dropping really low off that Orisa Spear. And now it's just a pretty neutral fight as both teams fight for control over this robot. It unlocks in 3, 2, 1. And it's just going to sit there because, I mean, these teams are just firing on all cylinders right now, looking for poking and prodding for any kind of advantage. And that Sojourn railgun, very dangerous.
Yep. All you need is one headshot and suddenly you have a free pick. Cruziro falling kind of low here. We can see Northwestern look to push up as Sabbath is forced to use his rewind.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Northwestern is going to use that as their advantage. Push forward, take control of this robot. And as Crazy Euro drops so low and actually dies, that's an advantage for Northwestern. And they're just going to use it to push forward, pick off this Tracer. Young falls. That's a pretty crazy stagger. And now Northwestern is just able to push the cart.
Yeah, I mean, I think OSU having Cruziro on the Orisa, him falling first is such a big mistake on their part. I'm not sure if they need to position differently or heal him more, but regardless, you need to make sure that your tank does not fall just to the team running at them.
Yeah, for sure. The backbone of any team, as we've mentioned before. And Orangutan, I would watch out for him. He's got his ultimate. And Northwestern only really having that Sojourn ult to counter it. But as the cart pushes underneath the bridge, they're going to decide to back off here and play the long sight lines. That Sojourn excels in, and oh, the pulse bomb is going to stick to the Kiriko, but she TPs away in time, and she's going to pop the ult, and out comes both Kiriko ults. The Terror Surge comes out from Northwestern, pulls everyone in, does not find anything, and One Trick almost survives Crazirio's Terror Surge, but unfortunately will fall. And now that Northwestern does not have any kiting ability, Ohio State can just walk forward, look to take the fight to them, and Bizarre falls. Sabbath will get a kill on his opposing Tracer, but at the end of the day, it's over for Northwestern, and they've just decided die on cart, stall it out just a little bit more, and the control will go over to Ohio State.
Yeah, I mean, I think a really good... Oh, we have a quick pause. Not sure why Asterio's calling for it. I'm assuming it will probably be like peripherals related, which means it's probably his mouse, keyboard, headset, monitor, something. So we're taking a short break until we're back, but on the bright side, we can talk about that fight. I think OSU made a really good push. They made a really good use of that that pinch, that small hallway, especially under that bridge, and were able to punish the Northwestern team.
Yeah, I think them dropping off of that bridge and playing back to where the Sojourn had more sightlines was definitely a really good idea. Now, it didn't really work out for them there at the end, but that is how you should play it. That means they have the fundamentals, the concept of, you know, giving their Sojourn more space. And I mean, oh my gosh, ults galore. We saw two Terra Surges, two Kiriko ults, 2 pulse bomb. Did we see beats? I'm not sure if we saw beats, but
I don't think we saw beats, or else I think the fight would have gone on for another 45 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
But
so yeah, for sure.
Mean, that was just crazy because the other thing too is neither pulse bomb were able to get a pick.
Yeah, that just goes to show the survivability of Kiriko.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
definitely.
You gotta force out TP, and then you gotta force out cleanse, and then if you don't force out either, it can just kind of ruin your pulse bomb. And we talk about pulse bomb being a high impact ult and a high skill ult. it doesn't mean anything if it doesn't hit anything.
Yeah, definitely. That's the hard, and you have to usually overextend a little bit, which means you're forced to use rewind if you hit the pulse bomb.
Yeah.
Which means you are at a lack for resources if you commit to using it, especially when it misses. So
Yeah, for sure.
it's hard to find a good angle to use it.
I remember when Overwatch 2 first came out and everyone saw Kiriko and I was like, whoa, that's so busted. Everyone just called Pulse Bomb as a cleanse forcer or a cleanse.
Yeah.
Yeah, forcer to use cleanse. And I mean, it's kind of the same still.
Pretty much. As much as things change, they stay the same, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that. But you know what?
Yeah. The one thing I really do want to touch on as well is I think Northwestern picking up the Kiriko and dropping the Moira was a really, really good choice for them because we talked about it. You would say or you would advise that they should probably, if they want a fighting chance. They listened, they did, and we have a much closer game so far.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to be said about just how effective Kiriko is at keeping people alive. I mean, cleanse, it heals like the tiniest bit, but sometimes that tiny bit can just flip a little fight on its head, and that is the most important part. And then also, like I mentioned earlier, I think her survivability is just so much better than Moira's. I mean,
Definitely.
you can, if you play Moira correctly, definitely Moira is better. And I think Coalescence in some scenarios is better than Kiriko Rush. But I think overall, Kiriko is just a more well-rounded character.
Yeah, I think especially with comp, picking the more well-rounded character is a lot better. We will be coming back in shortly as the pause is ending here.
Yep.
But I think flexibility is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, there you go.
Having the flexibility to deal with a lot of different situations, depending on who gets picked off, whatever, is an important skill. And I don't think Moira has a lot of flexibility. I think she's pretty one-dimensional with what she wants to do.
I agree. And then also, Kiriko just has the range. I mean, with Moira, you're forced to commit at least an orb to heal someone far away, or commit your own safety. And you know, sometimes you just don't want to do that, especially against the players of Northwestern who have shown them, Ohio State, who have shown themselves to be rather, what's the word I'm looking for? Rather competent in hitting those shots, especially from long range. So I'm glad to see this pick come out from Northwestern. And it seems to be working out for them so far, as Ohio State choose to back off the cart there and wait for Asteria, who must have lost the game in the middle of the pause. And now both teams just kind of re-entering this poking and prodding stage, just looking for any kind of advantage that they can work with. And both teams coming up on these Kiriko ults and having Northwestern having that overclock, it could really turn the fight. And as Crazerio looks to push in, here comes the overclock, and she slides out of the Terra Surge, and the beat comes down to protect the rest of Northwestern. And this is such a back and forth fight, but Bazaar is the first one to fall, perhaps getting separated from the rest of their team. And now the Lucio might fall, but Sabbath answers back with a kill onto Bella. And now it's a 4v4, but Northwestern has lost their tank.
Sabbath trying to do what he can. He gets the pick onto One-Yum. One clips him once again.
That's not what you want to see, but you know, I mean,
Doesn't matter too much.
It doesn't matter
OSU
too much.
Still gets control of the robot here.
oh, and Asteria choosing to commit that
Asterio
slide.
gets caught out after sliding in.
Oh, perhaps a little bit of a miscommunication there, as Asteria was looking to go towards that high ground, but then his team backed away. I think it was smart for them to back away since they lost their Tracer.
Yeah, that is such an unfortunate pick for OSU to succumb to, because it just created so much space. For Northwestern, as Bizarre was able to run forward and chase down Crazerio all the way. So.
Yeah, speaking of space, out comes the Kiriko ult, and now Northwestern have decided to fight in this Kiriko ult, create the space for themselves as they push the cart underneath the bridge, and the ult advantage is still it's running a little bit dry here for Northwestern, as they only have the Terra Surge, while Ohio State has a Pulse Bomb and coming up on ults of their own, as Crazerio takes out the Sojourn. Pulse Bomb will go in, find nothing.
3 picks going over towards OSU. Crazerio trying his best to live.
Yeah, OSU just walking forward, and I mean, you can't stop Orisa. You cannot stop Orisa when she just walks forward with her javelin spin. It's just...
That's the hardest thing about these Orisa v Orisa mirror matchups, is as soon as yours falls, the fight becomes so much harder, because the next one is just so unkillable.
Yeah, I mean, Orisa just never dies, and an experienced Orisa will know how to what's it called? Cycle her abilities. My apologies. Cycle her abilities to stall out as long as possible. And now that we see both Orisas back here, even playing field, which one will use the Terra Surge first?
OSU with the Kiriko ult again here. I'm assuming they'll play that soon.
Yes, I'd hope so, as Ohio State pops both the Cure Gold and the Overclock. Asir getting pressured, but he'll fall to Sabbath.
Bizarre falls for Northwestern, though. Without the Orisa, this fight's going to be so hard. Lucio trying to stall for time. Kiriko finally popping her ult.
And now it's up to the remaining members of Northwestern as they just desperately try to survive and wait for their Orisa. And the Overclock is coming out from Northwestern Sojourn. Not going to find anything. Oh, finds the Kiriko. What an amazing headshot. And now looking at the rest of the players as the Orisa of Northwestern comes back. It's a 4v5 for Northwestern at this point. And Ohio State, Yum is going to fall. And it seems they've run out of steam here as Bizarre just stomps back in. He's got the advantage. He's got the health pool. And Sabbath, I told you guys to watch out for this player. He is on a rampage right now.
I mean, that was just such a fantastic play by Northwestern. Bizarre on the Orisa fell so early in the fight, but yet they were able to hold out, they were able to stall. He got back, and they won the second part of the fight. It was just so good. OSU just wasted so many resources in trying to pick that Orisa. I think they ended up overcommitting and got punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, Sabbath, and I know I talked about Sabbath a lot, but something that I noticed is that he was stalling the cart in between those fights, or in between those little mini engages. And that just allowed Ohio State to kind of, or Northwestern just kind of stall it out. And speaking of stalling it out, Northwestern's going to use that Kiriko, and it's not really going to find anything as Ohio State just kites away, and the cart is still contested underneath this bridge, just slightly
Could be a big pulse bomb.
before the
Sojourn caught out
checkpoint.
here.
Yum's going to go in, not find anything, back up. Will survive, and that's huge as he takes out Sabbath in this fight. The beat comes down at least a little bit too late, but the Sojourn differential might have something to say for this, as Northwestern Sojourn is going to find a stereo. The fight's still going on. Terra Surge comes out from Northwestern. Cleanse comes out. Damage mitigated. Love to see that Kiriko
One Yum
Suzu.
picks off one trick on the Lucio, though.
And Yum! Oh my gosh, was that another one clip? Oh, these traces are
Seems
going.
like it.
These traces are going wild, hog wild right now. And Bizarre is just going to try to commit to that card to stall it out. And Ohio State is still in this match.
I mean, even when it was looking dangerous, OSU looked like they almost lost that fight, but they were able to turn around, especially on the back of One Yum on these picks. Asterior got picked early, but yet his team was able to come back and win the fight for them. That was just an incredible turnaround, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, 63 to 39 might look like a large gap, but that gap will disappear so quickly if Northwestern don't get their game plan together. And speaking of getting their game plan together, Yum will fall to Sabbath once again in that 1v1. Sabbath doing so much work, and now Northwestern can just stomp forward with what they want, but Crazy Rio answers back with a pick onto One Trick's Lucio, and they've decided that's the go. That's the go side. Sabbath is going to get caught out in the middle of that Kiriko.
Falling low.
Oh, Asterio with 2, with 3 in this fight. Oh my gosh, Ohio State still in this with 1 minute and 15 seconds left.
You talked about a Sojourn diff.
I did talk about a Sojourn diff. Northwestern need to come back and stall this cart. I do believe they should be able to touch, especially with Sabbath on the Tracer. But
These numbers are counting up pretty quickly, though. OSU getting super close to that 63-meter mark.
Yeah, but keep an eye on those ultimates as
Sabbath getting on the back line. Asterior could be in danger here.
Oh my gosh,
That's
going in,
he's gonna
finds
fall.
Asterio. Oh, that's a huge pick. No one there to help the poor Sojourn. And now it's up to Ohio State to either back out or die. And they've just chosen to back out. They've decided they have these ults. They have these 4 ults. They know that they can snowball if they can just live, come back together as a team and walk forward. And now that Asterio's back, they're going to look for this re-engage.
Definitely. I mean, OSU backing off with their ults up, waiting for people to respawn. They only have 1 push left in them. With 22 seconds left, it's going to go to overtime. I mean, this is do or die. They have to win this fight.
The headshot looking very close there from Mysterio. Popping this overclock, but Yum, once again, Sabbath has his number, and Sabbath able to get out, but the beat comes out from Ohio State just to sustain everyone in this fight. Now it's time for Northwestern Sojourn's overclock. Can she diff? Oh, the shot's gonna find Mysterio. It's Northwestern all in the kill feed, and Ohio State perhaps just ran out of steam here as they are going to fall in the last few seconds here on Coliseo, and the second map goes over to Northwestern, tying the series up 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a clinical play from the DPSs on the side of Northwestern. Unfortunately, I think both the Tracer and the Sojourn got the better of their counterparts that game.
Yeah, I hate to just boil it down to just one little thing because Overwatch is so multifaceted, but I do believe that Sabbath, I mean, okay, yeah, he died there, but he was going crazy. But that's not to take away from anything that Asterio did. He was going absolutely nuts, especially after especially even with him having to, I'm assuming, reset his PC or what have you, reset his game. So props to everyone, and this is shaping up to be a really close match. I'm excited.
I mean, I'm sure it's hard to come in, since he didn't play game one especially, or match one, whatever, game one. Since he didn't play game one, it's so hard to come in as a sub and play when your team's been used to playing with someone else, when they've all been, you know, warmed up and everything, and you have to come in. So I think it's pretty standard. It's an unfortunate loss, but OSU should be able to bring it back. Now, the question is, do they sub Mafia back in, or do they keep Asterio in?
I think it depends on what the pace they want to set is.
Yeah.
So Echo is very like dive-ish kind of. She's a weird hybrid of like dive and like poke thing. But she wants to play quick. She wants to go in there. She wants to get her sticky bombs and then kill someone in like the next 2 seconds. Sojourn's much more methodical, much more slow. She wants to walk up, charge her rail gun, look for those headshots, get the space. So I think it really just depends on, I mean, A, what map they want to pick.
Right.
And then B, what pace they want to set.
Yeah. I think the only other thing is, if you sub players back in, again, just to touch on the mental game of it, you have somebody that was benched for a game coming back in, and if you're switching around, the comms are different because the way you communicate with your team is different. And I think that is a hard thing to struggle through, and it's something that the teams need to consider when switching people out constantly.
Yeah, I agree with that. Comms are so important. Communications can be the difference between a good team and a really, really great team. And honestly, I'm glad we're talking about comms because they are so important, especially in these chaotic like 5-ult back and forth fights. I'm honestly so impressed by these teams that are able to just like 5 ults are used and then no one dies, but then one team just goes and steamrolls. Like it's so impressive because how do you keep your head in that kind of scenario? Like it's difficult, to say the least.
It's definitely hard. The other thing I wanted to touch on, as you talked about earlier with the Sojourn versus Echo debate, is I think Echo's a lot more like methodical. On top of being like dive, you have to think about how you're going to use the bombs and whatnot because you have such a long cooldown on them, where Sojourn can she's a lot more poke heavy and can send out her stuff more freely. It's a lot less punishing if you miss. So I just think that's something to take into consideration. Is Sojourn, I think, is easier to pull off.
For sure. And I also think there is something to say with maybe what the opponent is playing as well. Like we touched on how Sojourn just kind of has an easier time against an Echo versus another Sojourn. So maybe if they think their opponent is going to play Echo versus Sojourn, that might influence their decision a little bit more.
Yeah. The other thing is I think OSU should back off of this mirror comp. I think they need to switch it up somewhat because now obviously it's only one game, so you don't want to read too much into it. But when they were playing a non-mirrored comp, OSU was able to win, and then when they played mirrored, they lost. So it could just be the difference that they have a slight understanding when the matchups vary.
And I think also maybe something to take into consideration maybe for these next games is ult management. I know really the only thing you and I have talked about that is like, you know, oh my gosh, they use 5 ults. But that's definitely not what you want. You want to use maybe 2 or 3 and then save some for the next fight. So as we go into Servasa here, we're going to have to see some changes, and we're not going to see any swaps actually. We're going with Old Faithful.
Both teams running the mirror comps again as well with all 5 of the same players.
Yeah. All 5 of the same players on the same exact characters, except Asterio is now on the Tracer and Yum is actually on the Sojourn. And Ohio State going to take this fight to Northwestern on the inside of the first point of Servasa, which means they are going to get the first touches onto the point. And Sabbath can do the best he can to stall it out, but unfortunately it's not going to matter as now Northwestern needs to take the space to force Ohio to not get the point. And Yum finds the first pick in the fight. Wow, absolutely perfect, finding his counterpart Sojourn. And now that's Ohio State's green light. They need to just run in, and that's what they're going to do. Bella is going to find their counterpart Lucio, and they all fall like dominoes.
I mean, I think that was a huge switch, taking him off the Tracer and putting him on the Sojourn, because not that he was having a bad Tracer game, but it looks like his Sojourn impact is much higher than, and again, not that Asterios was bad, but I mean, Wanyam really stepping up and just finding these headshots, finding these picks.
Yeah,
to win his team the first fight.
Maybe it's just a thing of comfort. Like maybe they were just kind of caught off guard or whatever. Like they thought they could get away with switching, and maybe one person was more comfortable on something than the other.
Yeah. Now the big thing too is since OSU won the first fight there, their ult charges are not much higher, but they're higher here, which means they're going to get them first, which could be a boon for Northwestern.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I mean, he who ults first usually wins the fight. So As we see,
Is that Confucius?
actually, no, I think it's Galileo.
Oh, okay, it was Galileo.
Wait,
Gotcha.
was he in it? You know what? Never mind. But Ohio State here, yep, they're gonna pop that Kiriko ult. Orangutan gonna get it and just pop it immediately. And now that they're all powered up, get in there. It's time for them to move forward. But Orangutan, like I said, first one to fall in the fight. But Yum answers back with a kill onto the Tracer. And as the Terror Surge comes out and finds relatively nothing, Yum is gonna pop the overclock, gets caught in the Terror Surge, falls dangerously low. The beat comes out from Ohio State to sustain this fight. And Bazaar, oh my gosh, takes down the Sojourn, surviving for so long here. Oh my gosh, so much damage coming up from Ohio State, but it doesn't seem to matter because of One Trick's beat. Absolutely perfect on the side of Northwestern. And look, they saved 2 ultimates while Ohio State committed absolutely everything.
OSU overcommitting a little bit, especially since they got to that 99% threshold. All they had to do is win one fight. I'm really surprised they didn't just save those ults and group up to try to win it all at once. And I mean, that's something you touched on just a second ago. You talked about ult management, and right there they threw them away and wasted them for not a lot of games.
Yeah, maybe it's something with panic. Maybe it's something where I was like, oh my gosh, we're going to lose the fight. I have to use this now. We'll never truly know. But at the end of the day, now Northwestern has the advantage. Sabbath's going to use the pulse bomb, not really find anything. But as this overclock comes out from Northwestern's Sojourn, it's time to go. It's go time. Bazaar stomps forward, making space for his Sojourn. Finds 1, finds 2. And now the advantage on Northwestern. Okay, Bazaar is just walking in there. He is just...
He is him.
He is him. He has come... He has just... I don't know. He is just stomping where he pleases, and nothing can stop him.
He just walked forwards, and nobody stopped him.
Yeah, and now we see 80% and counting on this first flashpoint, and Ohio State is going to make a scramble for this this contest. And as overtime clocks
Sabbath
in,
possibly cut out here.
Sabbath gonna use the recall. Both Traces not having recall. And oh, Bella is going to be the first one to fall in this fight on Ohio State. Pulse bomb comes out from Ohio State, finds nothing, and Bazaar takes down Crazy
also
Orisa.
falling.
And everything falls down. I think that was also Galileo. And yeah, Northwestern's just going to take this first flashpoint. And I just have to mention it again. I think it was that ult advantage. Yes, Asteria was able to build up the Pulse Bomb, but like we touched on before, Pulse Bomb is just really hard to use sometimes.
Yep, it can be big impact, but a lot of times with MTV fights, it is just such a small AoE, it's such a small range of damage, and it's so risky to get a good one off that a lot of times it's not too impactful.
Ooh, speaking of AoE damage, here comes Mazamil's Kiriko, and perhaps it was popped a little bit too early, as now Bazaar finds themselves a little bit trapped on the wrong side of the point, and Asteria takes advantage of that and takes down the enemy Sojourn. Terror Surge comes out from Ohio State. The cleanse will make it so that it doesn't find any damage, but Yum picks out one trick on the Lucio, and Northwestern will follow suit. And now it's just up to Sabbath to stall this point out. Not really going to find anything, but you know, resetting there is probably better than getting staggered.
Yeah,
and now
OSU moving forward, positioning pretty aggressively to try to poke down Northwestern, see what angles are coming from, try to catch up the flanks before they get them off.
And I love what Ohio State did there, actually. They saw that Northwestern used the Kiriko ult, and they said, screw this, we're not fighting this. We're going to back away, wait for the Kiriko ult to come to stop, and then we're going to go back in with our own Kiriko ult. And it worked dividends in that last fight.
Definitely. I mean, we're going to see Lucio get picked off. He got hit by an Orisa Spear. Kozirio just popping off that, and one trick falls. Now OSU should try to push his advantage and try to win the fight, especially with no beat.
Yeah, without that Lucio speed or the beat, it makes Northwestern that much more susceptible to the push that could come out from Ohio State. And we're actually going to see Northwestern sort of back off here. Just kidding, I'm a liar. We're going to see Bazaar going in with that Terror Surge. He doesn't care that he's down one. He's aggressive, and Mazamel takes down Krazirio's Orisa. And now that the competing beats come out, it's time for Northwestern to walk forward, but Yum's overclock is going to stall their efforts. And no, my goodness, neither team really coming out on top cleanly here, but Yum still alive in the back of the point, taking out 2 in this last fight. And even though he will fall, he's had an impact on the game, and Orangutan takes down his Kiriko counterpart. And now that his Orisa's back, it's time for him to find the ult back, but he's going to fall to Sabbath. What a heads-up play from Sabbath.
All they can to stall this out. This fight will just never end as Kazirio's trying to stay alive.
Oh, I don't know how I feel about committing that Orisa ult, because now it's only Bella left on the point, and they are going to fall, which leaves the point in the hands of Northwestern. And once again, Ohio State commits almost every single ultimate and has nothing to show for it.
Yeah, OSU really panicking in these high-pressure situations, it seems, as Northwestern picks up another point. Like you said, I think using your ults, especially the Orisa ult when she was at 1 HP, just seems so greedy.
Yeah, I think Cruzeiro maybe thought they could make a hero play, and you know, sometimes heroes do die. Sorry, Mercy, but ooh, what a good shot and a good combination with the spear from Orangutan and Cruzeiro, and now this is going to give them the green light to just walk all over Northwestern.
In the backline here.
Absolute chaos in the backline here. They do not care about the frontline Orisa. They are going for those supports, going for those squishies, and that's exactly how you have to play this. As
Sabbath gets picked off as he's trying to contest it, and OSU just going to win that fight pretty easily.
Yeah, pretty handily. I mean, that Orisa Spirit headshot combo, that's got to feel so bad if you're Northwestern Sojourn. That cannot feel good.
Now, do you think OSU can look to run past the Orisa like that again, or do you think that was kind of just a one-off mistake?
I think that is what you have to do every time. You got to ignore that Orisa. Unless she's dropping below half HP and they do not have cleanse, she's just a big brick wall. She is not going to die if her supports are alive. So it's your responsibility as the enemy Orisa to not only contest your Orisa, the opposing Orisa, but also to get into the backline. And Bazaar is looking to do just that as he takes down Asterio with the support of the Sojourn Overclock. And perhaps I was talking a little bit too long. These players are playing extremely, extremely quickly, just kind of cutting me off a little bit here. A little bit. I don't know how I feel about that.
Hey, they're just playing a fast-paced FPS game. They can't help it.
Exactly.
No, but Northwestern with a really good fight there. I mean, they were able just to pretty much steamroll OSU. There was not a lot of fight back going on.
Yeah. Ohio State just kind of crumbled in the face of a really quick fight. And speaking of crumbling, oh, the stick, oh, the cleanse. Perfect cleanse from Mazimel to save One Trick's Lucio, but they're not going to be able to save Sabbath's Tracer. As Sabbath will go down, the beat comes out to sustain Bazaar, but the competing Terra Surges will find Bazaar separated from his team, and he will fall. And now this spells doom for Northwestern's roster, as now they just decided to stall the point out, try to find the picks that they can to maybe get a bit of an edge in the next fight. But now the point will flip over to Ohio State, but 82%? I think you'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. You can't be upset with that. I mean, that's off the back of them winning that first fight, especially, and then how long they were able to stall OSU off of them wasting ults like they seem to have a habit of doing. I think that was just massive. The big thing, I think, is OSU's they're doing a really good job of catching Bazaar out and putting this Orisa in these awkward positions where they're able to pick him off really early.
Yeah,
I think if they keep doing that, it's just quite free.
Yeah, the Terra Surge is honestly quite a wonky ultimate, and luckily we're not going to see any Orisas having those as the Kiriko Rush comes out from Northwestern and Ohio State. Competing Kiriko Rushes, so much chaos, so many things happening on your screen, as no team is really going to find an extra advantage. Okay, I'm just kidding. Ohio State taking down 2. As I say that, Yum finding
4,
3
5
in that fight. Yum. Oh my goodness gracious. Just pumping out the damage. And now as the point ticks up, 79, 80%.
OSU's going to have the Terra Surge first here as well. This could be an easy win for them. If the point ticks down, it will be before Northwestern has theirs. OSU just needs to play safe and play around their Orisa.
Ooh, Asterio not getting spotted. Might look for the pulse bomb. Is going to find
it.
One Trick. Oh, that's a huge blunder on the Lucio, kind of running back into the pulse bomb. But that is the advantage that Ohio State needed. As now with no speed, it's possible that Northwestern can't run away from the Terra Surge. And now Cruzeiro is going to pop it. And as Sabbath and Bazaar fall to Yum, it is over on this flashpoint.
That is all she wrote. That is another flashpoint down. OSU, I mean, really Asterio on the flank there. Not only spotting it out, but also to be able to get the pick onto the Lucio, which was such a massive play.
It was absolutely crucial. I don't know if you guys noticed, but he kind of looked to the left, looked to the right, hesitated a little bit, and then he went for it. And it still worked out, which, honestly, good for him.
Yeah, I mean, that was great. Now, OSU feeling themselves a little bit as they're trying to take point control. As Sabbath on the flank, trying to spot them out, trying to get some damage off, poking them as much as he can.
Yeah, Sabbath with this pulse bomb. We've seen him be an absolute menace with this in the past. It's possible that he may just do it again.
With the overclock charged up. Could try to commit it here to get some early picks, but he's going to hold it for now.
Oh, the stick on the Sojourn, and the cleanse is not going to come out in time as Yum falls. That is an absolute massive pick, as Yum has been the one carrying a majority of these fights. Ohio State decides they're going to commit. They're going to commit the beat. They want to win this fight, and Asterio finds a pick onto Sabbath. And Orangutan takes down Bazaar's Orisa. Northwestern just not seeming to be able to find the remaining picks in this fight, even though they started off with an advantage. And it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, Sabbath doing all he can. I mean, I don't know what else you could ask him for. He got the flank off. He got one Yum. He got the pick, and then you lose the fight 4v5. There's just not a lot to say about that.
I mean, Ohio State committing the beat there just to kind of stall out the fight.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play by
I'm
them.
not going to lie and tell you that I had faith in that at the very beginning, but I guess they knew something I didn't, and really well played on them. But now Northwestern coming in with both support ults, popping the Kiriko Rush first. Pulse Bomb comes out, kind of gets lobbed. Is going to be a whiff, but Bazaar in this front line dropping dangerously low as both of Sojourns pop the overclock simultaneously. Beat comes out for Northwestern.
Ooh.
And ooh,
My God.
shots. Shots upon shots. Headshots upon headshots, actually.
Headshots upon headshots.
Taken out two. Amazing play there from Northwestern. Amazing push and pull, knowing that they had to commit that beat in order to win the fight,
Definitely.
knowing that the Kiriko Rush was going to be integral to winning the fight. Just amazing fight from Northwestern, and now they're finally have a bit of solid ground underneath their feet.
Yeah, I mean, Northwestern in a pretty awkward spot here, though, as both their supports have significantly less ult charge than both of those at OSU. They're going to have to stall for as much time as they can. But OSU with Orisa charging in, trying to get backline access here. Tracers on both ends, fighting 1v1.
Bazaar is just under so much pressure, and Sabbath trying to take this Trace 1v1 to regain any sense of control that he had over his team. Pulse Bomb comes out as Crazerio takes
Bazaar
the Terror
falls.
Surge, and Bazaar falls. Yum taking out one, taking out two. It's Ohio State. They're stomping back onto this point. They don't care that they lost a few fights, that they lost a few ults. They are just going to win the next fight. And now as percentage ticks up to 80, 82, 83, we're looking at last fight, possibly last fight territory for this entire map.
Yep, and we have both support ults up for OSU.
Ooh, the Tracer
Northwestern trying to contest.
Trigger that overtime. Sabbath doing God's work right now. Gonna have to recall out. But Bazaar coming in is gonna drop so low because of the Kiriko ult. The beat is gonna come up from Ohio State as well as the Kiriko Rush. And
Picks.
it's just a meat grinder
It's a massacre.
for Ohio State as Northwestern just falls so quickly. And boom, that is Flashpoint, the third map, going over to Ohio State.
I mean, OSU really, I mean, I don't think they looked very good on that first Flashpoint, yet they were able to bring it back and win 3 in a row.
Yeah, just
They just cleaned it up.
that was very, very impressive.
Yeah, I think so.
Crazerio and Orangutan, honestly, these two players take this game, in my opinion, as well as Yum, actually. I'm sorry. I can't believe I forgot about Yum. But those players just putting on an absolute clinic, and even Orangutan getting to play the game just goes to show how much impact you can have on those support characters, especially that Kiriko, which we talked about extensively. But
Definitely. I mean, I think it's really good to highlight support. It's not just because you're a support player, but I think the supports, especially on OSU's team, played exceptionally well that game. I don't think there was a lot of counterplay that that Northwestern had into that. When it's support diff, it's support diff, you know?
yeah, and you know, we have to maybe wonder, what can Northwestern do to get back in this game?
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, the series is 2-1 now, so they still have a win on the board. It's not dire. I mean, if they lose, they're out, but
Yeah.
they've won, so like you're not getting stomped. It's not a complete defeatist mentality,
Right.
I hope. But I don't know what they can do because OSU, after swapping around who was playing the Sojourn and the Tracer, were able to beat Northwestern with their own comp.
That's true.
You know, if you believe in yourselves, obviously you can just mirror match again, but I think this is do or die. This is the point where you have to switch something up. You know, either bring the Moira back out, switch the tank, switch one of the DPS. You know, throw in I don't even know, just a Reaper, try to really threaten the Orisa. Just anything to switch it up, I think, is what I would do personally.
Watching two Orisas is just like watching two people like throw wet noodles at each other and like try to knock the other out.
Yeah.
Because she just never dies. It takes so much focus fire to focus down Orisa, and I think that's one of Ohio State's biggest strengths right now. They are killing it with the focus fire. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but Bazaar is usually always the first one to fall or the first one to drop low in these fights, which forces his supports to either use the amp it up on Lucio or use the cleanse on Kiriko. And those are really precious cooldowns that you don't want to use for nothing.
Yeah, I think the other thing too is OSU, on top of focusing Bazaar on his Orisa really well, is they're doing a great job of positioning together as a group and keeping Cruziro alive on his Orisa because, like you said, Bazaar is often the first one to fall, whereas Cruziro often doesn't fall until he's one of the last people to die every fight.
Yeah.
And I think the fact that he's staying alive until his supports are dead means that they're doing a fantastic job of playing around him, healing him, and making sure that he can lead the team fight in a good direction.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I'm so glad you brought that up because Crazerio, one of my MVPs for that last map, I think I mentioned that before, but I'll mention it again. Just his spears have been so good. Like another thing with Orisa, like you have to be accurate with those spears, specifically with those tracers, with those sojourns, with those pesky squishies that you can't hit as easily as an Orisa. So really good looks from him, hitting all those spears. Definitely a massive change up from the previous maps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Spear is just such an impressive ability to so much damage. It stuns you for so long. And especially when you have a Sojourner or a Tracer on your team, it is so easy for both of those heroes to follow up and combo off that to get a quick pick or just an insane amount of damage off.
Yeah, I mean, Orisa just, what a powerhouse, man. We kind of started off Overwatch 2 with an Orisa meta, and now we're definitely back there. She is just so strong. And I know that we talked about this before, but maybe it's worth it for Northwestern to swap to that Zarya.
Yeah. I mean, it's good that you brought that up because I had forgot about that we talked about that earlier. But I would love to see them bring out the Zarya. Just try whatever they can to counter the Orisa. And if it works, then OSU either has to play into a counter or they have to pick another tank to counter the Zarya, which forces them to switch ults or waste all charge by switching, you know? So I think that's definitely a possibility and something that I would hope to see. I mean, I like seeing Orisa. It's not like I cast the game a lot, but I prefer more variance personally.
Yeah, we've kind of seen the same comp like 3 times in a row now.
Yeah.
Actually, I think legitimately the only thing we have seen swapped was that Echo.
The Echo and the Moira.
And a Moira, right.
Yeah.
Right.
We saw Moira to Kiriko to match OSU, and then we saw Echo swapped and a player swap.
It's kind of funny because the game sort of markets itself to be this sort of like swap to counter thing.
Yeah.
But what if the counter to what you're trying to counter is the same character? Like Sojourn is just so effective at taking out other Sojourns. Tracer is really the only other character who can chase a Tracer.
Yep.
So what do you
end
do?
up just not swapping too much.
What do you do?
Yeah, it's hard. It's one of those things too, because there's also just the added deficit of if you pick a character and then swap to them, just the way your team plays around each other switches a little bit, and it's hard to risk messing up that flow. Whether you're doing well, or doing bad, you don't want to disturb that. And as such, most people end up sticking with the characters that they're playing earlier on. It's easier to go in with a game plan and stick to that than switch around constantly. It's just so hard to be fluid and keep playing at a top level.
That is so true. It really does matter what you practice in scrims, what you practice at home, that you take to these big competitions, and maybe it is worth Northwestern to go back onto that Moira if they are comfortable with it. And
I completely. I mean, I think comfort's the big word too. If Northwestern, again, it's do or die. You're in a place far away from your school. I think Chicago is like 6 hours away by car from here.
Yeah.
So it's definitely not the most comfortable place. So I'd play those characters that you're comfortable with playing, and hopefully that's enough, you know. And then if you lose, at least you were trying something that you know that you're good at, rather than something that you're maybe not as comfortable playing.
Yeah. And if you do end up losing, then you know what? Use it as a learning experience. Use it as maybe we should look into scrimming this comp versus this comp. Maybe we should look into swapping swapping this person to play this character instead of this character. There's really just many different things that you can take away from this kind of game, and I hope everyone's learning something from it. That's what I try to bring to the broadcast. But yeah, I'm really interested to see what kind of swaps, if any, Northwestern's going to make.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Sorry, I lost my train of thought
No,
there.
you're totally good.
Anyways, since this is a quarterfinal, I believe that means loser goes home, yeah?
Loser goes home, yeah.
Pressure is definitely on if you're
pressure is
Northwestern
on.
here. I would not want to leave early. I would love to make it to day 2, to make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, day 2.
But
Come back
it's-
for more.
Yeah, day 2, come back for more. Unfortunately, we won't be in this broadcast stream. It'll all be at the Game Arena at Gateway. But
I believe the semifinals are here, and then the Game Arena is the grand finals.
Good to know. That is very helpful for the
So
viewers.
tune into those streams.
Yeah, make sure
if you want.
check. I mean, any sort of Twitter,
Social
I'm
media,
sure social
yeah.
medias. Yeah, we'll have that. If you follow any of the players, if you don't follow the players, probably go out and follow the players. I don't know about your experience, but in mine, I think esports players are so funny when they tweet.
Oh yeah. My players are my players, as if I like coach them or anything. The players on my team are very passionate about the game. I see a lot of like you know, like the quote retweet on Twitter. I see a lot of like them going into like quote retweeting players that they played against in ranked being like question mark.
Yeah.
Or like they complain about something and it's just like get better lol. Like little bit of fun trash talk here and there.
For sure. I think the social media banter is unmatched when it comes to esports.
Go follow Terps Esports on Twitter. I do posts there. Thank you.
Oh, are you the social media manager?
Yes, I am.
Nice. That's exciting.
Anyway, enough about me. Let's move on to Antarctic Peninsula, another King of the Hill map. And we're seeing Northwestern back on that Moira. I'm not too
We're also seeing a Cassidy.
Yeah, and a Cassidy against the Echo. Hey, we're seeing a lot of swaps here. We're seeing a lot of people trying new stuff.
One Yum getting swapped out too. So it's now Styria and Mafia.
I'm a big fan of this right now. I love seeing a Cassidy. And I think it is going to really work out here as Northwestern just takes a more advantageous position here on the outside
Cassidy
of
falling
Antarctic
already
Peninsula.
to
But
Mafia.
yeah, as I said that, the Cassidy's going to fall. Perhaps a little bit of caster curse. And look at this Echo just kind of taking all the space that she wants. Sabbath is desperately trying to contest her, but Mafia putting in the work. But as I say that, Mazamel takes out Asterios Tracer. And there is, what is going on right now? Mazamel on a rampage. You don't usually see Moiras getting this many kills, but
the Moira,
the nails
really popping off in that fight. I mean, on a 5-player kill streak already. This is what we talked about. It could be a character that he's more comfortable on, and as such, was able to perform.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, I mean, Northwestern's Cassidy was the first person to fall, and at the end of the day, they won the fight. So, A, props to Northwestern, and B, Ohio State really has to figure out how to finish these fights quickly without giving a little bit of a
Sabbath
throw.
sticking in the back line.
Oh, the stick with
no
the
one's
cleanse.
gonna die, but Cruzeiro is gonna be happy.
Yeah, the cleanse is gonna come out, and Invisible Moira ult. On to this point, Northwestern marching forward, taking the space that they can. It's not going to find any kills, but it will force Ohio State to back up a little bit and give the respect that is due. But now they can walk back in with their own ultimates. They have the Kiriko Rush, they have the copy. Out comes the copy, out comes the Terror Surge, out comes the Pulse Bomb as well. And the beat from Northwestern will sustain through all of that. Northwestern walking off the point, just kiting as best they can, but they are going to leave their Cassidy in the dust, and he will fall. And now it's time for Northwestern to clutch your kick, bro. They're, oh my gosh. Mazamel desperately trying to
finally
keep up.
falls, and OSU's able to win the majority of the fight.
Oh my gosh, I kind of lost my train of thought there.
No,
so
it's all
many
good.
kills back and forth.
One of the really big things from that fight was how Mafia on the Echo was able to steal the Orisa and just create a ton of space. Now, he didn't get an ult off, but he just created so much space with the fight that it was an easy win for OSU afterwards.
Yeah, and you know, I'm surprised because OSU came on so strongly there using all three tank and DPS ultimates, but unfortunately, it really did not end up well for them. Yes, they got the point. Yes, they got 32%, but they still lost the fight as Northwestern was able to counteract with their own ultimates. And these Northwestern players definitely have some kind of clutch factor. And as I mentioned that, Mafia gets stuck with the pulse bomb from Sabbath, and he flies out of the cleanse range, and that is heartbreaking.
Mysterio also getting picked off as well. That's both DPSs down for OSU now. Northwestern just going to run forwards and try to just harass them as much as possible.
Oh, if I'm Skiff there and I have cleanse off cooldown and I see my Echo fly away from me, I'm crying tears. But it's not the end of the world because Skiff is going to come back in with this Kiriko ult, even though Northwestern has 2 ults of their own. However, 94% ticking upwards onto the point, and Skiff decides now is the time to pop that Kiriko ult, but they're just gonna, they decide to abandon it. They decide to get out of LOS of that Moira ult that Mazamel pops, and Sabbath goes around the side, takes out Bella, and one trick takes out Skiff. Now it's time Mafia and Crazerio have to clutch
Popping
up.
off on the Cassidy.
but unfortunately they are not going to find what they need. They are going to find a few kills here and there, but Ohio State once again using at least 4 different ultimates and them coming up empty-handed.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately for them, the Moira did a ton of work, especially, I mean, it could just be due to the map with the points the way they are. A lot of walls for her to bounce her damage ball or heal ball off of. And, I mean, OSU was just walking right into it, it seems.
And I think I'm really glad you brought up the Moira because I think she's a really big factor in controlling that Tracer, actually. We've seen Asterio just do work of magic on Tracer, and I mean, Moira, all you really need to do is aim in their general direction and hold down one button.
Yep.
So I think this Moira, definitely something that Northwestern might want to consider, and looks like they will.
Yep. We have Mafia switching to the Soldier here. He's given up on the Echo now, obviously, on a map with pretty low ceilings. That makes sense, I think.
Yeah.
But we have not seen him on these point-and-click heroes yet. Yeah.
Yeah, Sojourn is just so strong. I mean, if you have any sense of aim, you should be able to farm on her. And speaking of that, we are going to get Mafia's POV here from the Sojourn. Just, oh my gosh, both teams battling it out for this high ground. And it looks like Northwestern will be the ones to...
Big headshot onto Asterio there, and he's going to fall to Sabbath. OSU on the back for the fight now.
Yeah, Asterio comes being a little bit too greedy with his, where he would pop back out on the recall, and even though Northwestern takes the point, Ohio State has the person advantage, and Northwestern decides that it's time to drop. They need to play point. They need to play close together, pack together for their Moira, because, I mean, look at this Cole. Charging so quickly in this fight. 12% on the point, and the Moira ult is already charged.
Bizarre could be caught out here.
And yeah, it's just...
When he buys time and gets 3 picks for his team with his life, I mean, Northwestern is playing so well right now that even when their tank is dying, they are just capitalizing on it and punishing OSU.
Yeah, and Asterio falling first in that fight, not what you want to see out of your Tracer, but it gave Northwestern the edge to just kind of take it slow. There was no pressure on their backline because the Tracer is dead. So they can just, did he just walk up slowly? They could just walk up slowly and just take out Ohio State. That's exactly what happens. And now as we see 43% and counting on the point, Mafia decides to take matters into his own hands, taking out Sabbath. Out comes the Terror Surge, so much damage combined with that Kiriko ult. And, you know, I may have been saying some things about Ohio State and how they kind of got rolled in that last fight. They're doing the rolling now.
Hey, they stepped it up. They just finally decided to push something as 5. They just all W-keyed forwards, and they were rewarded. They were able to pick up all 5 enemies off of Northwestern. This is what I want to see from them. They run in with the Orisa and they back her up. This is the team play that we've seen from them on other maps, and that we've been lacking seeing from them so far.
You know, I believe another great Overwatch saying is you press Q, win the game. And that's exactly what Ohio State did. And speaking of pressing Q, ults come out and One Trick gets stuck with the Pulse Bomb and no cleanse in sight. And now Mazmel desperately trying to keep their team alive. Bizarre with the Terror Surge is going to take out Mafia. Oh my gosh, the beat is going to come out from Ohio State to try to sustain this fight, to try to keep them in it. And the Deadeye comes out from the high ground and One Trick is back. Lucio back from being pulse bombed to oblivion. And now it's his job to stall at the point, but he drops Dangerous Low and falls once again to Asterio. Asterio just seems to have this guy's number. And now it's up to Sabbath and the remaining members of Northwestern to stay in this fight. But unfortunately, the point is going to flip, and that's going to spell the end of the fight for Northwestern. And Ohio State's going to take the capture.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Northwestern, Mazemel and the Moira either got caught out or overstepped and died at the back end of that fight, which means they have to waste so much time waiting for him to respawn and walk back up as a group.
Yeah, staggers so detrimental, and you may think, oh, a few seconds here or there might not matter, but it definitely adds up. And now we see Northwestern just desperately trying to contest the point. Sabbath going in, having to use the recall, and here comes the Terror Surge from Ohio State. Krazerio just sort of blocking off the enemy Orisa. Bizarre stuck in this passageway, and even though his team is there with him, he'll be able to take out Krazerio. I may have spoke too soon. Now, Northwestern with the massive opening, and Mazmel takes out Asterio. They can just walk forward and do as they please.
Yeah, I mean, Northwestern, even with OSU having the tank hold advantage, Northwestern just took control of that fight and were able to win. There's not a lot to say about that. It was just a really clean fight on Northwestern's part, and OSU unfortunately falling back into their old ways of being separated and spread out.
Yeah, and I'm very surprised there that Bazaar actually survived that fight. He was separated from the crux of his team, and unfortunately Ohio State just didn't recognize that and it just didn't walk forward. But speaking of walking forward, here comes the Kiriko ult, and here comes Mazimel's ult to counter such antics, and really nothing is happening. There are things flying across your screen, health bars are dropping and going back up, and quite literally nothing has happened. No one has died, but out comes the Terra Surge in the beat to counter, and now overtime popped, overclock popped for Mafia. Ohio State, this might be your chance. He sees the Deadeye come out. He's gonna hide behind the pillar to wait it out, and Bazaar drops so low, falls to Crazerio on the point, and now Ohio State with the advantage, the 4v5. Mafia walks forward, punches the Cassidy's lights out, and now Northwestern at a disadvantage, just huddling in this corner. 97, 98, they touch, overtime gets popped, the beat gets popped, time to stall, time to sustain as best you can. The Terra Surge gonna drop the Lucio dangerously low. Crazerio takes out Mazimel, and now that Bazaar's back with, oh, the stick is massive, taking out 2, and Ohio State are still in this.
They're going to wrap it up, round 2.
Oh my
OSU
goodness.
ties it up 1-1.
Hero plays from Mysterio, from Crazerio. Oh
I
my
mean, Mafia
gosh.
2 on the Sojourn was able to get so much damage off with his ult in that last fight. I mean, he got Bazaar to about 1 HP and led to the pick that just set the tone for the team fight.
And I think maybe that's another weakness of Moira. I really do seem to be flipping back and forth on this Moira, but I really do just want to talk about all of the positives and all of the negatives that come with the character. Perhaps Mazimel and Bazaar just got separated, even just slightly. And then, you know, Mazimel just couldn't heal Bazaar, which is the reason why he died in that last fight. So now as we go on to this third point of Antarctic Peninsula, this is game, set, match point for Ohio State. And Northwestern's tournament lives are on the line here as we go in to this final mirror matchup-ish thing.
Mirror matchup-ish, I like it.
I'm coining that term, actually. I'm coining the mirror matchup-ish.
Yeah, you should trademark that. The big thing I think is OSU just needs to keep playing together as a team. It's kind of up to them to set the tone and to set the pace. Because when they've been grouping up together, they've been kind of steamrolling. And anytime they seem to spread out, Northwestern win. Yeah, I mean, look, they walk as 5, Mafia gets a pick onto 1 trade.
Yeah.
It's just,
and
it's all up to them.
I think you mentioning that healing for your supports is probably going to be the name of the game. It's very accurate here as Bazaar just decided to sit on top of his supports this time around, but even though, oh, I'm sorry, Crazerio decided to sit on top of his supports. I'm sorry, I got mixed up there. Crazerio decided to sit on top of his supports just to peel against that Tracer and the Lucio and what have you. So Ohio State taking first contest, and now look at the ult bank. Ohio State much closer to their ultimates than Northwestern. Although I do believe we are going to see a pulse bomb and a support ult coming out from both sides in this next fight.
Definitely. I mean, this is what we're talking about. When OSU is grouping up, they are just playing, I think, in general, better overall.
Yeah, when Ohio State just needs to sit together, even though they might not have that Moira, Kiriko works just as fine grouped up. And here comes the Kiriko ult and the Coalescence. The pulse bomb. Oh my gosh, Mysterio recalls into the pulse bomb, and Sabbath takes out 2. It's actually...
It's disaster.
It's disastrous from Ohio State. That is not what you want to see, using 3 ults once again and finding nothing.
Yeah, now, fortunately, since they all died at the same time, they will be relatively grouped up and can push together. They didn't stagger their deaths, thankfully, but that was just not what you want to see as an OSU fan.
Such an unlucky recall. Like, the pulse bomb didn't even have to kill. It just dropped him low to the point where Sabbath could just tickle him from afar, and he is going to fall. But now we see Northwestern walking back in with, actually both teams have this Terra Surge and the beat. How they use these ults will determine the next outcome of the fight. And we see Crazerio running in, gonna Terra Surge, not find much, just gonna charge it. But it did force Northwestern's beat because now Bella can use their own beats. But as Crazerio drops dangerously low, you gotta pop it, but Bella's just gonna hold it. And that is gonna spell doom for Ohio State as Northwestern cleans up.
Now, Bella was not able to use the beat, which I think is probably a mistake on OSU's side. They didn't match ults, and they just got steamrolled because of it. Like, it's just so hard to play when the other team has a massive shield and you don't.
And it also might be because they were saving it for the Terra Surge. So good on Bazaar for actually holding the Terra Surge throughout that fight, because now Northwestern, 67% and counting on this point, they're going to have 3-4 ultimates going to this next fight, which outnumbers Ohio State's 3. I'm curious to see how this fight's going to come out. We're going to see, once again, that Kiriko Rush and that Coalescence coming out, competing against each other. Battle of the flex supports. And the Pulse Bomb comes out first, but the Cleanse will save every member on Ohio State. The Pulse Bomb sticks to Bazaar, and he
already
melts.
Falling. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Sabbath absolutely melting the rest of Ohio State, because even though his tank will fall first in this fight, do not count them out. And 98%, 99%.
Northwestern's DPS is doing so much work. They're actually able to clean that up and win the fights.
Wow, I mean, I kind of got a little bit lost there. I mean, I'm very surprised that Northwestern came out on top of that fight, but I think it's because definitely the ult advantage. The Coalescence came out, the Pulse Bomb came out. Yeah, and those are really all that I saw, but it was just enough. And here we see Asterios Pulse Bomb, unfortunately not being enough to secure the match, and we're going to a map 5.
We are going to a map 5.
But this is hype.
2 series in a row of the maximum numbers of games. This is awesome.
Oh my gosh. They're holding us hostage up here.
They are. Especially after the pause earlier.
I know, right?
I'm here for it, though.
Yeah, I love me some close Overwatch. I love me some good Overwatch.
Yeah, for sure.
And
I mean, it's definitely back and forth.
You know, now that I think about it, Northwestern has only won on A, King of the Hill maps, and B, with the Cassidy and with the Moira. Or not the well, sometimes the Cassidy and with the Moira.
Yeah, you're right.
I do think that Moira is their comfort pick. I do think they know this Moira inside and out, and perhaps it might just be best to stick to it.
Yeah, I mean, Moira did a lot of work that fight and that match as a whole. I think the big thing is OSU need to understand that Moira is relatively weak to getting run down and to getting collapsed on. And I think if they pop the Kiriko ult, they need to know that we just need to go run at her and pick her off. And I think, in general, they're lacking a little bit of decisiveness on who to hit and who to target in these fights.
I agree, and I'm really glad you brought up communication, because I was just about to say, Ohio State obviously doing an amazing job of being able to kite and survive the ultimates that Northwestern throw at them. But the counterattack is just not quite there. It maybe seems like there's a bit of a disconnect between the tank, the Lucio, and the DPS. Because Lucio used the speed to run away, but now they don't have it. So do you wait for it? Do you just march back in? Do you take an alternate angle? Do you just play for long range? Like, what's going on?
Yeah, I think that could be that could have to do with having a game plan ahead of time, where they might not have a set idea of what to do in that situation. They're just playing it based off a feel, which, don't get me wrong, they're good players.
For sure.
They have a very good feel for the game. But when you don't talk about that stuff, it makes it harder to coordinate, and at a very high level when you're playing against other teams, that can be the difference. I mean, as we saw in that very last fight, OSU were able to focus down and burst down Northwestern's Orisa, but then Northwestern just turned it back and wiped everyone without their tank. I mean, obviously, they were prepared to counterattack and decisive. Again, they were decisive and went for that, and they were rewarded, whereas it seems OSU focused on the tank, but they wasted too many resources and got punished because of it.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. Resource allocation, definitely a big thing in this game. Using too many ults in one fight, committing too many ults to already a one fight, those are big Overwatch no-nos. I mean, click Q in the game, right? So if you have the Qs available, you win the game. Simple, right? It's not that simple, I promise you. So,
but it is a very important factor.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimate economy is just such a huge factor, and it can't be overlooked. And unfortunately, when OSU has looked their worst so far, and when Northwestern's looked better, it's had to, I think, mainly you can attribute it to ult economy. Is you can see one team saving their ults to use them in combination, and you have one team that is not. I mean, even when we saw both teams had Orisa and Lucio ults, and only Northwestern used most of them, and they won the fight. So.
Right. And it ended up not even really mattering. I'm actually,
yeah.
I think the beat went down, but it just, didn't really matter, and that's unfortunate. But that just goes to show, use it or lose it.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, it's just having that game plan and knowing that if you're going to use it in a fight or not, because that's going to give you your best fighting chance, you know? Because then at least you can stall for time and make them waste more resources trying to kill you rather than just kind of falling over and dying and then having an ult when nobody else on your team does.
Yeah, and I think it's so funny how, or not funny, it's a little bit confusing actually how Bella saved the beat on the side of Ohio State, but that just, like, you'd think that if you saved an ult from one fight, you'd have an ult advantage, right?
Yeah.
No. Northwestern had at least 4 ults in the bank, and they probably were not expecting that.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think Northwestern, that's one of their strongest points so far, is they are just so good at using their ults well and saving them for the correct times. That's been the big turning point, I think.
It also helps when you charge a coalescence every, like, 2 seconds, but, you know.
Yeah, that is definitely true.
Yeah, that Moira just, charging ults so quickly. Maybe it's because of that battle pass and they buffed her because they want people to buy the skins, but...
The classic.
Yeah, the classic, but she is just so strong if you put her in the right situation.
I mean, I think OSU just needs to swap back to the Echo pick. I don't think they looked good when they were playing the Sojourn without the Echo. I think they should just stick with Tracer Echo because that's what was doing well and winning them games. Like, yeah, they lost a round on it, but I don't think that's a huge deal. I think they were a bit hasty in their swap.
I think Echo, one of the biggest advantages that Echo gives you is the amount of burst damage that she brings to the table.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, Orisa standing in your way, she's got one of the biggest hitboxes in the game. Just plaster your bombs on her, use your E, and she should die.
Definitely.
So maybe Ohio State might want to use that as a bit of a shift in game plan.
I agree. When OSU was focusing down the Orisa and focusing on her, using the Echo Beam just increases that damage so much, makes sure she dies so fast and can't get healed.
Yeah.
So I think it's good for their game plan specifically because it really helps them to focus fire somebody. And then also, not to rag on them, but Mafia a couple times on the Sojourn I don't think was quite as comfortable as on the Echo because there were a few times where he got caught out using the slide or getting a bit too close to people and he didn't have the ability to just fly away like Echo does.
So maybe a rule of thumb is when Asterio, wait, who was their Sojourn player on Colosseo? I completely forgot.
On which team?
Ohio State. When Mafia is not in, you can play Sojourn. But when Mafia's in, you need to commit to that Echo because that's their specialty.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a better way to put it.
That's a good way to put it, yeah. I think that's, if he should be in, I think he should be on Echo because that's what looks good. And I think they look fine on the Tracer Sojourn with One Yum and...
Yum, that's who it is. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. but yeah, so we'll see. We'll see who they swap in, who they swap out, if they do anything. I mean, it's now a do or die for both teams. As we talked about with Northwestern, they were able to win and stay alive, bring it to this Game 5. But now, OSU can't lose or they go home.
Right.
As we are getting into the match shortly, we have 8 seconds to match start. Everyone is on their heroes. Mafia is still in. They have One Yum back in as well, so Asterio got subbed out entirely. And they are on this Echo, just like we talked about. They are not playing the Tracer, though.
No Tracer as we go into map 5 of the BEC LAN quarterfinals. Whatever team wins this map will move on to the semis, and the other team is going home. So the stakes are massive as we go into this. And Ohio State on the defense first. And Mafia makes good on that Echo promise, finding one and making an opening for Ohio State as they just decide to walk forward here, run into that Orisa, get as much ult charge as you can off of that advantage. And now Northwestern, you made some space, you tried your best in that first little engagement, but now you're back to square one.
Definitely. I mean, just like we talked about, Mafia picks up this Echo, and they get a pick on the DPS right away, which forces Northwestern to back off. It's just so hard to play. And Sabbath now getting picked off by One Yum. OSU so far, it's just been a massive DPS difference as they push Northwestern back into their spawn for the second time so far. Now the clock ticking down. Northwestern needs to group up and they need to make a play soon. Their DPS can't keep getting caught out like this or else they're just going to lose.
I mean, look at the ult charge on the DPS. I mean, not the Ohio State DPS don't quite have their ultimates, but it is considerably more charged than the ones on Northwestern. But as I say that, screw the DPS ults. We gotta look at the support ults. Both Kiriko rushes coming out for both teams. as both Orissas walk forward. Coffee comes out, Coffee the Orisa, but Sabbath is drawing first blood in this fight, taking out Bella on the Lucio. Here comes the Terra Surge, focusing down that Echo Copy, dropping dangerously low, will get knocked out of the Copy. Will Mafia be able to escape? He will not, and Sabbath falls to Skiff, but it's a 3v5 on the point right now. But don't count Ohio State out. They have the ultimates. They have the Terra Surge.
And the pick.
Yum with the overclock. Finds 2, maybe 3. Yes, 3 in this fight. And whew.
Bazaar actually died on the back end of that fight as well. I'm surprised he ran off the point instead of just trying to get something for his death, but
Yeah. Ohio State fans, everyone take a collective breath.
yeah,
A sigh of relief.
I was holding a breath that entire time. I just got to breathe. It felt like I was underwater.
But now we've got Northwestern. Push and pull of this game. Ohio State committing 4 ults to that fight, but Northwestern now having at least 3 at their disposal. It's very, very possible that with this pulse bomb and overclock and beat, that Northwestern is just able to stomp all over Ohio State, but that's all up to the individual players.
Yeah, I mean, OSU was doing their best to stall out this fight. They just need to build up the beat on Lucio as fast as they can. He's at 90%, but Northwestern is pushing closer and closer. One Young, dangerously low.
The beat comes out, and that might signal and engage, as now One Trick and Bazaar is going to stomp forward, trying to get in everyone's face, and the beat comes out perfectly timed for Ohio State, saving One Yum's life. And now there's overclock. There's no support for Northwestern Sojourn, as Crazy Rio just says, no, halt, no ult. No means no, and puts the Northwestern Sojourn into the dirt.
Game clock down to 50 seconds now. I mean, OSU, that was a fantastic fight win. Even when they have an ult disadvantage, they're playing together, they're playing well, they look like they have in their earlier matches, and they're able to win, I mean, not against all odds, but against the odds.
Yeah, and Northwestern having that ultimate advantage, not amounting to anything. Usually I say that on Ohio State's side, but now it's flipped on Northwestern's head. Now both teams are going to have the Terra Surge and the Kiriko ult as, well, here we go, like clockwork. Terra Surge, Kiriko ult on both sides, and Sabbath, the pulse bomb, finds Skiff on the back line. Here comes Crazerios. Terra Surge takes out Bazaar. Mafia finds One Trick, but their teammates are dropping dangerously low behind them. Mafia in this copy, desperately looking for anything, and Crazerio finds Mazamel, and oh my gosh, I think this is a 2v4, maybe 3 for Ohio State, and everyone on Northwestern falls.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, Mafia and Crazerio absolutely clutching up for Ohio State. This is crazy, and that is a, I believe that is a full hold, maybe.
I believe that's a full hold, yeah.
Oh my gosh, that
0%
yes,
capture progress.
that's a full hold. That's a full hold. They cannot lose this game.
All
Oh
OSU
my
has to do, viewers, for those of you that aren't overly familiar with Overwatch, is if they get a third of the capture points, they instantly win.
Yes.
That is dangerous. And
Yeah.
now, while we're sitting here on a short break, I do just want to mention, I don't know if you heard it, but I could hear the players popping off after that round, which is just so exciting. You love to hear that. Everyone's pumped up. They are doing what they can.
There's something magical to be with your teammates in person, playing a game like this, especially an intense game like this. Oh my gosh, I'm honored that I get to be here right now with this game. They are bringing us the best entertainment that they possibly could.
For sure. And we're glad you are here. We're glad all the teams are here. Honestly, this is just such a fun event overall.
Yes.
I am so happy that this is happening, and I'm so happy we are in a Game 5. It does not get any better. It does not get any more exciting.
Now Northwestern. We've said this is do or die a couple times. This is the doest of the diest.
This is the doest of the diest. That is very true. I would not say it any other way.
So Northwestern choosing to come out on the Cassidy and the Sojourn, perhaps thinking that they are the fail-safes. They are the characters that are the least likely to die randomly. But Ohio State, all they need is one good fight. One tick is all it takes. Call me Dua Lipa. It's good. I'm sorry. Oh, and look at that. Skiff finding the first pick already. They don't care. They're just going to run in. Ayam finding the Cassidy. And now Mafia going for the back line. They
OSU just sprinting straight in. I mean, I don't know what
oh my gosh.
Gonna do. Their spawn is so far away from the capture points. Bazaar tried to waste time, but he's just going to fall.
And that
OSU completes the round.
That's
it. The win.
Oh
they
my
take
gosh.
the series. OSU moves on from the quarterfinals to the semifinals.
Oh my
with a
gosh.
3-2 game score. I mean, they just ran straight in.
They they don't care. They just ran in. And that maybe is the motif for this match. They just ran in because, oh my gosh, what a game that we just witnessed.
So incredible, that game. Wow.
The back and forth, the swaps, the changing of the play styles, the map choices, just honestly perfect gameplay coming out from both of these teams, and it just creates for such an amazing spectacle.
Yeah, I mean, that was just such fantastic stuff. I mean, I'm so happy personally that the Buckeyes were able to take it home. I was a little bit stressed, but I am so happy that they were able to win that and move on. That was just, I mean, that was an incredible series. Both teams should be very happy with the performance.
You know what it was?
What was it?
It was the mascot.
It was the mascot.
It was
we
the
had
Buckeye.
Brutus here.
Yeah.
He gave us the energy we needed. You know what?
Divine inspiration.
That's a good point. Unfortunately, Northwestern's mascot could not make it today, and they didn't get the buff.
Just bring him on the bus next time.
Yep.
So, if you have nothing else to say.
Yeah, I believe that's it for us.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I really enjoyed this. I got to see some amazing games, and we'll definitely be back tomorrow.
I won't be back tomorrow. This was my last cast of the event. Are you casting tomorrow?
I believe so.
Good for you. So the
if you
viewers
guys
will
let
see more
me.
of you. Yeah. And on that note, again, just make sure you check socials, follow socials, everything. We will have all the updates for you on tomorrow's matches. And thank you guys for tuning in and watching. This has been the BEC LAN at Ohio State University.
We'll see you guys tomorrow.